The Superdome in New Orleans. There is no place quite like this ballpark. The match today is the New York Giants against the New Orleans Saints. Giants 0-4, the Saints 1-3. What a magnificent ballpark this is, and we'll be looking, in the beginning at least, at Joe Pisarcik at quarterback for the Giants. But there is a possibility we'll see Phil Simms, the #1 draft choice.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Ford and your local Ford dealers, the people who bring you the better idea, cars and trucks for the 80s. The Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. And by Levi's Sportswear, where quality never goes out of style.
The Saints and the Giants, and good afternoon to you. I'm Pat Summerall. This, of course, is Tom Brookshire. The Saints, the #1 offensive team. The Giants struggling at best.
Well, they had rushed a little bit better against the Eagles, but still lost the game. The thing here is to control Archie Manning. The Giants have played pretty good defensive football, and they've really got a whale of a task. He's in great shape physically. He's got Wes Chandler. Childs can jump out of the ballpark. I think offensively the Saints might be one of the best teams in football.
You know, tell me, as you read the New York papers and talk to people in New York, the great concern seems to be, what about Phil Simms? When is he going to get a chance? He's the #1 draft choice, and people are just waiting.
They say he looks and acts and throws like Terry Bradshaw, which is a pretty good recommendation.
Yes,
I watched him clean it off in practice, and I personally don't think that he can get any experience sitting on the bench. You might as well go out and see what it's like.
We have a pretty good possibility, we understand, of seeing that young man, Phil Simms, this afternoon. Right now you're looking at Garo Yepremian, who is set to kick off, but also today is in quest of adding to his record of 17 consecutive successful field goals. He got number 17 last week. Sorry, Thomas.
That's all right. Not too deep. Pretty good kick, though, by Garo. Pretty deep.
Billy Taylor for the Giants out to about the 25. And that's where they will start it off with that group.
And what a job that they've done offensively, getting it together. Coppin, Simmons, the young rookie, Jim Clack always in there, JT Turner, and Gordon Gravel, number 71, and of course Shirks at tight end.
The rest of the lineup like that. Joe Pisarcik, number 9 at quarterback. Doug Coder and Ken Johnson, the rookie, at fullback. Jimmy Robinson and Johnny Perkins, the wide receivers. Robinson comes wide to the left, and Pisarcik will have 1st and 10. From his own 25, 0-0, opening moments. Coder gets the first call, and Coder gets a couple before he's taken down by Ken Bordelon.
Coder comes in with a 3.4-yard average, but this defensive team has allowed 5.2 a rush. Alois Grooms, Bennett, Derlin Moore, the big Oklahoma guy, and Don Reese, of course. He used to play with Miami. Pretty good pass rusher.
Linebackers, the ex-Giant Pat Hughes is number 54. He'll be on the right side. The other two are both hitters. And that's the secondary.
And it's healthy for the first time this year.
And that'll make a big difference. It'll be 2nd and about 8. Pisarcik gets straight ahead to Johnson. He is tripped up as soon as he gets the ball.
Pisarcik's numbers, by the way, are 40 of 99 attempts, 498 yards, a 40.4 percentile on completions, but he's never underthrown anybody. He can airmail it.
That was Derlin Moore who made the stop before Johnson got back to the line of scrimmage, so it'll be 3rd down now. And they still need about 8, maybe 9. Pisarcik will have to go back. They fake a blitz. Pisarcik's protection breaks down. He is hit. Flag goes down. Pass is incomplete. And the Saints have a whole lot of options right now.
Looked like the left guard or tackle got a stunning big Reese and tried to hold him as he made the cut at the quarterback.
Johnson was the intended receiver. The penalty is declined quickly by...
Offensive holding, number 78. Penalty is declined. It's 4th down.
Red Cashin is the voice of the referee you just heard.
It's Gus Coppins, the offensive left tackle. But I'll tell you, Bill Austin did a pretty good job with that group. They've been different people and different numbers every darn weekend for the Giants.
They've sort of been patched together, haven't they? Dave Jennings will punt for the Giants. And Rich Monty, look out for him. Talk about your special team specialist. Monty lets it bounce wisely. He couldn't quite get to it. And it doesn't take the roll like you would hope for if you're a Giant fan. It bounces almost straight up, and the Saints will start from their own 34, 1st and 10. Frank Marion was the Giant who downed it.
39-yard punt, and I'll tell you, this offensive team is beginning to get scary. Taylor, Zanders is back, John Hill, the former Giant at center, Conrad Dobler, Robert Woods, the big former Jet, and of course Henry Childs, one of the real fast, good pass receiving tight ends.
And the key man is number 8, at whom you're looking at the moment, Archie Manning. 2 big running backs in Chuck Muncie and Tony Galbert. Receivers are dangerous. It is an explosive offensive unit. Chuck Muncie gets the first carry and struggles for 2 or 3, not much more. Knocked down by Brian Kelly. Let's look at that Giant defense.
George Martin, Mendenhall starting again after the bad back of a week ago. Phil Tabor, the rookie from Oklahoma, doing very well, and Gary Jeters at the right defensive end spot. Pretty solid 4.
Pretty solid group of linebackers as well. Number 10 is Brad Van Pelt, Harry Carson back in the middle, and Brian Kelly in the secondary, Terry Jackson, Ray Rhodes, Beasley Reese, and Ernie Jones. They face a 2nd and 7 situation. Jeter jumps and jumps back, and Manning drops some heat on to Manning, but Archie gets close to a first down, not quite, before Harry Carson recovers and gets back.
5.3 yards rushing for one of the great throwing quarterbacks, and when he's healthy, he can move in the pocket. Watch this. Good pass protection. Hill's looking either side now, the center, to help. Goes over and picks up on Mendenhall, and now Archie almost gets the first and could also get that shoulder hurt again. I would imagine Nolan's heart is right in his mouth right now.
Archie saw the defense converge and went into the crumple. 3rd and 1. Muncie and Galbraith, the running backs, and this will be Muncie over the top and near a first down, maybe and maybe not. Brad Van Pelt, number 10, is on the top of the pile, but there's a bunch of other Giants as well. It is a first down. Watch it develop from behind the quarterback.
Now, Muncie's a kind of running back at 230. That'll get you 161 yards rushing one day and about 8 yards on 9 carries the next. Pretty good short yardage defense.
Why do you think that is, that Muncie seems to be the best running back you'll ever see one day, and the next day not quite so good?
Well, they said if you ring his bell early on the first couple of runs, he just doesn't run the same on that off day.
If the bell is ringing, it's pretty hard to run. 1st and 10 at the 45 for the New Orleans Saints. The Giants were here last year and lost, and here is a fake to Galbraith, and yes, he does have it. No yards. Gary Jeter led the defensive charge with help from Harry Carson. Let's watch that defense.
All right, you're right on the line of scrimmage. Let's see what kind of reading penetration. Good play. Brian Kelly really got penetration, then Jeter picked up. Looks to me like the Giants are very aggressive on defense today, very much off.
This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the New Orleans Saints and the National Football League is prohibited. 2nd 11. Archie Manning in a throw-in situation tosses out to Galbraith instead. 4-5. And now the passing situation is even more evident. Harry Carson again on the tackle.
2 great big running backs. Pretty good draft. They're beginning to keep the good people in New Orleans and not let them go somewhere else and become stars. Here's the big young man that was with Missouri, and he had 74 catches, I think, a year ago. He's a great pass receiver. He'll do anything for you.
Good athlete.
He even kicked a couple of field goals this year. 3rd
and 7 situation. Wes Chandler. And remember that name is split wide to the left. Ike Harris out wide to the right. 2 good wide receivers and an outstanding quarterback. And that's a funny call. It's funny in the eyes of many of the spectators as well. On a sure passing situation, or what we thought was, Chuck Muncie got the handoff from Archie Manning, and the Saints will have to punt. Harry Carson on the tackle.
Archie calls most of his own plays. Now, I can't understand what Manning might have thought he had called in the huddle that would get him a first down on that.
I can't either. Rick Partridge is the Saint punter. Jimmy Robinson deep for the Giants. Partridge really roots it. Bang, and out through the end zone. That thing came straight nose down and took off. 50-yard kick.
And a 5-second hang time, and he's not even their #1 draft choice.
New Orleans nothing, the Giants nothing. 9:15 first quarter. At
the Pontiac Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. It's the Minnesota Vikings and the Detroit Lions.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Ford and your local Ford dealers, the people who bring you the better idea, cars and trucks for the 80s. The Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. And by Levi's Sportswear, where quality never goes out of style.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning here at the Pontiac Silverdome. And, Paul, Minnesota's big concern is the quarterback.
It sure is. Tommy Kramer contracted a staph infection on Wednesday. And, Lindsey, he's going to be playing in a lot of pain. You can see the swelling around the right side of the eye there. He's got headaches. He's going to be playing with a lot of pain this afternoon. In fact, they didn't really know if he was going to start today, but he's going to start.
And, of course, the Lions are playing a rookie quarterback.
They sure are, and what a good one. Jeff Kimlo. Of course, the quarterback situation, Gary Danielson went down early. So did Joe Reed. Jeff Kimlo, they say he's the coolest quarterback around here since Bobby Lane.
All right, let's take a look at the field. The Detroit Lions have won the toss. They have elected to receive. Here are the officials assigned here this afternoon by the National Football League, headed up by the referee, Bob Frederick. Minnesota Vikings are teeing it up. That's Dan Meyer who will do the kicking off. Rick Kane is stopped back with Leonard Thompson to receive it for the Detroit Lions. Dan Meyer puts it up and we're underway at the Pontiac Silverdome. Thompson's at the 10-yard line. He's at the 15 to the 20, 25, and he is up to the 28-yard line. That was Keith Nord downfield to make the tackle for the Minnesota Vikings. The Detroit Lions have the ball, and here's their offensive line.
The youngest offensive line in the National Football League.
Here are their receivers. Luther Blue starting at the wide receiver there.
Place of Freddie Scott. He's got a bad wrist.
There are the backs. Comlow, the quarterback. So it is first down and 10 yards to go. Ball's at the 28-yard line. And he moves in there for not much. Here is the defensive front four for the Minnesota Vikings. And the linebackers with Lou starting out there in place of McNeil at right outside. And the defensive secondary. Second down, 10 yards to go. Lost about a foot on the last carry. That's Bussey in motion outside. Does they come off, tackle right. Jeff Seaman comes in to make the tackle on Bo Robinson.
Matt Blair has an excellent shot here from ground level. You see Dexter Bussey going to the right side. This is the young rookie, Bo Robinson, strong. Matt Blair has got a hold of him, but number 36, Robinson gets a few.
Bo Robinson has gained 156 yards. He has averaged 3.9. He is a rookie from West Texas State. Teamed up with Dexter Bussey, who has averaged 3.9 and rushed for 139 so far. Jeff Comlow, a rookie from Delaware, is the quarterback. Luther Blue at the 35-yard line. Tom Hannon makes the tackle again at 3.
Monty Clark says he's never seen a rookie so cool. There's no fright in his eyes when he hears your blitz. Number 55 is Scott Studwell. Now watch Comlow just step up in the pocket, go to his secondary receivers. He's going to come up short. Good coverage by the linebacker there, and of course Detroit will punt.
Larry Swider's in to punt. From Pittsburgh, he's averaged 40.2, and Edwards is back to receive it. Jimmy Edwards is deep for the Minnesota Vikings. They had Bobby Bryant back there last week. Beauty. Long, high spiraling kick, Edwards at the 16-yard line. Punt of 49 yards. Dave Parkin
punt very closely. You got to watch those kickers. He holds up, bangs into the kicker. Last week we saw not even that much of a contact, and it was called roughing the kicker.
Well, you got to be a better actor than that. That's what you have to do. It is first down and 10 yards to go at the 17-yard line. Here's the offensive line from Minnesota. Tommy Kramer, the quarterback. Pitch to Ted Brown, starting in place of Foreman as a running back. He's up near the 23-yard line. Ed O'Neill, the middle linebacker for Detroit, made the tackle.
Not too many rookies in the history of Bud Grant have had the opportunity to start. There's your Minnesota receivers, Rashad, White, and Tucker. Backfield, Tommy Kramer, Ricky Long, Ted Brown. I was saying, Lindsey, Ted Brown had a real good day against Green Bay last week. 77 yards on the rush. So Grant's going with the young rookie from North Carolina State.
Second down and 3 yards to go. This is Young, Ricky Young. Dives across the 30-yard line. He got the first and 10 now for the Minnesota Vikings. Doug English in to make the tackle.
Good end zone shot here. Here goes your left guard. Just a little trap blocking, and Ricky Young very wisely, and he does this very well. He runs to the daylight. First down.
Defensive lineman for Detroit. And their linebackers. And their deep backs. First down and 10 yards to go for the Vikings. They send Sammy White to the left side, Ahmad Rashad to the right side. This is Ted Brown. He's going to be marked at the 31-yard line, where his forward progress stopped. Charlie Weaver made the first contact. It'll be second down and 9. Ted Brown came into this game having an average 5.8 per carry this year.
Poor blocking on the right side. Nobody touched Charlie Weaver, and that is one of the main responsibilities over there, along with your defensive end. Looked as if the defensive end was taken care of, but poor block. There's Chuck Foreman. I say this again. We said it last week, Lindsey. It's unreal to see a back of that great ability in the first 7 years he's had in the league, but he feels that Ted Brown deserves to start.
Second down, 9 yards to go. Trying to get to the first down 6. He's just short. John Brooks made the tackle along with James Hunter.
And Houston's got an early field goal, 3-0 over Cleveland. Cleveland undefeated.
It's going to be third down, about a yard to go. They're just short of the 40-yard line. Last week, Ricky Young carried the ball 19 times against the Packers for Minnesota, the most he's been used since joining the Vikes last season.
Stu Voigt checking into the lineup. Double tight end. Bob Tucker on the right, Stu Voigt on the left. They're in for a timeout.
Timeout charged against the Minnesota Vikings. Bob Frederick, the referee there, and Kramer wants to go and talk it over. So we have the first timeout of the afternoon. There is no score in the ball game, and we're in the first quarter at the Pontiac Silverdome.
Well, I tell you, Charlie, this is for the state championship of Pennsylvania. It means a great deal of both of these teams. For Philadelphia, because of all the injuries to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they feel if ever they got a shot at winning, today is the day.
And this is the rookie from Texas A&M, Tony Franklin, the barefoot kicker. And boy, he can sail him. The deep back will be Anthony Anderson, number 33, a rookie free agent from Temple. And we are underway in a drizzle in Philadelphia. Anderson on the return to the 15, 20. Leans to about the 22, maybe the 23-yard line, where Pittsburgh will go to work. Jerry Robinson made the tackle for the Eagles. Jerry Bradshaw, Sidney Thornton, and Franco Harris in the backfield.
Number 32, Charlie, Franco Harris. Pittsburgh feels if they've got any way of turning things around offensively and getting that running game go, they've got to get a good performance out of Franco Harris.
So the Steelers go to work from their own 23-yard line, first down. Franco Harris gets the call. the 30-yard line. He picks up 7. It will be second down and 3.
Number 82, Stalwart.
Second down and 3 after a gain of 7 by Frank O'Hara. Sidney Thornton. And Thornton picks up the first down as he moves near the 40-yard line. So the Steelers on the ground as Randy Logan, the strong safety, makes the tackle. Here is that offensive line, and only one man is healthy.
Well, I'll tell you, number 52, Mike Webster, the offensive center, in order for that running game to go against that 3-man front, that center has to handle that man over his nose. No one in the National League does it any better than that man, number 52, Mike Webster.
First down, Pittsburgh, their own 40-yard line. Game just started between the undefeated Steelers and the Eagles. Their record is 3-1. And this Frank O'Hara. Harris to the 46-yard line. It will be second down and 4. Tripped up by Carl Hairston, the defensive right end. And being with a sore knee, he came up with it Thursday night, spent the night here at the stadium in the training room. Second down for Pittsburgh, their own 46-yard line. Sidney Thornton. Thornton off of the right side, moves to the Eagles' 49-yard line. He'll pick up the first down. That is 2 first downs in the drive for the Steelers. Frank LeMaster, the right inside linebacker, makes the tackle. Here are the others: John Bunting, Terry Tutolo, LeMaster, and Reggie Wilkes.
Number 58, Terry Tutolo, he is the man replacing Bill Berge, and that's some big shoes to fill, because not only was Berge an outstanding player, he was one of the great leaders on this football team. Tutolo is going to have to do it.
It is a first down for the Steelers at the Eagles' 49-yard line. Bradshaw has not thrown a pass. Rocky Blyer is now in as a running back, and he'll pick up maybe a yard. That'll be it. So it'll be second down and 9. Charlie Johnson, the nose tackle, is the man who stopped him, number 65. Second down and 9. Frank O'Hara has a sprained ankle. We don't know if he has re-injured it. Thornton carries, and he leads forward for a first down. The third of the drive for the Steelers. They have been grinding it out on the ground.
Charlie, we talked earlier, this telecast got underway, about what Pittsburgh wants to do. They want to control that football on the ground. And here you can see the fine blocking up front. Guards out in front. A big hole for number 38, Thornton. And when he gets through a hole, as big and strong as he is, you know he's going to pick up some yardage.
Sidney Thornton in his third year. Drafted in the second round in '77. It is a first down. Frank O'Hara comes back in, so he's all right out for a quick 3. 39-yard line of the Eagles. Thornton, they string him out. He will lose a yard. It's an 11. Bradshaw has not thrown. This may force Terry to go to the air. It is Frank O'Hara's right side. A couple of yards. It'll be third down and 9. And now Bradshaw will have to throw. Frank LeMaster, number 55, was there for the Eagles, the right inside linebacker.
You can see number 78, that's Carl Hairston, going all the way from his right end position all the way to the left side, showing the quickness and the versatility of this big defensive lineman. And he's playing, as Charlie said, with an injured knee. He's been soaking it, I think, Charlie, for the last couple of days.
Rocky Blyer comes in, Frank O'Hara comes out. So Thornton and Blyer are the 2 running backs. John Stallworth and Theo Bell are the wide receivers. Randy Grossman is the tight end.
And Philadelphia has 4 men rushing the passer. They got their nickel defense in.
A flag is down on the play.
A
delay of game.
Took too long to get the play off.
That will cost the Steelers 5 yards. Violation of the 30-second rule. In the secondary for the Eagles, with 2 interceptions and a block punt this year. Bradshaw, all the time in the world, goes deep. It is incomplete at the 20-yard line. Theo Bell, the intended receiver. Randy Logan, the strong safety, was there for the Eagles.
Striped shirts.
4th and 14. Craig Coldclaw with a 41.4-yard average is in to kick, and Wally Henry is deep. High, lazy floater. For the sidelines, it goes out of bounds.
On today, he said he was going to kick without. Well, let's see. It's George Roberts. That's blocked. It is blocked by Pillars, I believe, and the Jets recover for a touchdown. Johnny Lynn, and
there is no score in this ball game. We're in the first quarter at the Pontiac Silverdome, and when play is resumed, it will be third down and a yard. You go short of the 40-yard line. for the Minnesota Vikings, as you see Bud Grant talking to his quarterback, Tommy Kramer. Kramer came into this game 64 for 104. Completion percentage 61.5. 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions.
And that 61% passing means he's only second to Joe Ferguson in all the National Football League.
Phones are working on the Minnesota side again. Both coaches' benches' phones will be turned on.
Talking about the phones, I think up here in the press box, they were turned off. Now here comes Kramer back. 3rd and 1. And for years, if they don't go into the eye, Lindsey, the Minnesota Vikings usually tip the play here. You can sometimes check the offensive backs. And if that back on the left side is cheated way up, they usually come to the left side. But they're almost even now. They used to cheat it. Going to the right.
Ricky Young, he's got the 1st and 10. At the 42-yard line, the Vikings 1st down. Charlie Weaver made the tackle along with Al Baker.
Now we get an official report on those phones. The Minnesota phones were turned off on the sidelines. The Detroit phones, of course, were working. So if the Minnesota phones don't work, they're going to have to turn the Detroit phones off, too, until they get them both working at the same time. Fair enough?
Sounds reasonable to me, unless you want to use the party line. 1st and 10 at the 42. 2 Boyd in motion across. That's Ricky Young. At the 45-yard line for 3, it'll be 2nd and 7. Doug English on the tackle.
And the Jets jumping on the board first. 7-0 lead over the Miami Dolphins. Another one of the undefeated teams. Only 4 teams now undefeated in the NFL.
Second down play coming for the Minnesota Vikings. Sammy White to the left side. Rashad to the right side. Ted Brown slashes his way up to the 50-yard line. Doug English again made the stop.
There he is, number 60, Al Bubba Baker. Rookie of the year, one of the great defensive linemen in the league, and Minnesota's running everything away from him so far.
It'll be 3rd down, about 2.5 to go. That's Leonard Thompson.
Detroit.
Another report on the telephones.
Another report on
both benches' telephones are working, I understand.
Detroit looks as if they were going to be the class of the division before the season started. Of course, they lost both their quarterbacks, and now Jeff Comlo is their starting quarterback. They've also had injuries on their defense. John Woodcock, Dave Gallagher, and Cleveland Elam is not 100%.
Again, they run a double tight end alignment on 3rd and short. Ted Brown. 1st and 10. Minnesota Vikings keep it on the ground as they move to the 43-yard line. James Hunnick in to make the tackle. Monty Clark this week, in commenting on the upcoming game, said that the running game had been restored to Minnesota.
It sure has. This offensive line for Minnesota was maligned early in the season. Last week they got over 150 yards rushing, and a lot of it was because of hard running by this young man, Ted Brown. He smelled that 1st down, Lindsey. When he heads upfield, he does it with authority. Washington early field goal, 3-0 over Atlanta.
1st and 10 now at the 43 for the Vikings in Detroit territory. Ted Brown. He's at the 39-yard line before Al Bubba Baker brings him down for a gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6 yards to go for the Vikes. Bud Grant sending Tucker in with the next play.
Well, if you can pick up the yardage on the ground, no sense going upstairs. They're getting 4 and 5 yards on that 1st down crack. Boy, that really gives your quarterback a little edge, Lindsey. 39 yards rushing already in 8 plays.
Into the I formation. Brown ahead of Ricky Young. Tucker in motion across. Ricky Young to the 36-yard line. A gain of 3 will make it 3rd and 3. Al Baker again on the tackle with Ed O'Neill, the middle linebacker.
ISO on big Al Bubba Baker, 6'6". Now he goes outside Ron Yeri, continues pursuit and helps in on the tackle Ricky Young. I don't think they ran a play to the left side, Lindsey. Everything has been going right to the right side of that offense where Ron Yeri and Wes Hamilton, the right tackle and the right guard are. Third down play coming now. Hammer. Dodger hits Ricky Young. It's incomplete. He was really whacked by middle linebacker Ed O'Neill. Ed O'Neill, of course, from the linebacker factory of Penn State. He's playing in the middle in that line defense.
Greg Coleman has come in now with the punting unit. He has averaged 38.9. He's a 3-year man from Florida A&M. Gallicut has dropped back along with Ken Ellis to receive it for Detroit. Side of the field, he is going to let it go and is going to be out of bounds.
Beautiful punt by Greg Coleman.
Being lined up at the 8-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Detroit Lions in their own territory at the 8. We still have no score. We have 5 minutes 45 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter at Pontiac Silverdome.
17-yard line Eagles in their own territory with no score. Montgomery is the deep back. Harris is the up back. And Montgomery carries. From the 17 to the 21, he picks up 4 with the offense with no score at their own 21-yard line. Leroy Harris. The defense was there, led by John Banazak. It'll be
I should say he's the guy that anchors that offensive line.
3rd and 10, Jaworski to throw. He fires it. It's there. First down. He goes to the tight end, Keith Prefley, in his 5th year. And Montgomery slips. Still picks up a yard. Jack Ham was there to cover him. It'll be 2nd down and 9, Philadelphia. The 8-yard line. Jaworski uses up all of the 30-second clock, gives it to Montgomery, and a flag is down. So while
J.T. Thomas is taking his place. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jaworski work on him.
2nd down and 13. And whistle sound before the play gets off. This may be a 30-second violation.
No, they have 13 seconds remaining.
28-yard line. Charles Smith is in as a wide receiver. So now 3 wide receivers are in. Montgomery is the remaining back. It is 2nd down and 18. On the draw, Montgomery to the outside. Gets around the corner and picks up about 9 yards on the play. So it'll be 3rd down and 9 in the Eagles. Dwayne Woodward checks into the secondary. Robin Cole comes out. Harris is back into the offense. 3rd and 9. Jaworski under pressure. He'll run for it. He can pick up the first down, and he does. And he goes sliding to the artificial turf around the 49-yard line. He has the down and 9 down. Eagles 49-yard line. Over the middle, it's there. Carmichael has it. That is now 101 consecutive games that Harold Carmichael stands 6'8". Has a reception as he goes. He's open.
At 6 feet 8, you better believe it.
Now at the Pittsburgh 33-yard line. First time the Eagles have been in Steeler territory. Montgomery at the top of the yard. And he carries. He has 3 yards to the 30. It'll be 2nd down and 25 is the time remaining. With no score at the Steeler 30-yard line.
Play pass.
Whistle sound. Joe Green was trying to put some pressure, and he was tripped up, came sliding the turf. As Lynn mentioned, the artificial surface here, it is delay of game against 46. Lauren Taves comes in. Robin Cole comes out on the Steeler defense. 2nd down and 12. There is motion in the backfield. The pass is complete. Presley is into the end zone.
They're going to bring it
but
back.
Leroy Harris, I believe, stepped forward, was not set for a full second. Against the Eagles, they started back on their own 17. 3 wide receivers are in. Smith, Pritzky, and Carmichael. Going deep, he throws it away, way over the head of Carmichael. It may have just sailed on him. To do it. Rain in Philadelphia, just more of a mist than a drizzle. Harris is the remaining back, 3 wide receivers, 3rd and 17. It is dumped off. It is complete to Leroy Harris, and he will be stopped for a loss by J.T. Thomas. And Theo.
Charlie, that's why with Pittsburgh, you do not want to be placed in a passing situation too often because they're just too tough.
He sails a beauty. They will watch it go into the end zone and through the end zone.
We're in the Louisiana Superdome. The New York Jets 7. The Miami Dolphins nothing in the first quarter. Pat Summerall here with Tom Brookshire watching the Giants and the Saints. And Houston leads Cleveland 3-0 in the first quarter. Cleveland got banged up a little bit in that encounter with Dallas last week. 1st and 10 Giants. Joe Pisarcik, the quarterback. Line of scrimmage their own 20.
First pass, huh? Completed.
Robinson. At about the 34 and an overhand left from Eric Felton on the coverage, but Pat Hughes took a wild swing at somebody. Let's go back and look at that.
All right, here's a little semi-roll left. Again, they're trying to take advantage of some makeshift blocking. Austin's team did a pretty good job of it up front. Good blocking by Turner up front and Simmons. Throws a little low and almost trapped, and Robinson gets his 5th catch of the year. And that Felton will really get your attention. Oh, I see. Hughes is having trouble with Shirk, I believe.
Gary Shirk. You didn't get a chance to see the Ernie Shavers overhand left. Here is Doug Coder straight ahead for good yardage outside the 40, stopped by Fetterspiel.
Other Kentucky Fetterspiel's good hard-hitting linebacker, but the outside, and I'm talking about Hughes too, and young Bordelon's out there, not too much speed on the outside in the linebacking spots, and I would sort of expect maybe the Giants to work there a lot.
2nd down situation, about 5 needed for Giant 1st down. Joe Pisarcik, the quarterback, no scores yet. Giants still looking for their first victory of the year. The fake is to the fullback, and the throw is successful to Ernest Gray. Boy, Clarence Chapman on the coverage, but a good throw from Pisarcik and a good catch by Gray, who's got a bandaged finger, and that's caused some of his problems.
That might be good because he dropped a couple of balls last week against Philadelphia. This ball is really stretched out and thrown. That's a real rope. And as you know, Joe can put a lot of stuff on it. Great catch by the rookie from Memphis State. And he really hangs on and puts it away. That is an encouraging sign for New York.
1st down Giants at the St. 44.
Coppin's working on Reese, doing a pretty good job, too.
Here's Doug Coder as we come back to the real action. Stopped by Derlin Moore, but again, he got 3 or 4.
I'm telling you that New Orleans secondary and the Giant receivers are talking to one another on every play when they don't get near each other. Remember last year there was an up and down game that finally went in favor of New Orleans here, so maybe some old animosities are coming to the top early.
Last year the Giants led at the half 17-7 here in the Superdome. New Orleans wound up winning 28-17, 2nd and 6. Pisarcik gives again to Coder. And Doug Coder has a Giant 1st down, but hold it a second. There's a penalty flag down over on the right side of the Giants offensive line.
J.T. Turner is going to be called for holding, but he did such a good job of it, I thought he was going to get away with it. You want to see one of the great tackles of the year, what's the right part of your screen? There he is. He ended up on the bottom. He did a pretty good job of getting a lot of the defensive tackle, and it cost him.
Offensive holding, number 68, still 2nd down.
Washington leads Atlanta 3-0 first quarter. The Redskins surprising a lot of people so far.
A short field goal, a 45-yarder by Mosley. He can still kick it, and he's orthodox, isn't he?
Straight away, if that's what you mean.
Episcopalian, I think.
From straight on midfield. The Giants operate on second down, and Pisarcik gives on a quick trap to Coder. He gets 7 or 8 yards. Good call there.
They're working on Barry Bennett, the left tackle. It's a toss trap. Watch the fake out like it's a toss, and then back inside, and it really sets up the middle linebacker, Federspiel, with a guard pulling through the hole. This time, no holding, but of course, they have a lot of yardage to make up. 3rd and long, facing Big Joe.
8, in fact. Ray Brown, the safety man, who is just back from an arm injury and back in the New Orleans secondary, helped on that last tackle. Pisarcik facing now 3rd and 8. 5:50 left first quarter, no scores yet. Well, let's say 3rd and 6. Looks longer than that. A blitz is on from New Orleans. The throw from Pisarcik is high over the hands and off the hands of Doug Coder. And the Giants will send Jennings in the action.
That time, Joe didn't have to really put that much mustard on it. He could have eased up. He stepped up inside. Good block by Gravel on the outside. I think Joe just overthrew that and probably wishes he could load it up again.
Well, Joe, as you know, did not play last week against the Eagles at all, resting from the battering he had taken in the first 3 weeks. 17 sacks and a lot of near misses. Dave Jennings standing at his own 42. And that'll sail over everybody's head and into the end zone. So the New Orleans Saints will have possession next at their own 20. We have 5 minutes, 32 seconds left in the first quarter. 41-yard kick by Jennings. Score is 0-0. We'll bring it
far from over. Cleveland's come from behind in 3 of the 4 ball games that they won so far this year.
And the Steelers have come behind in 3 of their 4 ball games. They have won all 4 of them. First down, Pittsburgh, their own 20-yard line. Cunningham is now in at a tight end. Bradshaw rolls, throws, knocked away. He was going to Sidney Thornton. John Bunting. Second down and 10 for the Steelers. The ball on their own 20-yard line. No score. Second time in the ball game, the Steelers have had possession. On the draw, Franco Harris shut off inside. Jumps to the outside and picks up a couple of yards. Bobby Howard, defensive left cornerback, came up. Johnson comes out. It is 3rd down and 8. 22-yard line. Bradshaw splits his back, passing formation, sends 5 on the pattern. He goes deep over the middle. It is dropped, almost intercepted by Brenard Wilson, the free safety. Theo Bell, the intended receiver, he is set for the return. He is at the Eagle 41-yard line. Good return, excellent field position in the offing for the Eagles. Colquitt sails a beauty. He takes it back at the 33-yard line. He's to the 40, fumble. It is recovered by the Eagles at their own 42-yard line.
Miami 7, the Jets 7.
Bob Greasy to Jimmy Cephalo, the Penn Stater. How about Penn State getting whipped twice in a row? That's hadn't happened in a long time.
And battered really yesterday by Nebraska.
Good place for the Giant defense to assert itself.
Archie Manning, the Saint quarterback. Big and strong and very efficient. He gives to Galbraith, and Galbraith breaks into the Giant secondary, but again the penalty marker is down. Harry Carson finally made the tackle.
Looked to me like the free safety man might have been tackled. I think Ernie Jones was trying to make a tackle, and instead he got tackled. Watch the free safety man come up now, 31. He's right at the bottom of your screen. He comes up and tries to get into it. I believe it was, oh no, I think he might have just, he just missed the tackle. The holding was back behind there.
Right.
Childs tight end maybe?
We'll find out. I didn't pick up what the official Red Cashin said, but the Saints are 10 yards further back down the field. Manning going deep for Chandler. Wes Chandler covered by Ray Rhodes. And Wes, last week, they say that they thought that he might never play again. He pulled a groin severely. Manning just went over his head. Wes Chandler with a great speed. Remember, we saw him in the Sun Bowl.
Oh boy, they said that last week. They carried him off on the stretcher, and it looked like he needed a blue suit and a gladiola. They were afraid they were going to have to call for the Padre, and that all of a sudden he's running 9.5 again.
His place would have been taken if he didn't make it today by Tinker Owens, ex-Oklahoma star.
Well, there's some good offensive people for Archie Manning.
I'll say. 2nd and 20. Ike Harris wide to the right, and Wes Chandler wide left. The Giants fake a blitz and do not do it. Manning throws. Henry Childs, the tight end, got it. He had a big day here last year. Coverage by Ray Rhodes, but Archie Manning laid it right in there.
He's averaging right at 17 yards a catch. He has great speed, but the main thing is he runs an excellent pattern. And with Archie throwing it, here's the fake to Galbraith. Look at this. It'll be to the right part of your screen. I mean, right on target. And notice how it is not overthrown. He didn't pump it in there. He just dropped it in.
Archie really has changed his whole throwing motion from when he first came up out of the University of Mississippi.
Couple of shoulder operations, didn't he, Pat?
Yeah. But he has obviously recovered, and recovered very well. On 3rd down, he drops and fires, and that should be the first down distance. Wes Chandler makes the reception. The NFC's leading receiver, the NFL's leading receiver, as a matter of fact.
And notice the difference pass this time. This time he did have to zip it. What's the difference in the way he throws this? About 4 sets up, and he said, I got to get it now. Now he has the gun, very sharply thrown. And I'll tell you, Wes Chandler could jump out of the darn dome. Here you are behind the Giant defense. This defense is not easy to fool with. Pretty good pass rush, and Archie stayed right in there.
10-yard pickup on that throw, which was done with almost all arm. He really didn't step up. Gary Jeter is an injured Giant who is departing and is obviously in pain on the far side of the field. 0-0, Saints and Giants.
2nd and 7 for Greasy. He's going for the down. Cephalo, touchdown.
We're indoors at Pontiac Silverdome, where the Lions had the ball first and 10 at their own 8. Keep in mind the Vikings have not allowed a point in the first quarter all season. Jeff Comlow, the rookie quarterback from Delaware, runs the attack. That's to Bussey. Bussey after the 13-yard line. He picked up 5 before Jeff Seaman brought him down. It's 2nd down and 5 to go.
Seaman starting in the middle again. Watch the left guard. He's pulling at 61. Homer Elias. Dexter Bussey cuts up inside. They get a standoff block on Tommy Hannon, the safety man, and Bussey gets a very important 5.
Leonard Thompson has come in now. Gene Washington has come out at a wide receiver. Luther Blue at the other wide receiver.
Greasy is hit. Bob Greasy is hit. Jimmy Cephalo with the touchdown pass to tie it up.
Bussey again. Struggling to get to the 15-yard line before Mark Mullaney stops him, along with Scott Studwell. 3rd down, about 3 yards to go. Here comes Gene Washington back in there now, the 10-year veteran from Stanford. Luther Blue started ahead of Fred Scott, who suffered a broken bone in his arm last week. Scott, of course, had 15 receptions, 2 touchdowns, has that many. David Hill is the tight end. He's had 18 receptions, 2 touchdowns. They're doubling Luther Blue and Gene Washington to the right side. That's Luther Blue in motion across. Well, it was his tight end, David Hill, trying the one-hand stab. Jeff Seaman covering. 4th down, the punting unit comes on.
Little high. Pass was a little bit high, but number 59, Matt Blair, had him covered. There's David Hill. He leads the tight ends in the NFC in receptions with 18. Scored twice.
Larry Swider's in to do the punting, and Jimmy Edwards has dropped back to receive it. They are rushing 10 men, the Vikings are. Swider's on his goal line. Off the side of his foot. Goes out of bounds and will be lined up in Detroit territory. First down and 10 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings. And it is at the 34-yard line.
Terrible punt. Larry Swider, who's been punting very well all year long, gets one off the side of his punt. Minnesota, when we come back, will have great field position.
First down, their own 27-yard line. Montgomery on the pitch. 4 yards to the 31-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 6 as Jack Ham and Donnie Shell were there. Now let's go back to that National League race. Cincinnati is in. But Pittsburgh and Montreal, they're still in contention in the East. There is a possibility. They're the same in the loss column. So if Montreal wins the rest of their games, Pittsburgh wins today, then that means they would end up in a playoff on Tuesday, which is a possibility.
Regardless of what happens, it's going to be a doubleheader against Atlanta.
I wish I'd have said that myself.
You did say
of course, if Montreal loses and Pittsburgh wins today, that can change it all around. Jaworski on a bootleg. Now he's going to throw, drops it off, tight end, it's there. Big play to the 49-yard line of the Steelers. Keith Krefley.
The 19-yard punt by Swider has given the Minnesota Vikings 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line of the Detroit Lions. We have 4 minutes, 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Tommy Kramer is the quarterback. Young and Brown are his setbacks. Kramer looks for White. It is deflected, incomplete. Paul Williams. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Detroit Lions and the National Football League is prohibited. Monty Clark, the head coach of the Detroit Lions.
Bob Snelker, one of his assistants alongside. And I think Monty Clark has got a great future. And the future, of course, he performed last year. Lions winning 6 out of the last 9 games, but he's a great coach.
2nd and 10 at the 34. This is Ted Brown. He gets to the 30-yard line. Picked up 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 6. Ed O'Neill made the tackle along with Jimmy Allen. Wasn't any question of the fact that in his later years, Fran Tarkenton had rather throw that ball short to his back than to keep it on the ground. So the running game did all but disappear at Minnesota.
I think the thinking has changed with Minnesota, especially with Tommy Kramer. You watch Minnesota now. Kramer goes downfield first, then he comes back to his backs. Where Tarkenton will pick you apart with those short passes first, then go deep.
3rd down and 6 yards to go. Big play right here. Kramer. And he's sacked. He's sacked right near the 40-yard line. Ken Sanders got to it.
And the fans here at Pontiac are not used to that this year. Last year, the Detroit Lions Silver Rush had 56 sacks. Until today, here's the blitz. Everybody's coming 82. Ken Sanders is the first one to get to Kramer. But they've only been credited with a couple of sacks. Bubba Baker is only 2.5. He had over 24 last year. Well, 23.
So now it is Greg Coleman in to punt on 4th down. Calicut and Ellis have dropped back to receive it for the Detroit Lions. Coleman with a high trajectory kick over the Calicut side of the field, and it is going to go out of bounds at the 3-yard line.
Beautiful.
Placed out at the 3.
Greg Coleman for the 2nd time in a row, Lindsey. Aim for that coffin corner, and that is a perfect kick.
36-yard punt out of bounds at the 3. 2 minutes, 51 seconds left in the first quarter, and still no score.
New Orleans Saints moving against the Giants at the moment. The line of scrimmage, their own 36, no scores. Manning drops again and throws sidearm this time to Childs. Brad Van Pelt stops Henry Childs after about a 5-yard gain.
That's a situation where your fast tight end is covered by perhaps a faster linebacker and one that's bigger than he is. Van Pelt can handle that play very well. There's young Sims behind Perkins. Coach.
Pisarcek talking with Ray Perkins and Phil Simms eavesdropping.
You know, Perkins got a late start, too. He wasn't named until, what, sometime in February, wasn't it?
That's right.
It's hard to get a whole staff together and the book put out and everything.
2nd down, let's make it 6 as Manning fakes and throws the screen pass unsuccessfully to Tony Galbraith. He almost broke it away, but couldn't quite. Jeff Weston is the Giant who made the tackle that brought him down.
Weston makes a heck of a play. Check out 73 and see how he reads it. Doesn't get caught. Tabor forces the throw, which you should once you've made the thing, and there's Weston making the play. Tenacious. Galbraith, well, you got to put him down and keep him there.
Calvin Miller in the Giant defensive unit right now. Well, Phil Tabor, they're the defensive tackles. Jeter is out. Third down. And Manning goes straight back, throws outside Chandler. Not much room to work. Kept cutting back, but did not get the first down. And the Saints, after the stop by Calvin Miller, New Orleans will have to punt.
That's 5 of 6 for Archie Manning, but I think young Wes Chandler is going to have to learn not to cut back inside on that. Nolan may tell him.
Dick Nolan, defensive back with the Giants for many years, in the heyday years, was traded for me, as a matter of fact.
Well, it's a valuable trade. That must have been front page stuff in the New York Times, huh?
I don't remember that it was. Flag is down. Jimmy Robinson fields it, fumbles it. And a scramble and struggle ensues, and let's see who gets it. Keep in mind, though, that a penalty flag is down. That punt stayed in the air 4.5 seconds, which is pretty good.
And whether it was a muff or a fumble, we're going to find out now. Giants have possession.
Giants have the ball. Let's see about the penalty flag. Let's go back and watch Robinson again, though.
Remember, if the ball goes on through without being controlled, and it did, that was a muff. And if the Saints had come up running with that ball, they would have thought it was a touchdown, but it wouldn't have been.
Ernie Jones got it back. And they're going to bring the whole thing back. It looks like the information we just got here in the press box is that Gary Jeter has a muscle pull, and in all likelihood he will not be back, and that'll hurt.
You ever seen so many muscle pulls? But each team has about 4 or 5 people that can't play from week to week for muscle pulls.
Let's listen.
Illegal cut by the receivers before the ball is kicked. First down.
First down, New Orleans. Those are the kind of mistakes that just really hurt you.
You expect to see them when an 0-4 team meets a 1-3 team, but you don't expect to give them away that way. And they had a pretty good chance of taking that ball over in good position. At least keeping the Giants deep in their territory again.
It'll be first down, New Orleans Saints. Archie Manning, the quarterback. Chuck Muncie and Tony Galbraith. The setbacks, and now Galbraith is the only one who remains. Muncie takes the close handoff and cuts back to the outside. Chuck Muncie down the sideline. Chuck Muncie inside the 40, knocked out of bounds by Ernie Jones.
A #1 draft pick from the University of California. He had 161 yards against Atlanta on opening day. If he gets started early, you have to call for help. You better play more men than the legal law allows. Strong at 232 pounds, I understand.
Strong and very quick and very big. Talking about a 233-pound running back. That's a lot of bulk to get down on the artificial turf. Mike Harris goes in motion to the left. Manning throws back to Muncie, and Muncie spins back to the inside, struggles for maybe a yard before Phil Tabor takes him down.
For a guy 230 pounds, it looks like he'd rather run outside than inside, doesn't it?
You know, it really does. I hadn't thought of that.
He can, though.
Wears glasses, you can see underneath that helmet. Houston 10, Cleveland nothing. The Browns unbeaten, coming off that emotional high of last Monday night.
Earl Campbell had a 2-yard touchdown run for Bum Phillips.
Atlanta 7, Washington 3. 2nd and 10 situation, maybe 9. Manning floods both his backs to the right, throws outside to Galbraith. Tony tries to cut back inside, but Brad Van Pelt was in good position.
Boy, Van Pelt played that beautifully. Look at Galbraith. He is such a competitor. He tried kicking for him, made 2 out of 3 on the field goals when Erxleben went down with that thigh, huh? He's done about everything.
As you mentioned, what a good athlete. What a competitor. Interesting, he was 2 out of 2 from outside the 20, and the one he missed was inside the 20.
That's right.
Which is difficult.
Archie's been good on 3rd down. Last week he was 8 for 11 against the San Francisco 49ers.
They're among the best in the National Football League in this situation. But that's not going to help you out on 3rd down, those calls like that. And that's 2 of them. And the crowd voices its disapproval. and misunderstanding, perhaps. I'm sure Archie had something in mind. I don't exactly know what it was.
Now, they're a long way outside of Garo Yepremian's range, but if Erxleben was really able to play right now, he could probably tee up a field goal and try it from here, couldn't he?
We talked to Russell before the game, Erxleben, their #1 draft choice from the University of Texas, talking about how difficult it was to kick here, that the ball didn't carry. They talk about that there is no wind disadvantage, but he says it just doesn't carry here. 0-0 score.
Friday night, October 12th at 11:30 Eastern, take in a magic show. Magic Johnson's scheduled TV debut as the Lakers take on the Clippers. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Friday, October 12th, 11:30 p.m., NBA on CBS.
Oh, and it's a great one. The debut of Magic Johnson. The Los Angeles Lakers, 400,000 or 500,000 a year guard.
First and 10 at the 3-yard line for the Detroit Lions. Comlow, the quarterback. This is Dexter Bussey. Runs it out past the 8-yard line. Tommy Hannon and Matt Blair on the tackle. If you don't think this game has been played on the ground so far, keep in mind that we have 2:35 to play in the first quarter. Passing yardage, Detroit 3, Minnesota -1.
Earl Campbell has scored from 2 yards out. A Tony Frisch field goal also for the Oilers. It's 10-0.
Second and 4 at the 9-yard line. It's Bo Robinson. He's got the first down. John Turner upsetting them. It's a first and 10 for the Detroit Lions. Leonard Thompson leading the play. Detroit's first down of the ball game late in the first quarter.
Looks like Bo Robinson holding the left side down. Lindsey might have got a shoulder pop. Tell you why Detroit has kept the football on the ground, Lindsey. They've had terrible field position so far. And here's Robinson coming off the left side. He's going to get the first down. He got popped right there. I think he hit his shoulder.
Horace King is in there now. As the running back along with Dexter Bussey. King carrying. Matt Blair made the tackle. Near the 20-yard line. Second down, 6 yards to go. A long 6, about 6.5. 1 minute, 4 seconds. That's the play in the first quarter.
Randy Holloway's checked in for Jim Marshall, as he usually does now. Marshall usually starts the game. In comes Holloway.
Leonard Thompson in a wide right. Just leave it to King on the ground, and he gets across about the 21-yard line. Doug Sutherland in to make the tackle.
In Atlanta, 7-3 over the Redskins.
Third and 4 at the 22. We have now 37 seconds left to play in the quarter. Washington and Thompson double to the left side. Comlow. Going screen right. Taken by Dexter Bussey. 25-30. First down, still going. He is at the 35-yard line. Tommy Hannon had it on his shoulder. It is first and 10 on the screen pass to the right side. Clock is running and time has run out in this period.
Let's take a quick look. They got a slot situation on the left side. A beautiful call here. Comlow gets it out to Dexter Bussey, and he does the rest. He's finally upended right there by number 45, Tom Hannon, but it's a first down, Detroit.
Into the first quarter, no score.
Passes, definitely 2 receptions for 36. Montgomery 5 carries for 24 yards rushing. An update on the offense of the Eagles. They have a first down, 49-yard line of Pittsburgh. 5 out on the pattern for Jaworski. Good protection. He's a good scrambler. Drops it off underneath Harris. He was just avoiding the loss.
Oh, yes. Now, if ever there was intentionally grounding the football, that was it.
Cleveland 10-0. Cleveland undefeated.
Yes, and Cleveland's come from behind in 3 of the 4 ball games that they've played.
Second down and 10. Jaworski rolling right. Sets. Fires. It is intercepted. The Steelers have the football. With the interception is Jack Lambert. That is his 4th interception of the year.
You better locate number 58, Jack Lambert of the Steelers, when you're trying to throw somewhere in the middle area, because he's going to be going back to his zone. He has great speed and quickness. Now he's looking around. He's watching that quarterback right now, and he's reacting to the quarterback. And he has such great speed and quickness and trying to go to Montgomery. Another big interception for the Pittsburgh Steelers, number 58, Jack Lambert. And he's got a bad shoulder. But his hands are great, Charlie, because he can catch.
With no score. Bradshaw is 0 for 3 passing. Thornton has 24 yards rushing. Franco Harris had 19. He'll add 3 more to his total.
And one for his head. Charlie Johnson did not get into the flow of the play.
Second down 7. 36-yard line, Steelers their own territory. Sidney Thornton to the 40-yard line. He picks up 4. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Pittsburgh Steelers at their own 40-yard line. Jack Lambert with that interception, his 4th of the year, is now tied for the lead in the NFL in that category. Bradshaw to throw on 3rd and 3. It is through the arms of Franco Harris, and then Sidney Thornton tried to haul it in before. I'll tell you, wait, we got this punt and then a commercial, then I'll tell you. Bring me back to that. Colquhoun kicking. Henry is deep. Fair catch is called for, and then rolls out of bounds at the 6-yard line.
There are not many dogs down here in New Orleans, I'll tell you that, but that's one.
That is Gumbo, the 3rd. Thank you.
Look at that tongue.
Jimmy Robinson standing. Partridge punts for the Saints high, and that'll sail into the end zone. Robinson doesn't even make an effort. And the Giants will take over at their own 20.
That punt looked like it carried pretty well.
Yes, it did.
Hello.
Speaking of carriers,
Sure.
14:52 left in the first half.
Benny Ricardo, the Detroit kicker. What's he doing, Paul?
Well, let's see. He's putting the tape on his shoe. He's trying to tell us.
Watch the Lions now.
Watch the Lions, he said. Start the second quarter. Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning at Pontiac. First and 10 at the 35.
Trail and it's inside. You've got to be conscious of that guy. But I'll let you run.
Down low to Gene Washington. And it is intercepted. Picked up by Paul Krause, and that's number 79 for Krause. And now he has tied Imland Tunnell for the all-time record. And that is all the hoopla and celebration for Paul Krause's 79th career interception.
Paul Krause usually plays about 14 yards deep back there in center field, and he got his 79th interception that ties the National Football League record. And that's a souvenir, Lindsey, that Paul Krause is not going to give up. It looked like Gene Washington had his man beaten a little bit. Comlo steps up right here. Now, looks like he's watched the reaction here, and that's not bad. Krause, 16 years in the league, a good interception, number 79.
So congratulations all around for the veteran Paul Krause. He's been looking for some time for that interception. Second and 10. Or the first and 10 at the 43-yard line. And Brown carrying it. Ed O'Neill came to make the tackle.
Terrible execution. Ricky Young, I think, went the wrong way. He was heading to the left side. I know he had a blocking assignment on the right side. That's why it didn't work.
Krause is still holding court along the sideline. Second down, about 7 yards to go at the 40 for the Minnesota Vikings. Hit Brown. Found some daylight and moved it to the 33, and it's very close to the first down. 6. He may have picked it up. Hunter and Baker made the stop.
They're sticking it right down Detroit's throat. This is the passing situation, folks, most of the time. Second 7, cross blocking, a little trap blocking up front, and Ted Brown runs hard. He's very close to the first down.
They're going to measure. The sticks have gone out now. Frederick, the referee, extends the chain, and it is a 1st and 10. 4th first down for the Minnesota Vikings. Jim Gay comes in there defensively now for the Detroit Lions. 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
There you see 75. That's Dave Purifoy. Hanged up a little bit.
Still Brown and Young, the running backs. That's White in motion across. Then Brown. 30. Inside the 25. Out of bounds at the 22.
Oh, what a block. Ricky Young just cut the linebacker safety man right down. That play, the star, Lindsey, was Ricky Young. You see Brown getting a little padded. Why not? He just cut just a beautiful block.
Ricky Young's one of the better blocking backs in the league.
Here it is. Now watch Ricky Young. Here's the pitch around the right side. Watch this. Beautiful technique. He just cut one of the linebackers, Charlie Weaver, down.
Brown has carried 9 times and picks up 51 yards. Ted Brown. This is Ricky Young to the 20-yard line. Picks up 2. It'll be 2nd and 8. Charlie Weaver made the tackle.
William Gay just not under control. He broke penetration. Had a shot at Young 4 yards deep in the backfield.
And he's coming off the field now, replaced by Dave Purifoy. Stu Voigt has come in with the next play now for the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, we haven't seen Tommy Kramer go to his favorite receiver, Ahmad Rashad, is just off to a sensational start.
He is always there. He's in a wide right this time. Goes to White. Took it and went out of bounds near the 12-yard line. Luther Bradley covering over there. Sammy White.
They had Rashad double covered on the other side, and White, who really hasn't been 100% this year, he usually eats the Lions up. It's 76. He caught 7 for 210 yards, which is the Viking record yardage on passes.
They're going to take the chain all the way over now to that sideline and measure for the possible 1st down. First down. 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line. The Lions have been outscored in the 2nd quarter this year, 48-17.
And that's why they're 1-3.
They're 1-3, and the Minnesota Vikings are 2-2, and they're both in the Central Division of the National Football Conference, which makes this a big conference game.
Minnesota may be thinking about last year's finale. They got wiped out here in the Superdome, 45-14.
Ricky Young goes to the 8-yard line. Jimmy Allen made the stop.
Watch Wes Hamilton, number 61. There he is. He's the guard. The right guard's pulling. Ted Brown's out in front. Young puts the head down. He knows there's going to be some traffic right here. Little heavy traffic.
2nd and 7 at the 8-yard line. Stu Voigt is brought in the next play. Ted Brown. He was tossed immediately when he got there by Doug English, the 78. That's English there in the sitting position.
I think English felt it too.
Gain of about a half yard. Third coming in a long 6 outside the 7-yard line. Tucker brings in the next play.
They got White and Rashad on the left side. Luther Bradley better watch Rashad on the outside.
Kramer. And it is intercepted by the Detroit Lions. Walt Williams has it. Took it right at the goal line. Walt Williams.
You know, for a moment there, I don't think that Walt Williams knew he had the football. This pass was drilled. They're flooding the left side. That's Sammy White on the inside. He's really trying to go to Rashad outside. He comes taken by Walt Williams there. Now he's in the end zone right here. Looks like he's stunned a little bit, and he trips over Sammy White, but it's going to be Lion football.
First down and 10 yards to go for the Detroit Lions at the 3, and still no score.
From their 5-yard line, the official spotted. A kick of 55 yards. Frisky is wide to the near side. Looking for a little bit of running room is Leroy Harris. And he picks up. And remember that 6 of the Steeler defenders were in the Pro Bowl. 2nd and 8. Second back through is Montgomery. He is hit at the 8. 3rd down and 4. 5 on the pattern. Good protection. Going deep. The pattern was cut off by Scott Frisky, the rookie from Penn State. The 6-yard line of the Eagles.
Now what Pittsburgh cannot do right now is commit some sort of penalty.
And they do it. They get the snap off. Yes. It'll be offside. It'll be 5 yards. The Eagles needed only 4. You can forget this play. The Eagles will have a first down.
What they could not do and must not do is commit a penalty. On that particular play,
I believe it was right. We have no score here, nor score between Minnesota and Detroit thus far. Montgomery on a sweep to the right side. It's back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. It's a loss of a yard. It is 2nd down and 11. Let's see if Jaworski goes to the air.
well, Pittsburgh's anticipating a pass. It's a draw play.
Montgomery. He'll lose another yard.
Well, I'll tell you, if Jack Lambert situation that you want to be in against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Definite passing situation. They have a lot of men up on the line of scrimmage faking the blitz.
Leroy Harris. And he runs into Mel Blount at the defensive right corner, along with 4th down 6. Max Runniger to kick. Theo Bell is the deep back on the return. He gets a good one off. Bell backpedals. 33-yard line to the 40. And hit at the 42-yard line. Mark Slater made the tackle.
Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. The Giants against the Saints at the Superdome in New Orleans. Joe Pisarcik, the Giant quarterback, 1st and 10. Doug Coder, 4.5. Don Reese made the tackle for the New Orleans Saints.
Inside, cross blocking the center, and they pull the guard through there. You can see Turner coming through. One thing about Coder, whatever he has, you get it. He just loads it in there. Giants have not had good field position and have crossed the midfield stripe only once. That's when they got down to the 40 there.
5-yard pickup by Doug Coder, make it 2nd and 5. Perkins comes out wide to the right. Ernest Gray is split wide to the left. Johnson struggles off the left side and stumbles for 3 or 4. Before he's tripped up. Offensive center Jim Clack calling troops together.
Also the offensive captain for the Giants this year, isn't it?
Right. Harry Carson, the defensive captain. 3rd and 2 situation. No score as yet with 13:50 left in the first half in New Orleans. Saints are 1-3. Beat San Francisco last week. Giants 0-4. Pisarcik drops and throws to Coder. That'll do the first down damage. Pat Hughes took him out of bounds, the ex-Giant.
Just 2 old buddies, and they did exactly hug one another. Now look at them talking to each other. Good throw by Pisarcik because he took something off. And a little bit of imagination. 3rd and 2, you're looking for Coder up the middle. Instead, you flare him, watch him take a little off. Good throw. Here comes 2 old buddies.
Maybe ex-buddies now.
Their wives may be fighting the next time they see each other.
Check the protection. First down Giants, their own 36, and again Pisarcik throws high. Intended for Johnny Perkins. Dwight Scales, I beg your pardon. was the intended receiver, number 88. Ray Brown, the closest Saint. He was open.
I think Derlin Moore may have just gotten a little of Joe's arm when he went back to throw that one. Looked like the big Oklahoma tackle was making a run from behind the pocket and might have just grabbed his arm. Let's just see if, oh, I think it's Reese. Now watch and see if he gets any of the arm at all. He might have just touched his back and made him gun that a little high. Pretty good pass rush by Reese.
Had him by the jersey just as he let it go. Again, Perkins comes out wide to the right. Pisarcik gives quickly to Doug Coder. Coder for about 6. Pat Hughes on the tackle again, the first man to make contact.
A million people will tell you he's carrying the ball in the wrong arm all the time, but he is not a big fumbler. He is very hard to pry the ball away from.
So it'll be a third down situation. 4 yards they need with just over 13 minutes left in the first half. No score as yet. Reggie Mathis has been added to the Saint defense.
Pisarcik is 3 of 6 right now.
Saints fake a blitz and then do blitz, but the Giants pick it up. Just over the hands of the intended receiver. Ken Johnson, the fullback, who swung out of the backfield, and Pisarcik just had a little too much on it.
Pretty good coverage by the linebacker. Let's see if it's Fetterspiel or Bordelon that makes that move up the sidelines. Pretty good throw, really. I believe it's the middle linebacker, Fetterspiel, that was sort of in the wake.
He was the closest, but now Dave Jennings stands back at his own 25. Rich Monty.
What a great young person he is. Do they love him in New Orleans? Hey!
Used this before, and Brad Van Pelt is on the receiving end. He chucks a tackle. That's the second time this year, and Dave Jennings has got the best passing percentage in the league. 2 for 2.
2 for 2. And the same place on the left side. Remember against the St. Louis Cardinals when this got that early touchdown and the early lead against St. Louis. Watch this. Everybody's coming. They're knocking. They're going to the wall.
Look at that throw. I'm telling you.
This fellow's a former All-American safety man from Michigan State. Everybody's playing another role, and pretty well.
That play picked up 20 yards and, of course, was enough for a Giant first down. Bill Austin in the headset. Ex-Giant offensive guard, now the line coach. As Joe Pisarcik has a Giant first down at the New Orleans 38, and he's going for more. Ernest Gray was the intended receiver. Clarence Chapman, number 24, is the New Orleans Saint who was nearest the football.
Pisarcik finally underthrew somebody. That time he cleaned it off, moved in the pocket pretty well, which he's doing extremely well today, and just flat threw it inside of the receiver by 10 yards. I don't know how Chapman dropped it. Well, I do know how. I used to do that a lot myself. It's rather easy when I think about it.
Miami has taken the lead over the New York Jets now 10-7. It'll be 2nd and 10 here in the Superdome. Giants with the football, no score as yet. Line of scrimmage, the Saint 38. Sarchek on draw play to Johnson, and he gets 3 or 4, but not much more. Barry Bennett was the Saint tackler.
Of course, Nolan coached for Landry for quite a few years and played with him and for him with the Giants, so you're seeing a flex defense once in a while on running situations, but that flex defense against the is not a good pass rushing formation, so I guess you try to take advantage and throw when they think you're going to run and vice versa.
It'll be 3rd and 8. Derlin Moore, the Saint tackle, has a twisted ankle. It's the Giant situation on 3rd downs. 13th in the NFC, and that's all the teams there are. Pisarcik fires in the direction of Al Dixon, I think. The tight end, yes. And it'll be 4th.
Sort of a low slider on the outside corner.
Jennings again will enter. No, it's Danilo.
That'll be about a 51-yarder.
It looks like more than that. About a 54-yarder.
54-yarder.
He is 3 out of 6 on the year. His longest is 42 yards this year. This will be about 53.5 yards out, with Randy Dean holding. The Saints jumping. They won't make it.
You knew right away, didn't you?
Could tell by the sound.
And the ball comes back to the line of scrimmage.
Back to the line of scrimmage is where the Saints will take it over. They're marking it now at their own 36, 1st and 10.
Pittsburgh now from their own 43-yard line, 1st down. Thornton. Maybe a yard, and that'll be all. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Career interception that ties the NFL career record held by M. Fennell.
Bradshaw, play action, throws back. He wanted to throw back on a tight end screen to Randy Grossman.
Receivers, that's why they went some good blockers back there to help protect it.
And he's yet to complete a pass. He's 0 for 5.
He better hurry.
Flyer, key block, pass is incomplete. Bradshaw was then dumped by Dennis Harrison.
Pass off.
Wally Henry is deep. Colquitt to kick. Taken at the 15-yard line and then out of bounds. And just in time. And
hard, and that's what he has.
Or be big tough, right?
He is tough inside, and that's the most important thing.
Eagles 1st down, their own 16-yard line. Montgomery carries. Fake to Montgomery. Jaworski, play action. Excellent pass. Complete to Montgomery. 1st down. Just across the 30-yard line. 15 yards on the play action pass.
Well,
that covered 41 yards, and that's his average on 4 kicks thus far. Montgomery picks up close to 9 yards on 1st down. 195 pounds from Abilene Christian College. Last year, 1,220 yards. This is his 2nd and 1. The quarterback sends 5 on the pattern. Over the middle, intercepted. 2nd time in the ballgame the Steelers have intercepted. And this time it is Jack Ham with his 2nd interception of the season.
Well, great quickness, and he has. Linebackers generally do not have hands like this. Now he's looking for Carmichael. Look at that catch by a linebacker. He's not supposed to be able to do that because he's always pounding on people and getting his hands messed up. But 17, Carmichael was the man that Jaworski was going for. It was just a great interception by Jack Ham. He's just the best. He's the best outside linebacker in the National Football League.
Nat Moore at the 40. Midfield. Jet territory. Trying to break it. Right to the middle. And Von Schauman's.
1st and 10 for the Lions at the 3. That's only the Lions' 2nd interception of the year. The Vikings got the ball on a Krause interception. The Lions got it back on a Williams interception. There is no score. About a yard on the play. White is there on a tackle. Louis Von Schauman's kicked a 26-yard field goal to go with the Bob Greasy touchdown pass. They now in front of the Jets 10-7. Earl Robinson carried the ball on the last play, back in the ball game after having been out briefly, after having been shaken up. It's 2nd down and 9 at the 4-yard line. Dave Purifoy going back to the locker room to get something checked out. Gets out to the 7-yard line before Matt Blair brings him down. Houston, Earl Campbell has scored from 2 yards out. Cleveland got on the board with a Don Cockcroft field goal. It's 10-3. Leonard Thompson comes out. Gene Washington comes back in. It's 3rd down and 6 yards to go for the Lions at their own 7-yard line. They've had terrible field position the whole 1st half, and that's why you see the Detroit Lion offense. They don't have a chance to open up yet. Here they go. Tom Love in the end zone. I love it. And it is complete. 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. Gene Washington with a diving catch.
Monty Clark has great confidence in the youngster, Jeff Tomlow. Not too many teams would take a rookie quarterback. Actually, the 3rd quarterback when he went to camp, let him drop back in the end zone. 3rd down. Scoreless tie. Gene Washington complete over the middle, gets Detroit out of the hole, a 17-yard pickup.
For Gene Washington, a career total of 375 receptions. Last week, he moved ahead of Bob Hayes and Pete Hayes Pete Pihos into 33rd place in NFL history. 1st and 10 at the 24. Comlo. Leonard Thompson's at the 31-yard line. Gain of 7, 2nd and 3. Tommy Hannon made the stop.
Well, we mentioned at the top of the show how cool this kid was. There's Leonard Thompson coming off, Lindsey, and he shows me something. You know, I said Monty Clark's got a lot of confidence in him. I'll tell you, I could name 90% of the teams in the National Football League would never have thrown the ball 3rd down on their own 2-yard line.
Comlo is 4 for 6 in the air, a total of 40 yards passing. 2nd down and 3 yards to go for the Lions. Horace King is in there, the running back. Next to Bessie. First down. 1st and 10 as he got across the 35-yard line. Matt Blair along with Tommy Hannon on the stop.
Yeah, the Lions are getting some field position. Bussey last year got over 900 yards rushing, had a sensational year.
Leonard Thompson is brought in the next play. He and Gene Washington have been shuttling back and forth as messenger wide receivers.
Comlo says, I don't mind the pressure. If I can execute in practice, I can execute on Sunday.
Comlo, screen right to Bussey. Right about the line of scrimmage, Matt Blair cut him down.
Beautiful move by Matt Blair, the linebacker. He's a great one, Lindsey.
2nd and 10 at the 36.
Played that screen beautiful. Fought off the block.
Lions 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Jeff Comlo, the rookie quarterback, is 6'2", 205-pounder. Played for Tubby Raymond in Delaware. He's a rookie. Blitz. Never had a chance. James White was there, fumbled the football, but it had already been blown dead.
Now, this is the new rule here. You'll see an end zone shot. As soon as the quarterback, as soon as one of the defensive linemen, at 72, James White has the quarterback in his grasp, they're going to blow the whistle. 11-yard loss.
3rd and 21 at the 25-yard line.
A couple years ago, that would have been a fumble. No score and the bragging rights of Pennsylvania.
Luther Blue comes far to the left side. Leonard Thompson to the right side. Next to Bussey. Back to the 30-yard line. Jeff Seaman made the tackle along with James White.
A shot of money on the sidelines. I watched his son play yesterday, Lindsey, against Notre Dame, and he got hit by the blind side. He was down for 10 minutes. He jumped right back up, got back in the ball game. He's as tough as his old man.
Larry Snyder's in deep punt formation. Jimmy Edwards deep to receive it for the Minnesota Vikings. No score in the 2nd quarter. Snyder's kick. Edwards at the 33-35. At the 40. Stopped at the 43, 44-yard line. Kick of 38 yards by Snyder. Penalty marker on the play. Dennis Franks made the tackle. Bob Frederick is the referee here today. Matt Blair is being consulted.
Ineligible member of the kicking team, number 57, downfield, refused. 1st down.
Ken Fantetti was the man downfield. It's been declined. They'll start 1st and 10 at their own 44. No score, 2nd quarter.
Houston 10, Cleveland 3.
Cockcroft, a conventional orthodox kicker, a 44-yarder.
For the Brown points, Houston's record on the year is 3-1. Cleveland was 4-0 going into that game. And I think a lot of people had picked Houston to defeat the Cleveland Browns because of that injury problem, because they had been so emotionally high on Monday night. First and 10, New Orleans. This is Tony Galbraith. Breaks a couple of tackles. Near a first down. Outside the 45. Good run from Galbraith. Gary Jeter, who's back in the game now, on the tackle.
Good block by Muncie, number 42. He takes Kelly, the outside linebacker, and turns him in. Pretty good move for a big man.
Harry Carson right here.
Of course, he's just recovering from last week's virus.
By the way, Tom, the word on John Mendenhall, and the reason he's not in there is because of lower back spasms, as Manning gives to Galbraith on a misdirection that works well. Phil Simms, look.
And he's up in the bullpen. One of the most dangerous things in the world is to be on the sidelines with a clipboard under your arm. I think you'll be better off getting some playing action.
Looks like we might get some of that.
Taking a snap from Jim Clack, who is the snapping center.
He was the second quarterback chosen in the 1979 draft. The first, of course, was the throwing Samoan, Jack Thompson, picked by Cincinnati. Ike Harris comes in motion, and Manning gives to Muncie. Chuck gets to the 45. Brad Van Pelt on the tackle, but this is the best looking drive that anybody has put together so far. This one.
Saints are very smooth coming out of the huddle, getting up, coming off the ball. And it looks like Muncie is ready for not only a good afternoon, perhaps a superior one, and he is really capable of that. Young Sims is from Morehead State. Is that down in, what, Kentucky? Or?
Right. Or from where we are up in Kentucky.
Okay.
We're down in New Orleans.
Well, that's right.
Tony Galbraith and Chuck Muncie. As Manning drops straight back. A lot of time. Chandler had it. Couldn't hang.
Jackson makes a great play. Coming across the middle, he will really hound receivers and often get the interference call. They're watching it closely these days. This is great man-to-man coverage. Chandler can, well, he was a legitimate 9.5 sprinter. Great coverage by the left cornerback. Oh, there's the helmet. That's a good thing to remember. The helmet, too.
And then before long, he'll fasten that chin strap.
A larger face mask.
Third down. 7 they need. Looks like Manning might be changing the play at the line of scrimmage. They got the blitz on. Galbraith couldn't hang on. Close to being a lateral, but was not, and again the boos come. He did change that play at the line of scrimmage from what he had called to that swing pattern out of the backfield.
Looked like Tony Galbraith might have looked up and peeked just to see who was coming. Pretty good call, I think. Archie's disgusted because it was a pretty good play that just fizzled.
Phil Simms just might be getting ready for his first offensive series. Rick Partridge back to punt for New Orleans, and Jimmy Robinson deep for the Giants, standing at his own 10. Another good kick by Partridge, and Robinson will go with this one. Monty is right there. The muff is picked up by Brian Kelly. Hang time 4.1 seconds. And there's Phil Simms. Get ready.
He's 6 foot 2.5 inches tall. Here it is, Robinson. Remember, Tony Green has been waived. Good play by number 84 down under that. And Kelly gets the responsibility. Wow.
Reggie Mathis led the St. Tacklers. 0-0 still.
And that is high among linebackers in the National Football League. Bradshaw throwing on first down. And he goes to Stallworth. Stallworth on a comeback pattern along the far sideline. Completion of the ball game. He is now 1 for 7. Franco Harris going for the first down. He needed 3 yards, and he may have
play offense. They better be
almost intercepted. Frank Lemaster, the right inside line. 2nd and 10. 5 on the pattern. Over the middle, pass complete. Benny Cunningham. Cunningham Flag is down as Cunningham goes to the 11-yard line. And there will be a flag down. The Steelers were in motion. Another flag goes down at the 15-yard line. Cunningham was the intended receiver. But Pittsburgh was in motion, and while they sort this one out, let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is WIC-TV, your new spirit station in Pittsburgh.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. We just had offsetting penalties. Here's the situation. We're at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. The game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Philadelphia Eagles, now with 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter.
Pass interference, 58 defense, declined, offset, second down.
Now, offsetting penalties. We have 6 minutes left to go. Scoreless ball game. The overview, Lynn Dawson.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a defensive battle so far. No one has been able to generate anything offensively for any period of time. For Philadelphia, they've had poor field position the entire first half. Pittsburgh right now, though, has an opportunity.
2nd and 6. Thornton, 19-yard line. Sidney Thornton. First down for the Steelers. Reggie Wilkes makes the tackle for the Eagles. Best field position that the Steelers have had.
Well, number 38 is Thornton, and he's going to get some good blocking. 52 is Webster. He grabs a hold of a little bit of a jersey of Johnson, but he slips by. And now here's a man that's tough to bring down unless you really get a full shot at him. Coming up with a big first down.
And this is Larry Brown, disqualified from the game on sportsmanlike conduct. Bradshaw throws, corner. It is there. Pass is complete at the 8-yard line.
Theo
Bell.
Yes, sir. Good throw and an excellent catch by Theo Bell, number 83, because he knew all along where he was on that sideline. Bradshaw was just kind of a timing throw. He had his man going down and out, both hands, and he got that right foot in just before he was taken out of bounds.
Bobby Howard with the tackle, 8-yard line of the Eagles, first down goal to go.
I'm sure they feel that Howard, number 23, because he's older and he's not as fast as he used to be, that he's going to play off a little more than some of the other quarterbacks, so they feel they can throw in front of him.
Thornton and Harris are the two running backs. It is Thornton. Thornton scores. Sidney Thornton, his 5th touchdown of the season, and it was Sam Davis, the pulling left guard, who led the way.
You better believe it. Number 57, Sam Davis, came up with a big block, along with some of the other Pittsburgh Steelers, but you'll see 57 coming out. And when he comes out and he can take a shot on a defensive back right here, coming up, standing straight up, he never leaves his feet, which is a good move by a block. You don't want to give this big guy a lot of running room because down by the goal line he's tough to bring down. But you can see 57, Sam Davis, coming up. An outstanding block.
And the extra point by Matt Barr is up, and it is good. So the Steelers, a 47-yard drive in 6 plays. Jack Ham set it up with the interception. Pittsburgh leads 7-0.
Next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, the CBS Sports Spectacular.
World's Strongest Men Pacific Invitational Gymnastics Championship. That World's Strongest Man, we got a couple of pro footballers in that. John Cole, Pittsburgh, Bob Young of the St. Louis Cardinals.
First and 10, Minnesota at their own 44. 6 minutes, 7 seconds left to play in the half. Ted Brown carrying, and he's going nowhere. Takes a loss. John Brooks was there along with Al Baker. There's a loss of a yard to the 43, 2nd and 11.
Maybe that's why Detroit hasn't been running too much to Minnesota hasn't been running their offense to the left side.
Seems like a reasonable idea. Tight end is shuttled into the next play. Rashad comes to the right side. Sammy White to the left side. Here comes Ricky Young outside Rashad.
Oh, look at this. 4 flankers. 2 on each side.
Kramer. Rashad, the man for whom it was intended. Ed O'Neill covering with Charlie Weaver.
Tell you one thing, if Detroit catches them in that formation again, Lindsay, if they blitz, they don't have enough people to block. Well, they do send 2 linebackers.
3rd and 11 at the 43-yard line. Incompletion stopped the clock with 5:20 remaining in the first half. Doug Jones is in there defensively, and so is Ken Ellis for the Detroit Lions.
6 defensive backs.
They're double to each side now.
There they go.
White in motion toward the inside. Kramer back to throw. Incomplete. Hit him right in the numbers. Jimmy Allen. Jimmy Allen. And hit him right in the numbers.
I'll tell you one thing. He won't have an easier interception. He should have caught that. Wow. That's as easy an interception as you'll ever see. That was fouled up. Kramer rushed up into the pocket. He knows he's getting heat. I don't know where he was throwing it to. Rashad was 8 yards. Execution not good at all.
Greg Coleman's back to do the punting. Ken Ellis and Ken Calicut are deep to receive it. Calicut at the 11-yard line. And he gets to the 15. A 46-yard punt for Greg Coleman. And Keith Nord made the tackle for Minnesota.
Coleman has kept Detroit deep in its own territory. Number 59, Matt Blair, getting up very slowly.
When play is resumed, it'll be 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line for the Detroit Lions. There is no score in the game.
Number 11, Phil Simms, is finally the Giant quarterback.
6'2½", 216 pounds.
That could be the future. Number 11. As Ray Perkins, the head coach, looks on. The first play is a handoff to Doug Coder, and successfully done, but down goes that penalty marker again. Coder is knocked back into the end zone by Ray Brown.
Safety man and the running back had a few choice words too. Tough spot for a quarterback's first indoctrination into this league is on the 5-yard line, and less now than that. He doesn't look like he's 6'2½", does he? But those little league pads he's got on are, of course, those other people are large.
He looks like he should be just out of junior high. Or maybe that's because we're looking back a little bit further than we used to.
He does.
Offensive holding, number 68, still first down.
J.T. Turner having a little problem.
Ray Perkins on the right, Phil Simms on the left. Simms with the perfect physique and physical ability that a quarterback requires. Now, hands off to Ken Johnson for nothing. Maybe one.
And New Orleans came out on that flex defense like Dallas runs it, and it's extremely hard to run against because they've covered all the gaps. There are people everywhere you have a lineman, they've got a gap inside filled with a player. It's very tough.
Ray Perkins over on the sideline with all of his mechanical equipment. Joe Fetterspiel on the last tackle for the Saints.
You think they might be yelling across the line something, hey kid?
Maybe. 2nd and 12 situation now for Phil Simms. He still hasn't put it up with his first NFL passing attempt, but he might be doing it right now. Nope. Nothing doing. Derlin Moore stopped Johnson. Phil Simms applauding what's going on. The first look that Giant fans have had at the #1 draft choice of this year.
Reports said that Giant training this past week with Simms throwing well and picking it up so quickly were the best they've had around there in a long time. Everybody was clapping and moving a little bit. He might be the answer.
Bottom of the first, Chicago nothing, Pittsburgh nothing. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on in the baseball situation as the afternoon progresses. Again, Simms hands off to Johnson. The Giants will have to punt. Simms does not throw in the Giants' first possession. The score is still 0-0. 6 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in the first half. And Dave Jennings, who has completed his only pass.
He also had one blocked a week ago against Philadelphia, and Jennings still averaged 40 yards a kick. There's young Simms. He looks like he's beginning to breathe again now.
Rich Monty back deep for the Saints, and Jennings in punt formation for the Giants. And Monty is doing something most... Oh, what a shot. Chases him back inside his own 35 to his 34, and he checks around to the outside. That's Rich Monty down the sideline. Fine return. Down inside Giant territory.
Monty is really loved in New Orleans, and for every yard he gets on a run back, he puts $1 into the American Cancer Fund, and he hopes that bankers and business people match that in New Orleans, and a lot of people are going to put up a lot of money. And how many yards was that? 33, huh?
$33. Contributed by Rich Monty.
Outstanding young person in New Orleans.
And a walk-on, was he? First down, New Orleans Saints at the Giant 35. Archie Manning, the quarterback. He gives straight ahead Chuck Muncie, and Muncie bangs away for about 5 yards before Harry Carson can finally struggle with him and get him down.
Good block by Zanders and J.T. Taylor, the big fellow of Missouri, on that left side. They went inside just like the Giants have. Watch Hill go to the left, pull the big guard through there, and actually Muncie sort of ran behind the blocker. He'd have made big yardage. He dragged Carson a few yards, didn't he?
He did. 2nd and 6 situation, we'll say. Archie Manning. St. Archie, he used to be. Giants fake a blitz and do blitz, and Manning underthrows Chandler.
Somebody get a piece of it?
I don't think so.
Looked like it stuck to his finger. He's cleaning off the hands. Here it is, direction, everything going to the left. Just rolling back. Should be a calm, easy one. I believe that was just misthrown.
Like it did stick to his hands, didn't it?
It's not raining in here.
Nope. 3rd and 6. Manning comes straight back, and this time is going down under the Giant rush led by Phil Tabor and Gary Jeter. And the Saints hold it 1 second again, though. There's a flag down on the near side of the field.
That's the 7th sack that Archie's suffered this year. Let's see what the call is here.
Number 71 on the offense, moving on the snap. Penalty is declined. It's 4th down.
J.T. Taylor, the big left tackle, made a slight move, and they caught it.
And so there is still no score as Partridge enters the scene for New Orleans, and will kick number 17. Russell Erxleben was the Saints' first-round draft choice. He has pulled a muscle in his right thigh and will be out at least 2 more weeks. Partridge hangs this one high. They may have a chance to down this. And Monty makes one heck of a play and knocks it out of the end zone. And the Giants again will have to start from very, very deep in their own territory. Watch this play.
There's number 84, and here comes Sims.
0-0.
Now 1st and 10, Detroit at their 15. That's Bussey in motion across. And Comlo is sacked. Andy Holloway got to him.
From the end zone. 2nd sack for Jeff Comlo. Tries to step up into the pocket. Number 75, Randy Holloway.
2nd and 18 at the 7-yard line. This has been a penalty-free ball game so far. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in the first half. On the delay, it goes to Dexter Bussey. He's at the 9-yard line for a gain of 2, which makes it 3rd and 16. Matt Blair and Jeff Seaman stopped him.
Blair. 3rd, about 16. Your attention, please.
Boy, that kind of play like that, Lindsey, you got to have strong blocking because it's a counter delay. and it hits the hole, the point of attack, very slowly. So that really puts added pressure on those offensive linemen to contain those blocks for that extra second. And Atlanta, Mark Moses got a field goal, and Atlanta leads 7-3 second quarter. Third down, coming now for the Detroit Lions. Jeff Comlow in the end zone, out on the screen left. And it is moved up there by King before Matt Blair and Scott Studwell coming to make the stop. Oh, this kid's got poise, Lindsey. He was rushed in the end zone, looked like he was going to get sacked for a safety. Watch this. He's going to get pressure from the left side. They've got a blitz on. Number 55 is Scott Studwell. Should have held his balance a little bit more. Scott Studwell went down too early, and Comlow very calmly just throws the screen out to 25 Horace King. 4th and 8 brings Larry Swider in to do the punting, and Jimmy Edwards is now back to field it for the Minnesota Vikings. Long, high trajectory kick, sending Edwards back. And hit him. He's at the 10. Gets it out to the 17-yard line. Big boot for Larry Swider. I got the 70-yard punt. Parkin finally came in to make the tackle. Congratulations for the punter, Larry Swider. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 18.
On a beautiful day from Soldier Field in Chicago, Illinois, the NFL on CBS presents the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Chicago Bears. Hello, everyone. Tim Ryan with Johnny Morris here at Soldier Field. The unbeaten Buccaneers, John, appear very much for real.
Well, they certainly are, Tim. Defense, defense, defense. That's what they've been all about. And now some offense this year. But if there was ever a must game for a team, it's for the Chicago Bears, because Tampa Bay is 4-0. The Bears 2-2. If Tampa Bay wins, they would be 5-0. The Bears 2-3. And as you know, because of the standings last year, Tampa Bay has an easier schedule for the rest of the season. So it's a very, very big game.
And you mentioned in the pregame show the Bucs, if they stop Walter Payton, would win today.
That's going to be the key. If they stop Payton, as I mentioned, I can't think of a team that has stopped Payton and where the Bears have won the ball game. So that's the key as far as Tampa Bay is concerned.
All right, they're ready for the kickoff. The Bears still looking for a healthy fullback. Roland Harper still out for another couple of games. John Skabinski gone for the season. Today they will start Jack Delaplane. The Bears will receive the kickoff. And the deep men are Brian Baschnagel, Ricky Watson, Lenny Walterscheid. It is Walterscheid from the goal line, taking Neil O'Donoghue's kickoff over the 15 to about the 17-yard line. Looks like they'll spot it at the 18. Danny Reese, number 46, first man down, made the tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There is the Bears backfield. Vince Evans at quarterback, Delaplane and Payton the running backs. The wide receivers are James Scott and Golden Richards. The tight end is number 87, Mike Cobb. Along the offensive front, you can see Albrecht and Lick are the tackles. Noah Jackson and Soria are the guards, and Dan Neal is the center, number 52. So it is first down for the Chicago Bears, 2-2 in this all-important contest this afternoon from Soldier Field as they trail Tampa Bay in the Central Division of the NFC. Leading the blocking for Walter Payton, you saw number 88, the tight end, Greg Latta, getting the start ahead of Mike Cobb on that first play, and Payton picking up about 4 yards. Well, let's call it 3 and say it's 2nd and 7.
You know, when you talk about Tampa Bay, you immediately think of defense, but we have the two #1 rushing teams in the NFC going in this game. Tampa Bay has a 6-yard lead over the Chicago Bears, so both teams can rush offensively. And, of course, Tampa Bay uses that 3-4 defense, which has been effective against Walter Payton in past years.
Look at that tough Tampa Bay defense, and we'll be telling you a lot about them as the day goes on as usual. Last week they did a job on the Rams. This is Payton again. Got a couple going straight ahead before he was met by Leroy Selman, number 63. Outstanding defensive end. Coach John McKay thinks he's all pro all the way and considers him to be one of the very best in the business on defense in the NFL. It is third down and about 7 to go still, so a gain of only about a half a yard for Payton.
So we see the Bears' first third down situation. Tampa Bay has been very good on this so far this year. Teams have only completed 24% of their third down situations. Wide
right goes James Scott. Payton alone setback. They have a slot left. Evans to throw for the first time today, and the ball was tipped as he tried to get it to James Scott. And it'll bring up 4th down. It looks like Wally Chambers, the former Bear, was the man to get his hand up on it.
And that has been the key to Tampa Bay. They had a 3-man rush, just 3 rushers, and they put enough pressure on Evans on 5 blockers, and Evans was not able to get his pass off. Wally Chambers reached up there and did the key thing for Tampa Bay.
Wally Chambers, Bill Kohler, Leroy Selman, that front 3 in the 3-4 Tampa Bay defense. Parsons to punt, hits it from his 10-yard line. It's taken by Reese at the 46 of Tampa. Reese likes to return him, and he gets over the 50 into Chicago territory. Brian Bashnagel, number 84, was the man to make the hit for the Chicago Bears. A 34-yard punt, a 5-yard return. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of the telecast without the express written consent of the Chicago Bears and the NFL is prohibited. Doug Williams will bring out the Bucs at quarterback. The rookie Jerry Eckwood joins Ricky Bell as the running backs. Higgins and Owens, the wide receivers. Jimmy Giles, number 88, the tight end. They come out in a slot formation right. They have Eckwood set up on the wing right. The lone running back is Ricky Bell. Owens in motion. Clearing to the sideline. Higgins has it right on him as Terry Schmidt, number 44. A gain of about 2 yards on the play. Good coverage by Schmidt.
Well, right to start off the ball game, Doug Williams goes to the air with the short pass. They haven't been all that successful in the short passing game, but on the long passes, they have been successful.
The offensive line, Revis and Hanna at tackles, Horton and Roberts at guard, Steve Wilson the center. Of course, Charlie Hanna, the converted defensive end, who's done so well in his first 4 games as an offensive tackle, along with the rookie Greg Roberts alongside him from Oklahoma, Outland Trophy winner. Straight ahead, this is Eckwood, the rookie from Arkansas, gets over the 45 to about the 44-yard line, a pickup of 3 yards. Hicks and Campbell, 54 and 59, the linebackers made the tackle. Rookie Dan Hampton starts at left defensive end along with Mike Hartenstein for Chicago. Osborne and Alan Page are the tackles. The linebackers, Muckensturm, Hicks, and Campbell. And the secondary of Schmidt and Livers on the corners. Spensick and Plank are the safeties. Of course, Alan Ellis, starting left cornerback, still out with an injury. He could be back next week. 3rd and close to 5. Williams has time. Incomplete. Morris Owens had the ball, but not long enough. He took a real good shot from Gary Fensick, number 45, and just didn't have it long enough for it to be a Tampa Bay completion. And so the Bucs will have to punt.
I'm sure Tampa Bay will come back with that play because he was open. He found the seam, and Williams hit him, but no catch, and so Tampa Bay will have to punt. It's a nice day out here. I'd say about 75 or 80 on the field. The wind is about 20 miles an hour behind Tampa Bay right now.
Steve Schubert is the lone receiver for the Bears. The punter is Tom Blanchard, the former New Orleans Saints, New York Giant.
Wow.
Oh, he gets a good kick away. A little too good. He's right through the end zone, trying to angle for the corner, but missed it. It will be a touchback. And first down on a 44-yard punt by Blanchard. First down for the Bears at their own 20-yard line. And we have 11:53 remaining first period. There is no score.
Next Saturday, it's a firmed and spectacular bid in live coverage of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
On CBS, the Jockey Club Gold Cup next Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, Lindsay, what a race. You know, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I wouldn't miss that for the world. A firm, again, spectacular bid for the Horse of the Year honors.
Slider's 72-yard punt gives Minnesota the ball 1st and 10 at their own 18-yard line. There is no score. Ted Brown gives Minnesota a 1st and 10 at the 31-yard line. James Hunter brought him down.
Well, he looks like a young running back, and when I say young, I mean spark, Lindsay. He knows how to run the football, and he knows how to find a hole. Ted Brown doing his thing again. The first down Vikings running the football, and they're really moving it on the ground.
We are approaching the 2-minute warning. We have 2 minutes, 23 seconds left to play in the first half.
Ted Brown, 64 yards and 12 carries.
And he's got it again, and he's going nowhere. Firmly in the grasp of Charlie Weaver.
I comment again, but I know it's obvious to you fans sitting at home. Minnesota having success running to the right, but when they go to the left side, Charlie Weaver, Bubba Baker's over there. This time Charlie Weaver makes a great defensive play.
We have reached the 2-minute warning, and there is no score in the ball game here at Pontiac Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan.
Get the whole wheat working for you.
Get whole wheat Wheaties working for you. Because for good nutrition, a Wheaties breakfast is hard to beat. You see, Wheaties is made from the whole kernel of wheat. You get not only the heart of the wheat, but the wheat germ and bran fiber, too. Don't shortchange your body. Get all the nutrition that comes from a good breakfast. Like a whole wheat Wheaties breakfast.
Get the whole wheat working for you.
Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
Here we are.
It's just another little old ballpark here in America, huh?
It's an average schoolyard. Monday night on CBS, The White Shadow, MASH, The Last Resort, and Lou Grant. Sunday night lineup is good, and so is Monday. Here on CBS, 1st and 10. Sims has Coder and Moorhead. That's Emery Moorhead. I beg your pardon, that's Doug Coder, with Moorhead leading.
Great special team play has given Sims absolutely no opportunity to throw and air that first one out. I think you ought to probably go ahead and do it, and even if you have to throw it 50 yards upfield and let it go to the carpet. Get that first one out of the way so you can relax and go ahead with your game plan. Maybe he'll throw this play.
All of his plays are being called from the sideline, by the way, by hand signals from Pat Hodgson. And again, Emery Moorhead this time for sure, for 2 or 3. So it'll be 3rd down. And here comes what looks like the receiving corps. Jimmy Robinson comes in. Ernest Gray comes in.
And the Saints defense is an average team on putting pressure on the passer. In fact, that might be the reason that Nolan's team has lost 3 games. They only have 7 sacks.
And perhaps now, the first passing attempt in the NFL for Phil Sims. And here it is. Deflected. Almost in the hands of Ernest Gray. Ball was hit, but still it was almost perfect.
Looked like a frisbee. Watch it glance. Sims goes back, spots the receiver. Now linebacker gets his hand up. Maybe Fetterspeed. We'll check from the other angle. Well, that ball's catchable. Not an easy catch because the ball is wobbly, but it's catchable. Let's see who does glance the pellet. Oh, there's Fetterspiel going the other way. Must be one of the rushers. Might have been Durler Moore.
Mike Fultz, I think.
Big Fultz.
Number 72. Here's Jennings, and again, a good kick. And that one's going to go out of bounds, and the Saints will have it in Giant territory with 3 minutes and 23 seconds left in the first half. So Manning and the Saints will take it over in pretty good shape. Giants nothing, New Orleans nothing.
Especially when he hurts a team. Play action by Todd. He's going for the bomb, and Gaffney is out there. What a catch by Gaffney. He's down to the 2-yard line. Tom Newton, touchdown, New York.
Larry Swider's 72-yard punt a moment ago was the 5th longest punt in Detroit Lion history.
And I would have guessed that Yale Larry would be holding the record, but it was Billy DeCarvin. And I know Lindsay knows who Billy DeCarvin was out of Chicago. Right?
Boston High School, Chicago, Illinois.
Did you ever do a game with Billy DeCarvin?
No, but I was well aware of him. He was the most publicized high school football player of his time.
Maybe in the history of high school.
Once was responsible for a crowd of about 120,000 at Soldier Field. It's 2nd and 13 at the 28-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings. Kramer throwing, and it's taken by White. He's out of bounds at the 48-yard line.
Kramer almost got killed just as he released the football. Doug English and Ken Sanders just leveled him. Got it off just split second. See if we can pick it up. Watch Kramer. He's going to roll out to the right side. Be a 20-yard pickup. Sammy White downfield has Right there, he just got wiped out. Sammy White, a good move on the cornerback, and steps out of bounds. Good pass, good catch.
Fred McClanahan's coming in now as a setback. 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line. That's McClanahan going to a wide left. Ted Brown is the lone setback for Tommy Kramer.
New formation for the Vikings this year.
No gain for Brown. He was popped by Purifoy. 2nd and 10 at the 48-yard line. The clock is running with 1 minute 40 seconds, and there's an injury to Ted Brown. He's down. That stops the clock. Timeout, Minnesota Vikings.
Got to be the best show on TV.
There is no score in this ballgame between the Detroit Lions and the Minnesota Vikings. Bud Grant.
Buzz Mertes, one of his assistant coaches. There's Chuck. Oh, my heavens, not the knee. Ted Brown is being helped off, and it looks serious. He cannot put any weight on the right side, Lindsay, and it looks like it's that knee. You see it hobble? I tell you, of course, everything is predicated. Most of the teams are professional football is predicated on playing in these indoor stadiums and these baseball stadiums where you have this AstroTurf. I don't like it a bit. I think the injuries have just mounted since we've been playing on this. And there's nothing you can do. We've got to play in these stadiums, but that natural grass, I just think the game is a different game.
You're looking at the quarterback, Jeff Comlow of the Detroit Lions. Lion defense deploys now as Doug Jones is coming in defensively, so is Ken Ellis. 2nd down and 10 yards to go. Chuck Foreman is in at the running back now, along with McClanahan. That's Sammy White. And it is Jimmy Allen with the football. Jimmy Allen has picked it off. Jimmy Allen has the interception.
The Lions
2nd of the day and the 3rd of the year for the Lions.
I was going to say, Lindsay, they only had 1 interception all year long, and this is the 2nd interception. Jimmy Allen earlier, you remember, missed the easiest interception he'll ever have.
Well, that was practice.
That was practice. This is for kicks.
With 1 minute 33 seconds left in the half, no score. The Lions have it 1st and 10 at their own 12-yard line.
Got a good one going. The Jets, a 4-point lead over the undefeated Miami Dolphins. Jets got 1 score and a blocked punt.
Washington in blue with the wide receivers now for Comlow. We ask for a little quiet. Comlow hits the deck.
Well, I love it. Bart Starr last week was criticized about the same situation at the end of the game. 1 minute 40 to go. The ball was on the 24-yard line. He elected to run it out, go for the overtime, and look at Detroit. They got 1 minute 15 seconds to go here in the first half, and it looks as if they were going to go in their 2-minute offense. I love it.
Ball is back at the 7-yard line now.
Minnesota should have taken a timeout.
See the time remaining in set. Luther Blue in motion across.
Look at this guy.
Comlow from the end zone.
He's unbelievable.
Incomplete. Trying to hit Gene Washington.
Got the guts of a burglar. I'll tell you, we mentioned something about he's the coolest quarterback since Bobby Lane. That's the way Bobby Lane used to play. And I think the people here in Detroit is going to love this kid.
Could be a difference. Comlow is young and a rookie and maybe doesn't know, and Lane didn't care.
Yeah. Now, when I say Bobby Lane, I'm talking about on the field Bobby Lane, not the guy that I palled around with off the field.
3rd down and 16 yards to go. 47 seconds on that clock. Next to Bussey.
Holloway.
Not across the 10, about the 11-yard line. Holloway on the stop, and they
almost fumbled the snap from center.
That's the 2nd time that's happened within the last series. Swider's coming out to do the punting. And Jimmy Edwards is going to drop back to field it for the Vikings. You see Bud Grant there.
Now, I see Vikings only have one timeout. Now this is why they didn't call a timeout after they lost 4 or 5 yards, because if you remember, Tommy Kramer had to take a timeout early in the first quarter. This was what could happen. They could have another 24, 25 seconds on the clock.
Bud Grant explaining to the man now who's going to field the punt how he wants it done. Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes, Archie Bunker's Place, One Day at a Time, Alice, the Jeffersons, Pepper, John M.D. What a lineup.
I tell you, great lineup. Tonight on CBS, Pernell Roberts stars as Pepper, John M.D.
And it's all on CBS tonight. When play is resumed, the Detroit Lions will be in punt formation. Snyder, whose last kick was 72 yards, will be kicking from his own end zone. The clock will start on the snap. We have 37 seconds remaining to be played in the first half. A game that is scoreless to this point.
Now, if they try to block the punt, Jimmy Edwards will probably be under orders to fair catch, because when he fair catches it, it stops the clock. Looks like they're going after the punter, Lance.
They're rushing 10. He got it on a short hop. Line drive kick, but he's going to get a roll. Taken at his 45 by Edwards. He's back to the 50. It'll be spotted at the 50-yard line. A 33-yard punt after it was fielded on a short hop and kicked on a line drive.
Excellent play by the punter to pick that.
Dennis Franks is the snapper, by the way, in punt formation.
I was going to say pick that short snap from center up. Real good coverage by Detroit on these special teams also. They're one of the best in the National Football League at doing that. Well, Bill Andrews, the fine rookie fullback from Atlanta, has scored at 7-6. Mark Mosley's kicked 2 field goals.
First and 10 now for the Vikings. They have the ball at midfield, 26 seconds with the clock starting again on the snap. Foreman and McClanahan are the setbacks. White in motion across. Ollie Kramer, and he hits McClanahan. He's at the 42-yard line. Didn't get the first down.
Now, scoreboard reads they do not have any more timeouts left. That's why Kramer couldn't call timeout.
Ready to go, 2nd and 2. 4 seconds left. Throws it, and it's taken by White. Time has run out. He's out of bounds at the 37-yard line, and there's a penalty marker. There is a penalty marker thrown, so hold it.
Wait a minute. You cannot end the half on a penalty.
Hold it.
They got a big question whether time had run out after the penalty. Luther Bradley, I think, is in the middle of that.
Bob Frederick is the referee, the man there in the dark cap, period.
Personal foul on the defense.
Personal foul. The half cannot end with the penalty.
Not under those circumstances, and so despite the fact that there's no time showing on the clock, they will have to set it up, and the Minnesota Vikings will have an opportunity to run the play, and that is the first penalty of this ball game. It is a personal foul.
So that's a big break.
Frederick may tell us the number of the man who committed it. Let's see.
Personal foul, number 27 on the defense. A defensive foul, untimed down for the offense.
Let's see if we can pick it up. Now you see the time. 2 seconds, 1 second. Now the half is over with, but keep in mind it cannot end. Now there's the
Luther Bradley.
A clothesline tackle out of bounds.
40-yard field goal attempt by Rick Danmeyer. Paul Krause is holding. This will be the last play of the half. 40-yarder, and it's good. And so we've reached the end of the first half. And on the last play, a 40-yard field goal for Danmeyer.
Very stupid play defensively for Luther Bradley. He just handed him 3 points. The half was over. He was out of bounds, Lindsey. Should have just stepped away.
But instead, it allowed the Minnesota Vikings to take a shot at a field goal, and they've made it good as Danmeyer kicked his 5th field goal in 6 attempts this year. And at the end of the half, the score is Minnesota 3, Detroit nothing.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. Wally Henry is deep. He takes it 5 yards deep. He will down it. As Matt Farr with the win. Sails the kickoff 5 yards deep in the end zone.
Philadelphia has not had very good field position this entire first half, Charlie, and do a lot to the kicking of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and also that great defense with Ham coming up with an interception, Lambert coming up with an interception. Take a look at the number of plays and total yards.
That's right, but it was 47 yards in 6 plays.
Yeah. 6 plays.
Because of the penalty.
I got a couple of scores for you if you'd like to have them.
I certainly
Earl Campbell scored his second touchdown. Houston now leading Cleveland 17-3 in the second period.
Leroy Harris. Harris to the 25-27-yard line. It is second down and 3 as Jack Lambert and Lauren Taves, now in at right linebacker, make the stop.
Give Florida. Tampa Bay also undefeated.
Cleveland and the Steelers are the other two. Pass is complete. Scott Pritzky, the rookie from Penn State, has the first down. 40-yard line, a gain of 13. Mike Wagner, the free safety, makes the tackle.
I'll tell you, for a receiver, you can find out what he's made of with this pass, because when you catch a pass in the middle, coming across into the defensive players, you know you're going to get wrapped. And particularly when you're playing against Pittsburgh, when they're secondary, they can really nail you. Wagner is a hard hitter out there. So is Donnie Shell.
Pritzky, the rookie taken in the 5th round, has replaced Charles Smith. Normally starts in that wide receiver spot. He's been bothered by a virus for about the last 10 days. Jaworski rolls, throws through the hands of Carmichael. Incomplete. Donnie Shell was chasing him. It'll be second down and 10 at the Eagles' 40-yard line.
Guessed right on this one because they had a blitz coming. You can see the linebacker going after the quarterback. Plenty of time to throw. It means it's man-to-man coverage on this big 6'8" wide receiver.
And he should have had that.
It's the wrong spot.
Right in the hand. Oh, sorry about that, Errol. Don't forget halftime, NFL 79. All the scores and highlights around the league. Second and 10.
Look at it, they're moving around. They think it's going to be a blitz. They faked it.
Jaworski. All alone is the tight end, Krefli. 30-yard line of the Steelers. Taves and Shell stop him at the Pittsburgh 30.
Well, I'll tell you what was going on up there with all that movement around there. Pittsburgh was up there showing a safety blitz. Jaworski read that. He had to check off. That's why you saw the backs moving around back there. But they faked it. Then they come back into their coverage. But that means that they're on the move. Number 84, Krefli, is wide open coming across. Jaworski sees him, gets the ball to him. A big play for Philadelphia, putting him down on the 30-yard line now, and an opportunity to score before halftime.
2 minutes, 20 seconds. Second quarter, Steelers lead it 7-0. Eagles threatening for the second time, faking the draw, play action. Deep, he's there. 5-yard line inside the 5. Krefli, the tight end. Iowa State, 6'3", 230 pounds. Had a concussion in last week's ball game. He has been the leader of the Eagles.
That game is in the second
2
quarter.
minute warning.
New Orleans over the Giants in the second quarter, 7-0. And it's Atlanta 7, Washington 6 in the second quarter.
First down Bears at their own 20. Tim Ryan and Johnny Morris at Chicago Soldier Field of its all-important Central Division matchup. Straight ahead is Jack Delaplane. Good hole on the right side. A little cutback play behind the right guard. Cedric Brown, number 34, and the linebacker, Cecil Johnson, number 56, came up to make the tackle.
Do you think Jack Delaplane is excited? It's the first time he's ever started in the NFL. He was on the Steelers for a while. He was mostly on special teams, but the Bears have had so many injuries at fullback. Roland Harper's out, and Robin Earl has a bad toe, and Skabinski is out, Dave Williams. So Delaplane, I'll bet you right now he's probably feeling the best he's ever felt.
Having plenty of fun. 5'10", 205-pounder, four-year man from Salem College in West Virginia. Second and about 3 for the Bears. This is Payton. Payton takes a tough hit right at the line of scrimmage and squirts forward for about a yard. It was Richard Wood, the linebacker, number 54, putting the pop on him. And then Kohler came over to help haul him down. It'll be third and about a yard.
Tampa Bay has had pretty good success against Walter Payton. They've held him to an average of 3.2 yards per carry in 3 games. But he had a big game against them last year here, and he was cutting back against the grain. Did you notice Walter there looking? But the pursuit was great from the interior part of the Tampa Bay defensive line. That's what they'll have to do all day to stop Walter.
Bears in tight here. Double tight end on 3rd and about a yard. In motion is Bashnagel. They go with Payton. Payton trying to get to the 30-yard line. This is going to be very close. Stacked up by the middle of that Tampa Bay defense. They had all their linebackers right up in the middle of things. You see Wood, number 54, in the thick of it. And the last man to get up, there he is. There's Wally Chambers, the ex-Bear, number 60. He got the first down, not by a lot, but enough. And it is Bears, 1st and 10 at their own 30.
And if the viewers can watch Walter Payton's left arm, he has a small cast on it, which is covered by sponge. He hurt his arm, has a severely bruised forearm, and he uses his forearm so much to bounce off of tacklers. So maybe you can get a good look at that and see if it hurts his effectiveness as a runner. As you see some other scores, look what Houston's doing to Cleveland.
Unbeaten Cleveland Browns, one of 4 unbeaten teams, including these Tampa Bay Buccaneers. First down, rollout, Evans. Deep, he's got a man open. Cobb, the tight ball. No! Mike Cobb dropped the ball wide open at the 32-yard line. Now, Johnny, you know this field real well. There's a lot of sun out there. Could he possibly have lost it in the sun at that angle?
It's possible, but I think looking back, the sun is off to the right. He may have had some sun problems there. It was so easy. Sometimes those are the most difficult to catch. There's a flag down on the field, but notice the speed of Vince Evans as he got to the outside. Mark Cotney was covering, and he fell down on some contact earlier, as you saw him fall there, and he was looking for the ball. Maybe he lost in the sun, but for one reason or another, Michael Cobb did not catch the ball. The penalty is against Chicago, and a big break for Tampa Bay.
Walking it back to the 20-yard line, the referee is Gordon McCarter.
They're calling Mike Cobb, I believe, for maybe offensive pass interference.
Microphone wasn't working, as you could see, and I think that's a good guess. He may have pushed off downfield.
There's Walter. Oh, no, Walter says. No, no. There's the chicken man. He looked like the chicken man on that move.
Trying out that new AstroTurf field here at Chicago Soldier Field. They got a new surface, a lot softer than the old one here. All right, it is 1st and 20. Bears at their own 20-yard line. Delaplane trying off tackle left behind Noah Jackson and Ted Albrecht. Got a couple of yards, maybe 3. Dewey Selman, the left inside linebacker, number 58, had the tackle.
They did call offensive pass interference on Cobb when he made contact with Cotney, so even if he had caught it, that's the reason he was so open. That's the reason Cotney fell down.
That's a good play, I guess, if he can get away with it. He was wide open, but he had pushed off the safety. Minnesota leading Detroit 3-0 in another NFC Central Division battle. Rick Danmeyer's 40-yard field goal. Gain of about 2 on the play, so we'll call it 2nd and 18 for Chicago. In motion behind the ball is Golden Richards. And there is Gene Scott, well offside. And he gets back on. The ball hadn't been snapped. Interesting play. Flag down. Now, what happened, I believe, John, was when Scott realized that if he did get back before the ball was snapped, that the play could continue, one of the Tampa Bay Bucs went over, and I think they'll probably rule that he was drawn over. Let's wait and see how Gordon McCarter is consulting with a couple of his linesmen on the play. And it's going to be offside Tampa Bay. Now, that is a most unusual situation.
Let's see if we can spot what happened. I can't.
There's Scott already over the line of scrimmage. No, but the ball has not been snapped. Now there's contact made by Danny Reese, and I think that's what the call is.
Well, the Bears ended up having a couple of men in motion on the play after Scott got back, so that seems rather peculiar to me.
Yes, I agree. Well, we still don't have a working microphone on our referee, Gordon McCarter, at least not that we can hear. And it is offside rule against Tampa Bay, and so the Bears chip away here with the help of a penalty to bring it up to 2nd and 11 at their own 29. Strange set of circumstances on that play. 3 wide receivers in for Chicago. Richards, Scott, and Bashnagel.
Oh, it's wide open.
Walter Payton running hard and has the first down over the Bears' 40-yard line. Richard Wood and Curtis Jordan made the tackle on him. Big play for Chicago.
The play really worked. They've run this play quite a bit, but you notice they had outside help there. There's 69, Reevy Sorey, throwing the block here that got Walter around the horn. And then here comes Wood to make the tackle. Actually, since Wood was blocked, he made a nice tackle there on Payton to bring him down. But they still got the first down, Chicago.
Both these teams send in plays from the sidelines. John McKay calls them from the sideline for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Neil Armstrong, with help from upstairs, sending in the plays. And usually shuttling the tight ends Cobb and Latta, sometimes the wide receivers. First down, Bears, in the I formation. Play action. Evans has time. Chambers on him now. Deep for Scott. 2 men on him. Broken up at the 15-yard line by number 45, Jarris White. Good coverage deep.
There it is, off the first down, the play action pass. You hand to Walter, you try and freeze everybody, and he got a shotgun arm as Wally Chambers comes, puts the punishment on, and it was a beautiful pass, but good coverage downfield by Tampa Bay. A double coverage on James Scott, and if I was going to double anybody, it would be Scott.
You can triple him sometimes. He's got that great deep speed. Hagen's the answer to him on the Tampa Bay offense.
It's tough to beat Tampa Bay deep.
Baltimore leads Buffalo 3-0 in the first period as we look at Neil Armstrong on the sidelines of the Bears. 2nd and 10. Richards in motion behind the ball again. Cotney picks him up. Evans, straight drop. Complete to Bashnagel at the 40-yard line. He's hit there by Danny Reese. Jarris White, number 45, the left corner on the tackle.
That time the Buccaneers chose to zone and double cover James Scott on the left side of the field, and Brian Bashnagel had a one-on-one situation except for the deep drop of the linebacker, and it was just an excellent pass by Vince Evans. Right there, the timing was nice.
Outstanding pass by Evans, first down, inside the 40 of Tampa Bay. And so the Bears bounce back smartly from the setback following the penalty to Mike Cobb on an open pass play. Slot formation left, and Richards starts in motion. Now they go straight ahead to Delaplane. The Bucs were ready for that. It was Lewis, David Lewis, the left outside linebacker, number 57, pulling him down just over the line of scrimmage. Let's call it a gain of 1.5 yards.
They have some real speed at the linebacker position. This defensive team has been together quite a while. I think that's part of the reason it's gelled. They've been good for the last couple of years, but I think that the defensive backs and the linebackers have been together for a long time now, and it's starting to really come to the forefront.
They really know each other, that's for sure. Leroy Harris has scored from a yard out for the Eagles. They are tied with Pittsburgh, 7-7. 2nd and about 8 yards to go. Walter Payton runs away from traffic, and excellent reaction by the Buccaneers. Number 33, Mark Cotney, the strong safety, came up just as Payton was looking at some daylight outside. Payton picked up about 4. Such great speed and reaction by Payton. Hey, John, there was nowhere to go straight ahead. Bing, he was outside in a flash. Credit to Cotney for doing a good job.
I don't see that sore arm bothering Payton's performance so far.
No,
do you?
No, his legs are fine, obviously. 3rd down. They've got about 5 to go, a little less than 5. The ball is at the 35-yard line of Tampa Bay. High formation. Play action. Evans got the heat. Payton coming back has the ball. Payton is dropped. Behind the line of scrimmage, a loss of about 2, it turns out to be. But for the quickness of Vince Evans, it might have been a loss of about 42.
And this is the added dimension the Bears are looking for as Evans goes back. It seems like they have him in his grasp. There's Selman. He gets away, no whistle. Even though they have a quicker whistle, he did not really have him in his grasp. Payton came back for the ball and almost sprung this for a touchdown. Believe it or not, when he dipped outside here, if there hadn't been the tackle right here, Payton could have gone for the touchdown, and it was really a saving tackle by number 54, Richard Wood.
Richard Wood, and Parsons for Chicago angling for the corner. Good try, but he missed it by about 5 yards. It will be a touchback, and the Bucs will start 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. We have had some exciting football early. With 4:58 remaining, first period at Chicago Soldier Field, we are still scoreless.
First half highlights. Paul Krause playing that free safety. This is Jeff Comlow. End zone shot. 79th career interception coming up. Congratulations to Paul Krause. That ties the NFL record held by Emlyn Tennell, and now Krause right there with him. Later on, Kramer again trying to get 6 on the board, trying to drill it on the inside. First he tries to get it outside to Rashad. He's covered inside, intended for Sammy White. Walt Williams comes up with the interception in the end zone. Stops another rally. A great punt. Larry Swider, who had shanked one off his side of his foot, makes up for it. A 72-yard bomb, the 5th longest punt in Detroit history. Watch it hit Edwards. It was actually going to come back. Jimmy Edwards is back to the 10-yard line, and he gets credit for a 72-yard bomb. This is the whole difference in the first half coming up. Vikings out of timeouts. Kramer trying to actually throw it out of bounds or get out of bounds to stop the clock. Now watch. You can see it's 2 seconds on the clock. Now the clock will run out. There's 1 second. Now Sammy White is heading, trying to get out of bounds. Rashad's right there. You'll see the hit. Now he was actually a yard and a half out of bounds. Luther Bradley's play right there enabled this. And this is Dan Myers' 40-yard field goal with no time on the clock, and that's how it stands at halftime. Minnesota 3, Detroit nothing.
And mistakes are ever so costly, aren't they? As we take a look now at everything that's going on in the NFL and Major League Baseball, the Vikes connect on the last play of the half. It's 3-0 right now. Washington and Atlanta. Mosley has kicked a 45-yarder and a 53-yarder. A 2-yard run by Andrews for the Falcons. The Giants and New Orleans. The Saints lead it 7-0. Muncie's on the board with a 10-yard run. Rookie Phil Simms is in the game quarterbacking the Giants. Pittsburgh has just scored on Philadelphia. 7-0. The unbeaten world champions, and Sidney Thornton did it again, a 7-yard run. The Jets now leading Miami in a seesaw game. Tommy Newton on the board for the Jets. And the Dolphins have scored on a 26-yard pass, Greasy to Cephalo. Houston running it up against Cleveland. Cleveland probably emotionally down after that big win last Monday. It has been 2 touchdowns by Earl Campbell, both 2-yard runs. Buffalo and troubled Baltimore are scoreless in the first. Tampa Bay and Chicago in a big NFC Central shootout. And in Major League Baseball, the Pirates trying to wrap it up, but they need help. They lead the Cubs 1-0 in the second. The Phillies and the Expos are scoreless. They're in the second inning. Jane?
Recently, a talented videotape editor from Los Angeles named Paul Hammond put some unusual footage from CBS, NBC, and ABC to classical music. Here's what Maestro Hammond has orchestrated.
Wait a minute.
That's not a football.
What's he doing here?
Hey, we don't need to spike him. We just go on and play him. It's basketball season.
I knew. Hot Rod.
I didn't know you played football, too. Now, where did you play?
Listen, you were at the Garden last night. Larry Bird and the Celtics. How'd the Birdman look?
Well, he looked great. He really looked great. He had 36 points, 15 rebounds. He played about 30 minutes, and he's right-handed, as you know, a great outside shooter with a jumper. He stuck down about 3 left hooks. Unbelievable performance. He had Garden jitters.
Now, Bill Cartwright with the Knicks. He's trying to bring them back from the wilderness.
He played great. 7-footer from San Francisco, and I was much impressed. First time I've ever seen him play, Brent. He hit from outside. He had 27 points. Beautiful touch for a big man.
All right, I'll see you in San Diego the night of October 12th. We got a big one. The Clippers in Los Angeles.
And you've got a chance to see Bill Walton. How'd he play against the Lakers?
He looked terrific against Kareem the other night, but he's got to stay healthy.
All right, Brent.
All right.
NFL Today, Brent. NFL
All right.
Washington.
Washington at Atlanta. Let's show you the Falcon touchdown. They got a fine rookie running back. His name is Andrews. And here he is from 2 yards out. That put the Falcons ahead of Washington. And Irv, as a former defensive back, I had to give you that Paul Krause milestone over there.
Loved it. Loved it, of course. Paul Krause, like every defensive back in football, likes to go ahead and get in the record book. And he hit the record book today by picking out this interception. Of course, at halftime, the Vikings lead the Lions by a score of 3-0. And Paul Krause, right there, number 22, picks off number 79 to tie Inland Tunnel's NFL interception record.
All right, Irv, let's send you right on back to the stadium now, and here's Lindsey Nelson and Paul Horney.
And right here, it is halftime in this game at the Pontiac Silverdome, and the Minnesota Vikings are leading by a score of 3-0.
They're at the 3-yard line of the Steelers.
And this is the last big play to Krefli, taking it down inside the 5-yard line. A good throw, a good read by Jaworski, the quarterback of Philadelphia.
2 tight ends are in. Harris in motion. Flags are down. Montgomery is hit. He will lose at least a yard, maybe 2, if the play stands up. Tom Beasley and J.T. Thomas were there for the defense.
I don't know how he got by Thomas, because he was coming all the way to the cornerback. He had to leap over J.T. Thomas.
Offsides against the Steelers.
Maybe that's why he was in the backfield so quickly, but Pittsburgh was coming there trying to stop that run on the first down. Backfired.
They'll split the distance to the goal line. It'll be 1.5 yards away. The line of scrimmage was the 3. Krefli now has 4 receptions for 105 yards.
Offside, 51. Defense in the neutral zone, first down.
Lauren Taves was offsides. Jaworski has completed 8 of 14 passes. 146 yards through the air. 1:53, time remaining first half. Harris dives, does not go in. 1-yard line, second down goal to go. It was Mike Wagner who turned him away.
Now they figure they've got 4 shots to get it in from down that close. I'm sure that they're going to go for the 6 points and not just settle for 3. Here's the ground level. This is where it's tough. He's going up and over. Lambert, Wagner both time it. That's all they're doing. They're looking to see who the quarterback hands the ball off to. No one is going to be able to block them, so if they can come and jump over, if they can time it right, they can stop him on the line of scrimmage.
1 minute, 20 seconds remaining first half. Clock is moving. Quarterback, Jaworski. He leads. He does not go in.
He's the worst one out to get the ball to out there.
It'll be third down and goal to go.
I say he's the worst one because you get no footing, you have no momentum going into the line of scrimmage, and unless the defensive men are really driven back, it's tough to gain any yardage whatsoever because those tackles are pinching down on that offensive center in the middle of that defensive line.
And the rain is falling one more time.
As you can see right here, nowhere. Big Joe Green, 75, they're all there stacking things up. They're better off to give the ball to a back who's running for 4 yards before he gets the football.
45 seconds in the first half.
Touchdown.
Harris. He makes it. 7-6 ball game. Extra points still to come. Leroy Harris, that is his first touchdown of the season. 80 yards in 8 plays on the drive.
Well, I'll tell you that everybody pinched inside, jumping outside. Now what he had to do is outrun 58 Lambert and 23 Wagner. He's hit near the goal line, but his momentum carried him in for the touchdown. And they're tackling him from the inside out. Virtually no way that they're going to stop him.
Franklin with the extra point. It is good. And we are tied once again. It is now Pittsburgh 7 and Philadelphia 7 with 38 seconds remaining in the first half.
For Baltimore.
And now the Steelers will stay in the huddle. They will let the clock run out in the first half.
Next Saturday on the CBS Sports Spectacular, see the style of the Pacific Gymnastics Championships and the power of the world's strongest men. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
It's halftime here at Pontiac Silverdome. I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning. And Paul, does this remind you of one of the old-time Central Division struggles?
Well, I tell you, for years, you know, of course, when you come over to Detroit, those great defensive teams, you knew you were going to get your bell rung. And the Vikings and the Detroit Lions have been doing it for quite a few years. Last year's 45-14 swamp here at the Silverdome. I think Minnesota remembered that. We've got a tough, hard-hitting football game, and of course the lapses on the part of Luther Bradley has cost the Detroit Lions the lead.
Well, it did. It gave Minnesota a chance to kick a field goal after time had run out. We have some good news. The report on Ted Brown is they don't think, the initial examination, they don't think it's too serious. They say he might be back.
He might be back. And, of course, number 44, we have had some calls, folks, about why isn't Chuck Foreman playing well. Bud Grant decided to insert the fine rookie from North Carolina State off his performance last week against the Green Bay Packers, and he responded in the first half. He's got close to 70 yards rushing. But it is strange. I have to agree, boy, you got a guy on the bench like Chuck Foreman, one of the great premier all-around backs this conference has ever seen.
What do you think of the young quarterback? Now, Detroit got in trouble on opening day. They lost their first two quarterbacks. Had to go with a rookie. Now, usually it's said in the NFL, it may take 5-6 years to make a starting quarterback.
I've never have believed that. I think it's circumstances that make a quarterback. You put a good rookie on a pretty good football team, and he's going to move it. Now, Jeff Conlow has great confidence, not only his own ability, but his ability to move the football with what he's got around him. And Monty Clark has stated all week long, I'm not worried about my quarterback situation. I've got great confidence in him. Did you see him there at the end, Lindsey? Monty Clark gives him the okay. There's a minute, 21 seconds to go. He's throwing the football from his own 10-yard line. How many quarterbacks would do that today?
Well, he was throwing it from his own end zone as well. He didn't get nervous. I got fairly nervous.
I love it.
But it's halftime here at Pontiac Silverdome, and the score is Minnesota 3 and Detroit nothing.
Play action. Todd back over the middle. There's Gaffney again on the 30. Derrick trying to get the blocking, goes down to the... Partially blocked. It is off to the right. I believe somebody got a hand on...
For most of us, the zoo, there's 1,000 sounds, but not for these children. They are deaf. I'm Joe Feddersfield from the New Orleans Saints, and these are some of the children of the Bright School. It's a United Way agency, supported by a lot of volunteers who care. Try to imagine what it's like to learn to talk when you can't hear. It made me think, what if my children were born deaf? Here, there's hope. They teach the children how to talk and their parents how to communicate with them. These children will grow up happy and productive because there's people who care. Let me tell you, I've seen the wonders that volunteers make possible and the love they receive in return. They make the United Way work here, and it'll work in your town too. Thanks to them, and thanks to you, it works for all of us the United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service for the National Football League. Here are the first half statistics in this ball game.
And on the right side, right at the top, is really the difference as far as Detroit's concerned, Lindsey. They've only got 4 first downs. But I think the reason for that is the field position. They had terrible field position almost throughout the whole first half, and Comlo just really didn't have good enough field position to open up. Minnesota with 10 first downs. 61 of the rushing yards for the Vikes picked up by rookie Ted Brown. So we've got a tight ball game, a typical Central Division game, I guess, 3-0 at halftime, although we've seen a lot more scoring this year. What have we had, 3 out of 4 games, overtimes?
It's exactly what we have. We have one here, 3-0. We start playing the second half of the ball game. Bud Grant walking back there. The Detroit Lions have not scored a point in the third quarter all season long. They are hopeful of breaking that record here this afternoon. Jim Marshall did start the ball game today for the Minnesota Vikings to keep his consecutive game streak alive.
New Orleans 10-0 over the New York Giants. So the Giants having problems. Chuck Muncie scored from 10 yards out. Washington now with the 6-point lead over Atlanta. 2 field goals by Mark Mosley, the difference in there. And the Jets 14, Miami 10. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia tied up.
Eddie Ricardo is kicking off, and Jimmy Edwards moves over. He has it at the 3-yard line. Edwards to the 5-10 to the 15-20. 25, and Edwards plows his way up to the 29-yard line.
Slippery Rock played Shippensburg down at Michigan Stadium. Yesterday was band day. They drew 65,000 people.
At halftime here today, the Slippery Rock Band entertained this crowd.
That's right.
First down, 10 yards to go.
Foreman starting in that fullback position in place of Ted Brown.
Foreman and Ricky Young are the setbacks for Tommy Kramer. Foreman drops the ball, dribbles it once, picks it up, and drives to the 32-yard line. Jimmy Allen made the tackle as a gain of 3 yards overall on the play, as you see Comlo throwing along the sideline to warm up his arm. Second down play coming as tight end Bob Tucker brings it in.
2nd and 7.
Jets now 10 in front at halftime over the undefeated Miami Dolphins.
Kramer throws a screen left to Ricky Young. He's at the 30. Got across the 35-yard line. Charlie Weaver brought him down along with William Gay.
The flag in the vicinity of number 68, Charles Goodman. He missed the block, the initial block to get that screen underway.
Clipping is indicated, the preliminary signal.
Looked like they had it set up, Lindsay.
Bob Frederick steps it off and brings the ball to the inbounds marker on the far side at the 16-yard line.
Got to turn on his mic.
There was a clipping penalty against the Vikings.
Second down and 23 at the 16-yard line.
Second down and 23.
There's Ted Brown over on the sidelines.
Moving around slowly. And as Swilly, the son, was a little upset about something. Charlie Weaver made the stop. Gain of 5 on the play. We'll make it 3rd and 18 at the 21.
3rd down about 18.
Kramer was 5 out of 11 in the first half for 50 yards, 2 interceptions. Detroit now shuffling the 2 defensive backs in for Ed O'Neill and Charlie Weaver. 6 defensive backs in for Detroit.
Doug Jones and Ken Ellis. Anticipation of the pass play. Kramer is sacked. Bubba Baker came tumbling across. You saw him there. Ken Sanders was there.
Ken Sanders, number 82, Lindsay. This team was second to the Dallas Cowboys in a number of sacks last year.
56 sacks. He only had 2.5 coming into this game. There you see Ken Sanders, the first one there with help from Bubba Baker.
Back to do the punting now is Greg Coleman, Ken Ellis, and Ken Calicut deep to receive it for the Detroit Lions. Coleman is in his own end zone.
Boy, he's kicked well, too.
Ellis at his 34-yard line, 35, 40, 46-yard line. So the Detroit Lions have good field position. On a 53-yard punt, it's returned to the 46. Keith Nord made the tackle for Minnesota. The Minnesota Vikings are leading 3-0. We're in the third quarter at the Silverdome in Pontiac.
Newton with his second touchdown. Tom Newton, who scored on a 1-yard.
They are scoreless. Tim Ryan and Johnny Morris at Chicago's Soldier Field. A bright, sunshiny day. Perfect for football. In motion is Morris Owens behind the ball, number 85. Jerry Eckwood. Eckwood out of bounds at about the 29-yard line, closer to the 30, close to a first down. Hicks made the tackle.
Let's look at Charles Hanna, their new right offensive tackle, as he pulls out and takes Muckensturm down with a nice block. He just switched over from defense from last year, has done a fantastic job. A marvelous move by John McKay. How do you think, hey, I've got a defensive player, I'm going to make an offensive tackle out of him?
Well, apparently they talked about it often during the season last year, but with Wally Chambers' leg problems, they weren't really ready to make the move, but looks like it's been a good one. Second and less than a yard to go. In motion behind the ball is rookie Gordon Jones. This is Ricky Bell. Bell trying to get outside. Campbell pulls him down, but he has the first down. First down for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Advances the ball to the 31-yard line. Big Ricky Bell, number 42.
And what a job they've done of rebuilding that offensive line, or I should say not rebuilding, but building it. They were 28th in offense for a couple of years. Now they're 5th in offense in the NFC, and that is a fast turnaround.
Washington back in front of Atlanta. New Orleans leads the Giants 10-0 in the second period. Williams wants to throw. He's going deep on a rope, and it's almost picked off. Intended for Higgins. It was Gary Fensick knocking that ball down, and nearly an interception. Like Plank was right in the middle of things there, too.
Yes, it was Doug Plank who really saved that, as there's the shotgun arm coming up of Doug Williams, who has plenty of time to throw, and it's just double coverage. They ran into the coverage with a free man right there, and he knocked it down. Doug Plank, good play.
Number 46, getting the hand on it. They had him covered. Williams threw that ball on a line drive. I mean, he can really chuck it. We have got two strong arms out here this afternoon. 2nd and 10, Tampa Bay. Split back. Bell stays in the block. Knocked down by Hampton. Eckwood, the swing back, was the intended target, but the rookie, Dan Hampton, knocked the ball away.
Yes, he did. He saved a big gain as far as the Bears are concerned. As Hampton jumps up here, Eckwood was all by himself. The linebacker had gone down the field, and number 99 out of Arkansas, he's the Bears' #1 draft choice, who they got in the trade for Wally Chambers. And, of course, that was supposedly a big mistake by the Buccaneers, because Chambers had the bad knee, couldn't recover, but he's doing very well this year, so both teams worked out.
Well, that ball was intended to a former teammate of Hampton, Gary Eckwood. Third down, Tampa Bay. They have not been too strong converting third downs, and they've got a 3rd and 10. Let's see what they do. It's complete, and a first down. Eckwood this time catches the ball and goes out of bounds, pushed out by Livers, and they get all the way out to the 48 of Tampa Bay.
Very similar play. Chalk this up to Doug Williams, does a good job. You see Eckwood coming towards the screen at the bottom. Now the pressure's on. He has to move forward and then throws a bullet to Eckwood, who is open for the first down before Virgil Livers knocks him out of bounds. Good play by Tampa Bay, first down.
He has not been sacked in more than 90 passes.
That's something, isn't it?
He has got a quick release, and he's had good offensive line protection. Houston and Cleveland, look at that score. First down, Tampa Bay. Morris Owens in motion, number 85. It goes to Eckwood. Eckwood is hit behind the line of scrimmage. Alan Page and the safety man blitzing Gary Fensick right into the backfield. And he lost about a yard. Let's see where they mark it.
Gary Fensick was up there, and of course, when you get a safety in there messing up the offensive blocking pattern, you got problems. As you look at Alan Page, 220 pounds, and I'll tell you what, that's 220 pounds of romping, stomping dynamite, because he's light, but he's quick.
4 sacks to his credit so far this season. 4 games for Alan Page. 2nd and 11.
Uh-oh.
Good play, Eckwood. Right up the middle with the flow going to the right. Doug Plank, the safety, had to pull him down, and he has about 10 yards. We'll see where they mark it.
Beautiful play. You kind of call it a misdirection. It's just a quick trap, and Horton couldn't even find anybody to block, but he made a block, and Eckwood got all the way into the Bears secondary before he was brought down by Doug Plank and Gary Fensick, but that was a nice play.
Eckwood came into this game with 332 yards rushing, 5th best in the conference, and he is certainly running hard and well here today. The rookie from Arkansas, their 3rd-round draft pick.
Well, he had some injuries in college, and they wondered whether he'd be able to stand up and take the punishment. He's proven he can do that. He has had little fumble problems. He's fumbled 4 times this year to tie Tony Dorsett for the lead in that department. But when it comes to fumbles, you got to say Tampa Bay is great. They have recovered 11 of their opponent's fumbles. Can you imagine that in 4 games?
That's terrific. They've really been the top team in the league at forcing fumbles. It is just short of a first down by about half a football, looks like. Williams has the play from John McKay. The ball is at the Bears' 42-yard line. Motion Bell. The big guy, Williams, dives for the first down inside the 40-yard line. Mike Hartenstein, the right defensive end, stopped them there, but the Bucs are on the move.
There you see the New York Jets leading Miami, which has to be a surprise, 20-10 at the half.
Miami is unbeaten coming into today's action, along with Pittsburgh and Cleveland, all in the AFC. Today you're watching the only unbeaten team in the NFC, the Buccaneers. Slot formation left, in the eye. Bell is the lead back. In motion is Owen. Ricky Bell. Works through. Good running by Bell. There was not much room at all. Gary Campbell, the linebacker from the right side, hauled him down, but he picked up 6 yards.
He cut back against the grain, found a hole, looked at Steve Wilson, and cut back off of his rump and got the yardage.
They had great balance in their running last week against the Rams. Jerry Eckwood and Ricky Bell both running well. Bell had 69 yards. Eckwood had 59 yards. Eckwood sifting through traffic. Loose ball. He was hit hard by Plank. It looks like a Bears recovery. And the rookie continues to be plagued with a little fumbleitis, and he's been running so well. You got a feel for him there, but Doug Plank has knocked the balls out of a lot of hands in his NFL career, and Gary Fensick came up with a loose one. We have 1:34 remaining first period. With the score, the Bears nothing and the Buccaneers nothing.
CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. You see Bubba Baker on the sideline now as the Vikings have the ball 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. Next to Bussey goes out of bounds at the 49. Jeff Seaman ran him out. In at 3 yards on the play, it'll be 2nd down and 7 yards to go.
Got a report from the Minnesota bench, Lindsay, that Ted Brown is banged up a little bit, but Bud Grant doesn't know if he's going to play. He could. Something happened to Chuck Foreman. I think we're going to see Chuck Foreman here in the second half.
Jim Marshall was in for that one play. He's gone out. Marshall is playing his 271st consecutive game today. He's played every regular season and postseason game ever played by the Minnesota Vikings. Reverse play, and here comes Leonard Thompson. Leonard Thompson goes all the way through the 35-yard line of Minnesota. Bobby Bryant ran him out.
Well, they run that play a lot with Luther Blue. This time it was Leonard Thompson. In fact, Blue's got a touchdown on the year. And you can see it unfold. A good shot here coming up. Watch the pitch.
Here's the pitch.
Here comes Leonard Thompson. 16-yard pickup, first down for the Lions now. He's pointing out for his blocker out in front of him. At 61, Homer Elias. Finally pulled down by Bobby Bryant.
5th first down of the ball game for the Detroit Lions. And that one is completed, taken by Bo Robinson. And he is out of bounds near the 25-yard line. Matt Blair and Paul Krause on the tackle.
Great poise again by number 19, Jeff Combo, Lindsey. He saw the blitz, stepped around it a little bit, and hit his secondary receiver out in the flat.
Second down, less than a yard to go, and it's at the 25, and Baltimore is leading Buffalo 3-0 in the first quarter. Thompson to the right side, Luther Blue to the left side. It is 1st and 10 for Bo Robinson with Tom Hannon making the tackle at the 20-yard line. Lawrence Gaines make that. Lawrence Gaines.
That's 38, big Lawrence Gaines. He's had 3 knee operations. And look at him. He just almost kills Tom Hannon, runs right over the top of him.
Gaines, 6'1", 230-pounder, 3-year veteran from Wyoming. Rick Kane is in the backfield now.
2 touchdowns by Earl Campbell in that one.
And the big man, Lawrence Gaines. He goes to the 15-yard line. Jeff Seaman made the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Gaines and Comlo better get together on that handoff, Lindsey. It was a little bit sloppy, almost fumbled it. Washington, 2 field goals by Mark Mosley, the difference in that half.
Leonard Thompson has come in. Gene Washington has come off. Thompson brought in the next play.
You know, Lindsey, sometimes it's a telltale thing. The Minnesota Vikings had opportunities in the first half to put some points on the board, and Detroit was backed up all day long. Now they got a shot.
Dane carried, and he was stopped for no gain. James White on the tackle. 3rd and 5 at the 15. Now Gene Washington is back in. He's alternating with Leonard Thompson, messenger wide receivers. 3rd down play coming here for the Detroit Lions. Kane in the left set, Gaines in the right set. Down low, and it's incomplete at the 10-yard line.
I wish he had that one back.
Gene Washington diving, but a little short.
He was open. Bobby Bryant was just playing a little bit too deep here. Washington knew exactly how far he had to go for the first down. Now UC's wide open. Comlo trying to release, just a poor pass that time.
Vinny Ricardo is in to attempt a field goal, 33-yarder. Holding is Larry Swider. 33-yarder is good. And the score is tied as Vinny Ricardo made it 4 for 7 in the field goal department. Score tied. Minnesota 3, Detroit 3, 9:16 remaining to be played in the 3rd quarter at Pontiac, Michigan.
Let's take another look at that fumble. It was a good play by Eckwood. He ran very well until he was hit by number 46, Doug Plank. Now he's got it with one arm instead of the 2 there. And the fumble comes, and it's Gary Fensick who makes the recovery. But when you have a scat back type of a runner, and he's in that situation, sometimes he does not have a tendency to cover up with 2 hands, and he had 1 hand on the ball. It was jolted loose as we look at John McKay.
The Bears have first down at their own 32-yard line. Walter Payton has rushed 6 times for 23 yards. Evans 2 for 4 passing, 18 yards. He has first down here. Richards in motion. They give it to Payton. Payton running hard off right tackle. Got about 4 before he was knocked back by Dewey Selman, number 58. Left inside linebacker. And they're going to give him closer to 5 yards. 2nd and 5, Bears.
Payton has 484 yards so far this season. He runs extremely well on an artificial surface. This is the first time in league play this year that Tampa Bay has had to play on this hard artificial surface.
Atlanta upset last week by Detroit, trailing at the half against the Redskins. 2nd and 5, Chicago. Payton Peyton again. Excellent defensive play right at the point of attack by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dewey Selman is there, the linebacker Johnson, and I think the last body to get up, the first man to hit him, Richard Wood, number 54.
Let's take a look at Leroy Selman as he takes a beat on Walter Payton, plays down the line, plays off the block, and makes the tackle. In fact, there are about 3 of them there, and that's been the key to Tampa Bay. They gang tackle. They love to hit people.
So it is a loss of about a half a yard, maybe more. 3rd and 7. Payton away from one man, Kohler, but does not get much. Forced out of bounds at the 35-yard line. And the Bears will have to punt. It was Wally Chambers who finally chased him out.
Did you notice the old-fashioned straight arm that Payton gave to Kohler as Kohler came to make the tackle? It's kind of a lost art these days.
So Parsons will have to punt as the Bucs did the job defensively after turning the ball over. Baseball fans, the Phillies lead the Expos 1-0 in the top of the 3rd. The Pirates leading the Cubs 1-0 in the top of the 4th. Montreal trying to stay alive. Parsons, good punt. Now starting to hang at the 25, taken by Danny Reese. Oh, good run by Reese to the 38-yard line. Got through 3 Chicago Bears before he was stopped by the punter, Bob Parsons. And the gun sounds, ending the first period of play. At the end of the first quarter, the score: the Tampa Bay Buccaneers nothing, the Chicago Bears nothing. October 12th at 11:30, it'll be the CBS debut of Magic Johnson for the Lakers, and Bill Walton's network debut as a San Diego Clipper. Should be exciting NBA action starting our season with a special telecast Friday, October 12th. In the first quarter, the Bears rushed for 38 yards, Tampa Bay for 35. That's 2 pretty good rushing defenses at work. First down, Tampa Bay following the Bears punt. This is Eckwood. Eckwood's got running room on the right side, and he has a first down, still going, and he's got blockers. Leiber's the last man. Eckwood, touchdown. Jerry Eckwood down the sideline for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
I think he made up for the fumble, don't you? What a great run.
61 yards, Johnny. Rookie from Arkansas.
Okay, as you see, it was a misdirection. He started left. See Greg Horton, number 64, out in front of him. He's the one that enabled Eckwood to get around the corner. They thought they had him knocked out of bounds. Doug Plank came in there with the elbows, and then he just turned it down the sidelines, tight-roped it just like a ballet star, gave a little deke to Virgil Leibers, straightened him up, and then just flew into the end zone. A great run by Eckwood.
Outstanding effort, and I'm sure Doug Plank wishes that he maybe had his arms out there instead of trying to knock him out of bounds. O'Donohue has the point after, and Tampa Bay jumps into a 7-0 lead on a 61-yard run by Jerry Eckwood, the rookie from Arkansas. And some of the Boo Birds out already here in Chicago. It is only 7-0 Tampa Bay with a long way to go.
Larry Brown then hit him from behind. That is a disqualifying foul, but that foul took place after the play was over. Now, you will recall the play went inside of the 10-yard line. There was a clip on the play. The spot of the clip was the 19-yard line, and so the clipping penalty was marked back from the 19-yard line. That brought it back to the 34-yard line and made it 2nd down and 6. So that's the clarification that we had on that.
You know, I guess the toughest thing for Pittsburgh was the fact that they lost their fine offensive tackle, Larry Brown. Put on top of that the fact that they have so many injuries. You know, before the ball game, going into the locker room, the most important man in there was the trainer trying to glue these people together so that they could get out and perform. And their feeling was, before this ball game, well, if we can just get through this ball game without anyone getting any further injuries, then we could be all right, because we need a little time to heal some of these injuries and wounds that we have.
Also, our thanks to NFL 79, Brian Gumble, Mike Adamley, for all of the highlights and scores from around the National Football League. Now let's start the second half. Matt Barr kicking off for the Steelers. Wally Henry is deep. Wally fields it at the 5, to the 15, the 20. Spins his way outside the 30 to the 34-yard line, where Zach Valentine makes the tackle.
Well, you take 135 yards passing for Philadelphia, 39 for Pittsburgh. That kind of tells the story right there. Time of possession also in favor of the Eagles. The problem with the Eagles is that they gave up the football twice by way of interceptions.
Ron Jaworski is the quarterback with Wilbur Montgomery and Leroy Harris, the 2 running backs. The pitch is to Montgomery. Harris with a block. Montgomery cuts inside of the block, and he will pick up a couple, maybe 3 yards on the play before J.T. Thomas moves up on him. The wide receivers, Harold Carmichael and Scott Fitzke, with Keith Krefley, the tight end. That offensive line, Stan Walters, Petey Payroll, Guy Morris, Woody Peoples, and Jerry Sizemore. That's the offensive set here in the second half. 37-yard line, a gain of 3. It'll be second down and 7. Dennis Winston checks into the defense. Jack Ham comes out. They look for the pass. Jaworski over the middle. Pass is complete. And it is Scott Fitzke of Penn State, the rookie taken in the 5th round, who has 9.6 speed. He goes to the 44-yard line of the Steelers.
I'll tell you, he had to be a magician to get that football in that time. Number 81 is Scott Fitzke, but Jaworski's throwing this ball, and he gets away with it because of his strong arm. It's not a good percentage pass right between 2 defensive players of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the important thing for Philadelphia is it was complete. Generally speaking, for our quarterback, you don't want to take a chance in throwing it, particularly against the people who react like Pittsburgh does defensively in that secondary.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. We're just a minute into the second half of the game between the Steelers and the Eagles. Montgomery, right side. 35-yard line. It'll be second down and 1. J.T. Thomas and Donnie Shell with the tackle.
Well, you can tell the great explosiveness of number 31, Wilbert Montgomery. You can tell right here, they get the inside sealed off. Now it's a foot race to the outside. J.T. Thomas coming up with anything he can get a hold of, and he got a hold of some of the jersey, brought him down, but not before he picked up 9.
Defense is Tom Beasley, Joe Green, Gary Dunn, John Banaszak. The linebackers are now Lambert, Winston, and Cole, with Thomas, Shell, Wagner, and Blunt in the secondary. Harris, straight shot. He'll pick up the first down. Gary Dunn and Jack Lambert with the tackle.
Jack Lambert knows this. He's reading all the way, takes on the guard, gets drawn back a little bit, makes the tackle, but not before they pick up the first down. Got a couple of scores for you. Tampa Bay leads Chicago 7-0 in the second period. Baltimore now leads Buffalo 6-0 in the second period.
At the 33-yard line of the Steelers, first down. They have a problem now with the game clock. Jaworski just throws that one way away. A flag does not come down. That wasn't even close.
Well, see, the only reason or way that you can get intentionally grounding, the referee must make that call, and it's to avoid loss of yardage. It wasn't to avoid loss of yardage in that particular case. No one was open, so he just threw the ball into the stands. It was a good play by Jaworski.
All right. Second and 10.
I'll tell you, if that had been in Pittsburgh, the fans would have let you know that they thought a flag should have been thrown, but this happens to be Philadelphia. Jaworski happens to play for the Eagles.
Fitzke goes wide to the right side. Carmichael is wide to the left side. They get the play off with 1 second remaining. Trying to hit Carmichael. It is knocked down at the line of scrimmage. It will be third down and 10.
Well, they had the blitz on that time, and Jaworski saw it. He was reading it. Had his men going into blocking, his backs into a blocking position to help out on the blitz. But somebody got a hand up and knocked it down. Got another score for you. Third period. It's all tied up. Minnesota 3, Detroit 3 in the third period of play.
And on 3rd down and 10, Montgomery comes out. Charles Smith comes in. So 3 wide receivers for the Eagles, with Harris the remaining back. Screen right side. Harris, but nobody got out with him on a halfback screen. I was waiting for the lineman to come out, or was he just jumping it off? Did I miscall it?
It could have been just an outlet. He got rid of it in a hurry. It didn't look like he had to get rid of it that quickly. And what he was doing is just trying to get it out to the back, have a linebacker or defensive back make an open field tackle on this strong running back, pick up some yardage, at least stay in a position to be able to go in and kick a field goal. Because this man, Franklin, can kick a field goal. In practice and warm-up, he was kicking them 60 yards.
He will be kicking from the 38-yard line. That is a kick of 48 yards. His longest in a game is 46. But he has this kind of distance. It is there. 48 yards out. Tony Franklin, and the Eagles lead for the first time. We'll take a timeout with the score in the 3rd quarter. Philadelphia 10, Pittsburgh 7.
Henry Ricardo, who just kicked the field goal with Scott Hunter holding to tie the score at 3-3, will kick off. Jimmy Edwards is center deep. McClanahan is waiting. McClanahan takes it at the 8 to the 10 to the 15 to the 20. 25. Oh. At the 29-yard line. McClanahan got sandwiched. Looked like he took a real good shot here, Lindsey. Looked like he was hung up in that tackle, and that's when you really feel it. Watch McClanahan, a close shot of Brent McClanahan. He gets hit right there. Now watch. Oh. The field goal kicked by Ricardo accounted for the first point scored in the 3rd quarter by the Detroit Lions this entire season. Now the Vikings have it 1st and 10 at their own 39-yard line. Stu Voigt's in motion across. Ricky Young across to the 31-yard line. Ed O'Neill made the tackle. 2nd down and 8 at the 31. Bob Tucker checking in. Tucker and Messenger tight end coming in as Stu Voigt went off, bringing in the next play. Rashad has not caught a pass this afternoon. He's in the wide right here. He's caught at least 2 passes in each of his last 21 games. Bama throwing to Foreman at the 40-yard line. Foreman at the 45 at the 50. And across into Detroit territory at the 48-yard line. John Brooks made the tackle. 22-yard pickup. Just to watch Fran Tarkenton do that so much with that young man. I've always felt that he was the best draft choice the Minnesota Vikings ever made, Chuck Foreman. He turned it all around for him. 22-yard pickup. Before Foreman arrived in Minnesota, Lindsey, they couldn't run the football. They didn't have much of a running attack. And I really think his presence added 2 or 3 great years for Fran Tarkenton. Baltimore 6-0 over Buffalo. Earl Campbell's 2 touchdowns could be the difference there at half. White in motion across. Hammer. Rashad, 32 to the 25 to the 20 to the 15, and there goes Rashad.
Lindsey, let's check it out. He was very close to the line of scrimmage. Are there any flags down? It looked like Tommy Kramer might have gone past the line of scrimmage.
So penalty markers are down. Look at it again as Kramer rolls.
Now the line of scrimmage is a 48-yard line, Lindsey. Here he comes. That's Charlie Weaver in pursuit. Let's see if he gets past the 48. No. He did not go past the line of scrimmage.
We'll get an explanation of the penalty from Bob Frederick. He stepped it off, putting the ball back at the 43-yard line. Let's listen to Frederick.
Holding.
Offensive holding, number 61, if you want to read his lips. And that would be Wes Hamilton, if that's what he said.
Bud Grant, As usual, on the sidelines, he's gnawing inside over that one.
First down and 20 yards to go. Look at that block.
James Hunter. I hope you saw the block of Ricky Young.
And a Detroit Lion is down.
That's Dave Washington. Watch the block of Ricky Young right there. He really popped him, and I think he got him right on the knee.
So we have a timeout here. The score is tied 3-3, 7:14 left to play in the third quarter.
Neil O'Donohue will kick it off as Jerry Eckwood's 61-yard touchdown run, the longest run in Tampa Bay's short history for a touchdown, has them in front 7-0. A short kickoff was taken by the tight end Greg Latta, who got it to about the 27-yard line before he was stopped. And the Bears and Tampa Bay were practically dead even in the first quarter. 18 yards each passing, a 3-yard difference rushing for the Bears, 3 first downs each, and all of a sudden, bang. One play, 61 yards, and a 7-0 lead for Tampa Bay. Minnesota and Detroit are tied at 3 in the third quarter now. Benny Ricardo kicking a field goal for the Lions. First down, Chicago Bears. Yellow plane and Peyton, the running backs. In motion is the tight end Cobb. Vince Evans, play action. Incomplete, intended for James Scott. The ball thrown low. He was open.
James Scott had come from all the way across the side of the field. The 2 wide receivers had crisscrossed, and he was trying to thread the needle, and I think the pass was a little bit low, and so the Bears will be in a passing situation. Most teams have found what little success they can find against Tampa Bay by throwing short in front of that zone that they use. They'll have 5 players across the field and 3 deep, Tampa Bay, by the time they drop their linebackers off.
2nd and 10, Chicago Bears. Split back, Delaplane and Payton. Richards in motion from the right, goes behind the ball. Evans, good catch. Dashnagel, first down Bears at their 44. Sheriff White, number 45, made the tackle.
Here's a case where that 3-man rush could not get to Vince Evans. 5 blocking on 3. They couldn't get there. Dashnagel went down the field, turned, and jumped up, made a nice catch, and White finally makes the tackle. Brian Dashnagel, who has overcome a lot of injuries and has really helped in Chicago now. The man, one of the few men, maybe the only man that played in 4 straight Rose Bowl games.
4-year man from Ohio State, a 3rd pick in 1976, brought 6 catches into today's game, and the Bears coaching staff really happy with his play this season. Richards in motion again, and a loose ball. Evans trying to get control of it, still loose. Bucs say they have it. Let's wait and see. Bad exchange, or a problem with the exchange between Neal and Evans.
Right there. It didn't look like Vince was expecting the ball right away. He went down. About 4 men had a chance at the ball. There it is, right there. Turn around.
It's Tampa Bay ball, Johnny. And it is Cecil Johnson, the outside linebacker on the right side, grabbing the loose ball for the Buccaneers. And they are in excellent field position at the Bears' 42.
The Jockey Club Gold Cup coming up next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS.
Oh, Lindsay, what a race. No question about it. That's the race of the year. A firm Triple Crown winner. Millionaire going against Spectacular Bid. And whoever wins that will probably be Horse of the Year. It is the best race 1979.
Right here at Pontiac Silverdome, we have a 3-3 tie. We have 7 minutes, 14 seconds remaining to be played in the third quarter.
Dave
Washington up onto his feet with assistance now.
He was blocked cleanly by Ricky Young, and can this Ricky Young block? Washington, the 10-year veteran there. See if we can pick it up. This is the second time. There's 52. Dave Washington. Watch the block by Ricky Young. Right there, and he's holding his right arm when he walked off, and I think that's when he fell down on the ground. He hurt his, looked like in the elbow area. Chuck Foreman gets outside and is pushed out at midfield. He's holding his right arm.
As play is resumed, Minnesota has the ball 2nd and 13. They have it at the 50-yard line. Rashad comes to the right side and Sammy White to the left.
They've been playing Rashad that close all afternoon, Lindsey, almost in a bump and run.
Kramer. Kramer loses 2. William Gay on the stop. 3rd and 15.
Third sack for Detroit. Now, this is the way they're playing Rashad all day long. That's Walt Williams, number 21. He can hit him once, and then he's got to get away from him. He's just, all his job, Lindsey, is just to stay glued on him all day long. There goes Dave Washington back for x-rays.
Well, it's spotted on the 49-yard line, so make it 3rd and 14.
Tony Franklin's field goal has got the Eagles in front of Pittsburgh in the 3rd quarter.
Kramer. Sammy White. He's at the 40. Down at the 37-yard line, Jimmy Allen there.
He was flirting with not picking up the first down. He's got the first down, Lindsey, but
Just
he had
barely.
it twice. Here it is again. Sammy White. That's a first down. He must like to play Detroit. Of course, they're double covering Rashad all day long, so that puts one man on Sammy White if he's full speed. Now he goes back, gets a first down, almost got tackled and lost the first down. White has caught 4 for 48.
He's in the left set, wide receiver. Rashad to the right side. 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. Score tied 3-3. Chuck Foreman got a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. Ed O'Neill made the tackle along with Ken Sanders.
Second and 9.
Sammy White said this week that some of the folks back home have been writing to ask what he's doing these days. He said he was still around and healthy, and Rashad was having some great times, and he'd have some himself a little later on.
I imagine. He's had 28 career touchdowns. This is only his 4th year. But he doesn't have a touchdown pass this year yet.
They've doubled Rashad and White to the left side. White in motion across. Looking for the screen. It is incomplete.
Ed O'Neill blitzing from his middle linebacker position. Detroit smelled the screen immediately, Lindsey. They covered it well.
We have a paid attendance in the stadium this afternoon of 75,295. Tickets distributed 76,850. No shows 1,555. Big crowd at Pontiac Silverdome.
And they're going for their 2nd victory. 1 and 3 with the crowd like this.
Kramer. Rashad at the 20-yard line. Rashad gets close to the 17. Luther Bradley on the stop.
Jerry Burns, the offensive coach of Minnesota, was telling me before the ball game, here comes the little stunt. Bubba Baker goes on the inside. The defensive tackle loops outside. Going to pick up 18 yards on this pass, but Jerry Burns was worried about Kramer. You see him getting knocked down after he completed the pass to Rashad. Whether it would bother his vision, that staph infection, but so far he's looked all right.
And you could see Vince Evans was not expecting the ball when it came. There was some confusion there.
Perhaps a missed count between Evans and his centerman Dan Neal. First down, Tampa Bay, as they try to take advantage. They lead 7-0, and going for a ball. That's going to be just overthrown, intended for Ike Higgins, who crashes into that padded fence down there as he went right through the end zone. Mike and Fensick on the coverage.
There's no question that he was open as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers went for the touchdown right after recovering the fumble. I thought maybe he might have been able to take a little dive for this ball instead of just reaching his arms out, because he had gotten behind Terry Schmidt right there, take that little dive, but he chose just to reach.
All right, it is 2nd and 10 as Williams with the gun. As 2nd and long, let's see what he does here. Couple of awesome arms, the quarterback today. Eckwood, a little cutback and nowhere to go. Good defensive play by the Bears. Tom Hicks, the linebacker, and the rookie defensive end, Hampton, putting a stop on it.
And when you mentioned Tom Hicks, that was the key to that play, because he had kind of a delay blitz or a fast reaction, and he busted the timing on that play. As you look at Baltimore leading Buffalo 6-0 in the second quarter.
Buffalo, a scoring machine a week ago. The Colts still having their problems getting started with the injuries to Jones and others. Philadelphia's gone ahead of Pittsburgh 10-7 in the third period. 5 defensive backs in for the Chicago Bears on third and about 8. Swing pass. Bell's got running room. Bell running hard as a first down to the 27-yard line. Bruce Herron, an extra linebacker in on that defense, made the tackle with help from the quarterback Terry Schmidt. But the Bucs are on the move again.
There had to be a mistake there by the Bears because he was wide open out there in the flat. There is Bell. Nobody out there in time. Bruce Herron, 51, tries to recover. Whether it was his responsibility to get out there in the flat, we'll find out later. But anyway, he was wide open.
It is first down, Tampa Bay at the 26-yard line. The unbeaten Buccaneers. They lead 7-0 and are threatening again. In the I formation. Bell and Eckwood. In motion is Morris Owens. Eckwood. Hampton has him. Hampton and Fensick coming up again from his safety position. He does so well against the run, and it's a loss on the play.
Isn't it something to see this team go up and down the field like this? You can imagine what John McKay went through those first couple of years, and then they beat the Rams last week. McKay's got to be feeling like $1 million right now.
He sure deserves to, yes, indeed. I liked his comment. He always has so many great lines. I liked his comment about his 5-year plan. He said, of course I have a 5-year plan. That's the length of my contract. 2nd and 10. There was no gain on the play. Little play action and a flare out on a screen to Eckwood. Eckwood drops the ball again. Was play dead? I believe it was. The play was ruled dead at the 15-yard line. Hartenstein on the hit. And let's see. Yes, the play is dead.
He's got to cover up on that ball when the cheese gets binding, when there's a lot of people out there. As you see, he just goes out for a quick screen. The 3 linemen come out. Hanna throws a nice block for him. Then he just turns it up the field. Finally, Mark Hartenstein trips him up, and he was definitely down before he fumbled.
So it is first down, Buccaneers at the 15-yard line of Chicago. Doug Williams, sophomore professional out of Grambling at quarterback. And the throw drills it for Owens. He can't hold on. Morris Owens with coverage from Terry Schmidt. And they're both getting up a little slowly. There was a real collision at the junction there. Schmidt gets up favoring his left arm, and he is in some pain, and that is a serious injury for the Bears. The starter there, Alan Ellis, is already out of action, although they say he's ready to come back, and now his backup Schmidt is down.
Schmidt made a good play on that as he hit the receiver, but watch number 88, Giles. He is wide open as he turns up the field right there to the right of your screen, but here is a good play by the Bears defense.
So some attention for the injured Terry Schmidt. Will return in a moment with the Bucs leading 7-0.
We'll watch the return from our end zone camera as our director Jim Cross captures all the action. From the 8-yard line, this is Larry Anderson on the return, and he will set it up at about the 29-yard line. So Pittsburgh, their first opportunity on offense in the second half with Terry Bradshaw at quarterback, Sidney Thornton and Franco Harris, the running backs. John Stallworth and Theo Bell, the wide receivers. We'll check out the tight end. It'll either be Grossman or Cunningham. That offensive line, John Cobb, Sam Davis, Mike Webster, Steve Corson, and Ted Peterson, replacing Larry Brown, who has been thrown out. Now, NFL 79, those of you who are watching it, here's the situation. 11 minutes and 5 seconds, the time remaining, third quarter. The Philadelphia Eagles and the Pittsburgh Steelers were tied in halftime 7-7. The Eagles then took the opening kickoff and moved to field goal range of Tony Franklin, the rookie from Texas A&M. He split the uprights 48 yards away. Eagles lead it 10-7. Pittsburgh first opportunity on offense in the second half as Sidney Thornton carries. There is a fumble. Eagles come up with a football. Renard Wilson. That is the first turnover that the Steelers have suffered in the ball game.
And I'll tell you one thing that Pittsburgh does not.
Now let's go back to New York.
The one thing that Pittsburgh does not want to do early in this second half is give this young Philadelphia team a break. And you can see number 55, LeMaster, kicking that ball loose. Renard Wilson coming up with it. A big break for Philadelphia up the 44-yard line.
In Steeler territory. Second back through is Montgomery, running with all kinds of authority. He at the 35-yard line.
Charlie, he explodes from that I formation. There are several ways that he can go. He's just looking for the open hole, but he has such great acceleration. And once he makes that determination, he is gone. As you can see, he's getting the ball, handing off as deeply in the backfield as he possibly can. Look for the hole. He had it. Cole coming up with the tackle.
Robin Cole, number 56, made the tackle. Second down and 2. Montgomery again. This time he will lose yardage as number 65, defensive left end Tom Beasley, met it.
That time it was Pittsburgh's strong defense shutting them off. Number 65, Tom Beasley, coming up with a tackle. But you can see Lambert's involved. They're taking a look, see where it goes. Green is being held on the play. And that great pursuit of the Pittsburgh Steelers defense catches up, makes the stop. Short of the first down. They lost yardage. They need about 2.5.
The pitch to Montgomery. Slipping one tackle. This will be close to the first down as Mike Wagner finally brought him down. The officials may need to bring the chains out.
He got a first down. He did it on his own because Robin Cole did an excellent job of making sure that he did not get outside.
That was third down. It is barely a first down. 33-yard line of the Steelers.
Credit Montgomery for this one because he spins and now he knows he has to get about 3. He goes as hard as he can. Picks up that first down. That was what, by about 2 inches. Big break for Philadelphia. They maintain that football and it's first down. They're still on the move.
Fitzke wide to the far side.
Blitz
Jaworski to throw.
Oh, it's a free ball.
Harris going backward and still a free ball. And the Eagles finally come up with it back at their own 32-yard line. Jerry Sizemore, the offensive tackle, finally recovered the ball. Now remember, a second ago, it was at the 33-yard line of the Steelers. Now at the Eagles' 32.
He had a quick count, Charlie. He couldn't change the play. They had a blitz on. The linebacker came. Montgomery missed his man.
Robin
Cole, who knocks it loose. Now it's free for anybody. And what they should try to do is fall on that football. I'm talking about either side. Fall on the football. And finally, the big offensive lineman for Philadelphia, Jerry Sizemore, comes up with it. They lost a lot of yardage, but if they'd have coughed up that football, given it to Pittsburgh, it would have been really a big turnaround for the Steelers.
They lost 35 yards on the play.
You don't want to do that against Pittsburgh because gaining 35 against the Steelers is real tough.
So it is now 2nd and 45. Montgomery. He'll get around 5 or 6 of it back. Lauren Taves making the tackle.
I'm sure what Philadelphia's thinking right now, Charlie, is just don't give up the football now. You notice that Montgomery, when he was about to get hit, he had both arms wrapped around that football. He didn't want to cough it up. They don't want to cough it up here either. They had really a big breakdown there when they recovered that fumble and came up with a couple of first downs. A touchdown against Pittsburgh at that stage would have put them kind of in a bind because they haven't been able to move the ball offensively so far.
Winston comes out defensively. Jack Ham comes in. 3rd down and 40 on the draw. Montgomery will lose a couple of yards. It'll be 4th down. And Gary Dunn made the tackle, and the kicking team will come in.
Got a score for you, Charlie. Archie Manning to Ike Harris for 24 yards and a touchdown. New Orleans now leads the New York Giants 17-0 in the 3rd period.
Max Runiger to kick, number 4, the rookie from South Carolina, taken in the 8th round of the draft. And Theo Bell is set for the return. Pressure is on. He gets it off. It's a good one. Bell,
there goes the flag.
Flag is down. It will be against the Steelers. Running into the kicker. Yes. That is an automatic 1st down. And remember, that was 4th down and 42.
Boy, you talk about giving them a gift. It's a punt. They're going after it. About 3 of the Steelers going after it. And I'm sure they'll say that they were blocked into the kicker, but regardless of whether they were or they were not.
Could we save that? Could Ken Edmondson, our producer, save that? I want to look at that again. A great acting job by Max Runiger. Here's the call from the official.
49, defense, 1st down.
Running into the kicker, Dwayne Woodruff. Now watch, see if contact is actually made.
Right there.
It was ever so slight.
Yeah, he's just a rookie, too. Just think how good an actor he's going to be after 4 or 5 years in the league.
All right, spotted at the 40. We're back to live action. And Billy Campfield is in as a running back. It is a 1st down, Eagles. From their own 40-yard line, they'll lose a little on the play. J.T. Thomas was there.
Pittsburgh keep giving them new life with a fumble and now with that penalty. The one thing you didn't want to do on a punt like that was a 40-some yards for a 1st down. That you're going to get good field possession. You escape lightning, and you give the ball right back to the opposition, something you do not want to do.
2nd down and 12. Now, Montgomery is on the sideline, near sideline, and being administered to. He's been replaced by Billy Campfield. 2nd and 12. Jaworski. Flag is down. Pass is incomplete, trying to hit Harris behind the screen. And if Montgomery is injured on the sideline, we'll go back to that flag in a moment. There he is being administered to. Boy, that could be a major loss for the Eagles, as he has been involved this season in 34% of the offense.
34% of the time that man has got a hold of the football. He is very important to the offense of this team. Tried to throw a screen on that last play, but number 58, Jack Lambert.
Illegal motion against the Eagles. It is refused. It'll be 3rd down 12. Go ahead.
Lambert did a great job of diagnosing that screen the last time. He was right over there. As a matter of fact, I think Jaworski might have been throwing the ball away because Lambert was in the area.
Now with 3 wide receivers in, Charles Smith, Scott Fitzke, and Harold Carmichael. Harris, the remaining back. 3rd and 12. Dunn comes out for the defense. Woodruff comes in, 5 men in the secondary. Jaworski with lots of time dumps it off to Harris, and J.T. Thomas moved up to make the tackle, a gain of a yard. So once again, Max Runiger will come in to kick. Runiger kicking to Theo Bell. a mammoth kick.
And the Philadelphia bounce.
It will be down around the 3-yard line. 58 yards from the line of scrimmage. We'll take a timeout. Eagles lead it 10-7.
The little athletes in gymnastics and the big athletes in the world's strongest man. That's next week on the Sports Spectacular, next Saturday afternoon on CBS. There's Terry Schmidt. He's apparently all right. He has at least, though, a sore arm. And the Buccaneers have 2nd and 10 at the 15-yard line. There is nowhere to go as Osborne put the stop on Ricky Bell. Mike Hartenstein there with him, and a complete shutdown of that running play.
Well, the Bucs on a 2nd down situation chose to go right up the middle, and there was Jim Osborne beating the block, number 68, probably the most underrated player on the Chicago Bears team, Jim Osborne. And there's Mike Hartenstein in on the tackle, so we have a passing situation, 3rd and about 14, and we'll see how that rifle arm does on this one, because you got to figure on a pass, right?
I would think so. Mike Spivey, number 47, is in on the corner where Terry Schmidt plays. Schmidt with a bruised left elbow, our report from the bench area. Eckwood, the leading rusher in the game, has 86 yards on 8 carries, including a 61-yard touchdown run. Williams running and is pulled out of bounds. There was good coverage in the end zone. Hartenstein, the left defensive end, taking Williams out of bounds.
This is actually the way that the Buccaneers beat the Bears last year down in Tampa. He actually didn't force a lot, but every time he went out here like this, he had some kind of an option, but not this time, as Hartenstein does a great job, number 73, to reach him and pull him out of bounds. However, he wasn't going to make the first down anyway because he had decided to run, and he was short of the marker, so we're going to have a field goal attempt.
Neil O'Donohue from the 24-yard line, a 34-yard attempt. No good. O'Donohue, who was only 2 for 7, trying field goals. This is again not by much, but enough for the Chicago Bears and their fans. And so with 9:38 to play in the first half, the Buccaneers 7, the Bears nothing.
Looking bandage on his left arm.
Bad arm. You really need a good tight safety man, and he is a tough tackler.
Played well for so many years for Atlanta. Doing the same thing here. 3rd and 1 situation for the Giants. Coder gets the call and gets the Giant first.
Short yardage. You find out who really wants it. You can be in a losing team, but short yardage football is sort of one-on-one and not too fancy. No computers or anything. Just get them out.
The baseball situation now has the Pirates 2-0 over the Chicago Cubs in the bottom of the 4th.
Stargell is just completely outstanding, isn't he? The old Devil's having a great time.
Yes, tremendous. First down rushing that the Giants have been able to pick up as Sims is going to throw back across the field to Coder. Diagnosed very well by the Saints. First man out there was Don Reese.
Pat Hughes played it well, too. The linebacker came up and I think sort of made Coder fool around with it. Again, this kind of a play is going to be tough for a young man to act out because he hasn't even really done a lot of drop back stuff yet and showed people what he looks like dropping back. Ball is thrown a little too high, and even Van Horn's late block doesn't keep Hughes from turning it back inside. Good defensive play.
It'll be 2nd and 14. Don Reese out there to help as well. Phil Sims, Moorhead State at the New Orleans Superdome. Fires deep and fires shy of Jimmy Robinson. On the coverage, Eric Felton,
who is one of the fine young hitters in the secondary in the whole league. He's just back for the first time with Nolan. Danny Abramowitz was telling me that they put Felton into that flotation thing to see what your composite bone muscle against fat.
Yeah.
And that he's the only person they've ever known that needed more fat. That he's all bone and muscle. That's Felton.
Gosh, I never even heard of anybody like that. Ernest Gray and Dwight Scales, the wide receivers. for Phil Simms, who's under pressure and fires complete. Gary Shirk, the tight end, made that reception. Down in the arms of Don Schwartz.
Shirk is hurt, huh? Looks like he's got a foot, too.
Shirk has hurt us. The New Orleans Saint player is down back in the vicinity of where Simms had to throw that ball. There he is, Don Reese.
6'6", 260-pounder that used to be with Don Shula in Miami. Good pass rusher. Just beat out Joe Campbell, the big young horse from Maryland, and he looks like he might be really hurt.
Looks like Joe Campbell might have another chance pretty soon. Don Reese being administered to by the Saint trainers. Don't forget tonight on CBS 60 Minutes as Dan Rather will be talking with Fidel Castro. Archie Bunker's Place follows that, then One Day at a Time, Alice, the Jeffersons, Trapper John, MD. Pretty good lineup.
Wow. Must have used hypnosis. He jumped up. Looked like he's feeling better than when he went down. That's a good sign.
Don Reese jogs off the side. What about this young man and what he has done, Tom? Rich Monty.
He set the all-time record for solo tackles covering punts and kickoffs last year, like 27. And he is, of course, Jennings can throw it, run it, or kick it.
Jennings at this time does not have an uncovered receiver, however. He did earlier. Jennings hits a bomb. Monty with a fair catch. A rare sight right there. But Dwight Scales looking right at him, and down goes a flag. New Orleans 17. The Giants nothing. Let's see what the penalty situation is about with 10.5 minutes left to play in the third quarter. The discussion with Red Cashin and his group. He is the referee.
The Giants have done something.
Head linesman is Ed Marion, by the way. Back judge John Fouch. Field judge Bill Kingsit. The umpires Art Demas. Line judge Tom Dooley, and the side judge is Bob Rice.
Face mask by number 51 of the kickers during the return. First down.
Frank Marion
heard the
did
call.
something, huh? Marion grabbed somebody by the beak.
17-0. World Series of Golf next.
UC tackle Doug Lynch coming onto the field. Cleveland Elam has been in there at defensive tackle. He broke his hand in the first game after he was acquired by the Detroit Lions. Kramer coming into the huddle there. Kramer is 9 for 16, 103 yards today for the Minnesota Vikings. We're on a 3-3 tie. First and 10 for Minnesota at the 18-yard line of the Detroit Lions. 4 minutes, 34 seconds left in the third quarter. Kramer. Watch out. Charlie Weaver sitting in his lap.
And it was a blitz all the way. Kramer might have caught a glimpse of Charlie Weaver coming from the blind side. Roll out right. Now Weaver's the offside linebacker. He's looking downfield. He doesn't even see Weaver. Trying to set up, and Weaver's got dead aim. No, he didn't see him at all.
Now Kramer's called a timeout.
I don't blame him.
He's trying to, at least. And he just did.
Second down.
So he gets the attention of Bob Frederick.
Timeout, Vikings. Got a shoulder pad strap probably broke, Lindsey.
Timeout for a pit stop, and here our game is to be seen on CBS next week. Chicago and Buffalo, Detroit and New England, Green Bay and Atlanta. Philadelphia and Washington, Tampa Bay and the New York Giants, St. Louis and Houston.
And the doubleheader game, the second game you'll be watching, the Dallas Cowboys go against the Minnesota Vikings, the Los Angeles Rams against the New Orleans Saints. That's next Sunday right here on CBS.
Consult your local listings for games and times in your area. Some cities will only see a single game due to the NFL blackout policy. When play is resumed here. We'll have 4 minutes, 29 seconds left in the third quarter.
Houston, Earl Campbell scored 2 touchdowns. They lead Cleveland third quarter, 24-10.
There are people who believe that the Vikings have had something of a jinx against these Detroit Lions, and the statistics would tend to support that. Vikings have beaten the Lions 19 of their last 22 meetings. Errol Mann, who has retired from professional football, former kicker for the Detroit Lions and later with the Oakland Raiders, who now lives in Minnesota, was asked if he thought that there was a jinx, and he said, "You bet there is." Now here it is, 2nd and 10 at the 18-yard line.
Slot. Sammy White and Rashad on the same side to the left.
Foreman and Ricky Young are the setbacks for Tommy Kramer. Ricky Young got it to the 14-yard line for 4. It'll be 3rd and 6 there. Doug English made the stop.
Weaver had a shot, missed the tackle.
3rd and 6.
A 3-3 tie late in the third quarter. Shot to the right side. Move Ricky Young up on the line of scrimmage. Foreman's the lone setback. Tommy Kramer. Penalty marker goes down. It was White who made the catch inside the 10-yard line. Walt Williams, the defender there. But a penalty marker to be checked out.
Kramer's clapping. Defense. They needed 6. They didn't get enough for the first down by about 12 inches.
Kramer is asking him to inform him exactly.
He just wanted to make sure it wasn't a first down. Instead of 4th and a half an inch, you're going to have 3rd and about a yard. He'll take the penalty.
Just inside the 10-yard line.
No, it's going to be an automatic first down. Kramer just wanted to see what was the best.
First down and goal inside the 10-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings. They double Rashad and White to the left side. Foreman. Moved it inside the 8. Ken Sanders, along with John Brooks, made the stop.
Front ground level here, you will see Chuck Foreman. Number 78 was held. He was not only held, he was dragged to the ground there. And Foreman, not much running room, picked up a couple. Boy, was Doug English pulled to the ground.
13th play on this drive, coming up 2nd and goal at the 8-yard line.
Could have called holding very easily there.
3 minutes, 5 seconds left in the third quarter. Dennis Swilley says he wants a little quiet so they can hear the snap. Huddle is being reconvened.
I think he wants a new football, Lindsey. Could have been wet. He has that opportunity there. They're changing balls.
Second and goal at the 8-yard line. Kramer. And it is held on to with the tight end at the 2-yard line. First catch of the day for Tucker. Ed O'Neill made the stop.
Well, he had his eye on the tight end, Bob Tucker. You see him right there. Chuck Foreman was wide open in the end zone to the left side.
Third down.
He had already made up his mind to go to the tight end. Double tight end now. And they're bringing an extra offensive tackle.
They're bringing Frank Myers here.
Frank Myers.
Third and goal at the 2. Foreman and Young are the setbacks.
Now they're tipping off to the left, the back. There they go to the left. Foreman.
Touchdown, Chuck Foreman.
Of course, the defense is at a bad angle. You can see it from up here, Lindsey. 71 yards, and Chuck Foreman just got in. Now, see the near back, number 34, he's teed it up. Now, when he's back in line with 44, the play usually goes to the right. And again, it's Ricky Young with a great block. He's really blocked well today, and Foreman goes in for his first touchdown of the year.
Kraus is in the hole for Danmar on the conversion attempt. Danmar's conversion is good. And as they come back up the field, the score is 10-3.
Ground level shot here. Here go Chuck Foreman around the left side, and another great block by Ricky Young. There you see the linebacker go down, and Foreman goes in standing up.
2-3 yards.
This is when you have to be very careful. Hey, there's a baseball score, and Pittsburgh is hanging tough. Of course, their magic number is still 2, no matter what else happens to Montreal. They just figure to win them, right?
If Pittsburgh wins them all, including that one, and Montreal wins them all, including today and tomorrow, then they'll have a playoff. 2nd and 9. By the way, the word on Don Reese, the Saint defensive tackle, is that he just had the wind knocked out of him, and he should be back when they come back. Muncie on the option pass over Mike Harris. And did he have him? He was open by 4 or 5, and Harris, look, he didn't know which way to go.
Harris starts to come back for it and then spins around. Pretty good fake by the running back. About 3 good ones now, and he should have probably gone ahead and thrown it. He wants to be very careful because Ike Harris is wide open. Now he turns around. He can't believe that he got so much on the throw and goes down in a heap.
And the other part of that National League Eastern Division baseball race, Philadelphia 1-0 over Montreal, top of the 5th. You saw that. If they lose, if they lose, it's all over. Montreal, I mean. Sorry.
Archie Manning is 11 for 15 for 112 yards, and he's beginning to warm it up.
Again, Manning fires, and this time underthrows in the direction of Ike Harris. Terry Jackson on the coverage, and the Saints will have to punt. They lead 17-0 over the Giants.
Looked like Otis McKinney, too. They were in the nickel defense. The Giants were in. Otis McKinney darn near had an interception. Archie's mad at himself.
Archie Manning was a heck of a baseball player in college as well as football.
Outfielder or pitcher?
And hitter. Giants put the rush on Partridge. He still gets it away. Jimmy Robinson will field, and look who's close by and knocked off is Mountie. So the Giants will take it over in Saint territory with 9 minutes and 33 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter. It's 17-0.
Jack Delaplane has gone out. Robin Earl has come in. Earl's first appearance. He's been bothered by a foot injury and a toe injury on top of that. This is Peyton. Peyton trying the right side, stacked up by the Tampa Bay defense. Kohler and Chambers and the linebackers coming in right behind them to pile them up. Lewis, safety Cotney coming up. Got about 2 yards.
What a terrible year for the Giants. New Orleans off to a 17-0 lead in the 3rd quarter.
Cecil Johnson goes out. An extra defensive back is in for the Tampa Bay Bucs. 2nd and about 7. Richards motion behind the ball. Evans. Complete. Daschnagel at the 40-yard line. First down, Chicago. Gareth White, number 45, made the tackle.
The Bears have gone to the 3 wide receivers, and Daschnagel is showing a knack to find the hole in that zone defense. As you see, the 3-man rush by the Bucs and the linebackers dropping off. And here comes Daschnagel, and he'll turn in the slot, in the zone there, and catches it before Jarris White makes the tackle. However, there was a penalty on the play.
A holding call against Chicago, Johnny. So when they get something going, they lose it right back. It's happened twice so far in the game, on the penalty to Cobb earlier and here again now. And they are backed up to their 12-yard line.
Holding. Offense, number 64. Repeat, second down.
Ted Albrecht, the left tackle, guilty of holding. Gordon McCarter, the referee. The umpire, Tony Kramer. The head linesman, Bill Ross. The line judge, Jack Petty. The back judge, Ray Douglas. The side judge, Bill Quinty. And the field judge, Harmon Turkey. Second and 18. Up the middle for Scott. Incomplete. Scott wants interference. There was definitely contact from Mark Washington, the cornerback. Looked like they got their legs tangled. There is no penalty forthcoming downfield.
The Buccaneers decided to blitz that time. Here they come with a couple of linebackers, and Evans got the ball off. He threw for Scott, and you'll see Washington come over the top. The ruling was that he was diving for the ball. Let's see if he makes contact with Scott. A very close play there. It looked like he hit Scott as he was coming up and over, maybe tripped him on the way up, but it's a judgment call by the official, and since it goes this way, you got to say he made the call, and we'll have to live with it, right? We'll see.
Right. They were both up for the ball. Neither of them touched it, as it turned out. They definitely touched each other. Washington colliding with James Scott. It is third down and 18. Evans straight back. Flares it out to Robin Earl. Earl has nowhere to go. Cotney, number 33, is there. He picked up maybe 5 yards at the most, and the Bears will have to punt. Vince Evans, Bears third-year quarterback from USC, his third start of the season. Bears have Bob Avellini, last year's starter, Mike Phipps. All look good in preseason, but Evans won the job. Parsons standing at his 1-yard line. Danny Reitz, who very seldom lets a fair catch call. Low snap. Parsons fielding it well. Reitz has got some running room. Nearly ran into his own blocker, but he still picked up 5 or 6 yards on the return. Bruce Heron, number 51, made the tackle. And Reese got the ball all the way to the 48-yard line of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with 7:51 remaining in the first half. 7-0 Buccaneers.
That's the Glasgow team. Rusty Jackson to kick from Buffalo.
Same sparkling coverage that you saw when you watched last week. And what's figured to be another great race. All of it here on CBS. Here is Phil Simms at the New Orleans Superdome. 1st and 10 Giants at the St. 44. And Simms gives to Coder. And Coder breaks a tackle. And Coder swings to the outside. He'll have a first down and more. Doug Coder inside the 30. To about the New Orleans St. 29, stopped finally by safety man Tom Myers.
The 10th carry for Coder. He has 55 yards now. Watch the move. Dips it inside. Gets Bordelon to make his shot and then takes him off the thigh guard and runs. Again, he's holding the ball, what we would think maybe in the wrong arm, but you don't care. He protects it and keeps digging. Pretty good average for the day.
5.5 yards for Doug Phil Simms. Calls him at the 28. Gives again to Doug Coder, and again he bangs into the secondary of the Saints where Tom Myers met him at the 25.
Jeter pulled a thigh muscle on that last running pass by Muncie.
The Eagles 10-7 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. We were talking about those hamstring problems earlier, pulled muscles. And the Steelers have many of those. Buffalo 7, Baltimore 6, second quarter. Phil Simms has his Giants down 0-17, 2nd and 7. Again, New Orleans recovery. Don Reese on the recovery.
That's only the second fumble the Giants have lost all year. That has not been the problem. The young quarterback, he puts it right on the elbow of Doug Coder.
That was not Doug Coder's fault. He had the arms in the correct position. The Saints have the football.
Don't forget Sports World, a new day. It is now on Saturday. We'll have the legends of bowling, the first round, and invitational gymnastics from China. There is Max Runniger, who just sailed that kick.
Charlie, 57 yards, and you can see why. Full extension. Look at that leg, how high it gets. He also got the ball turned over.
From the Pittsburgh 3-yard line, Franco Harris moves to the 6. It'll be 2nd down and 7 as Bobby Howard and John Bunting make the tackle.
Number 32, Franco Harris. Before the ball game, the Steelers felt that they had to get a good performance from Franco Harris today. Actually, offensively, they haven't done much at all. I think Bradshaw's only completed 1 or 2 passes.
We have a baseball score, 5th inning. Pirates 2, Cubs nothing. 2nd down, 7. Here it is, Eagles 10, Steelers 7. Pass is complete. Randy Grossman. It'll be 3rd down as Frank LeMaster stops him at the 10-yard line.
What to do now is keep him backed up. Play action pass, not much of a fake by Bradshaw, but just going, Grossman going from the right side all the way to the left. Here's an open field tackle. He wraps him up, brings him down short of the 1st down.
3rd down and 3.
Pittsburgh needs to get something going.
Flag is down. Thornton carries. He has the 1st down. He is out of bounds, but there is a flag. The ball at the 16-yard line. Steelers have a little bit of breathing room.
Play pass.
Bradshaw, all the time in the world. Pass is incomplete. Thornton, the intended receiver. Boy, he had a lot of time.
He had all the time in the world. What Thornton should have done, instead of standing there and waving his hands, should have made a move and perhaps run straight back toward the line of scrimmage and give Bradshaw a target. Now, Bradshaw that time had to throw it very low. Had he thrown it higher, the possibility that it could have been intercepted. But you can see here that the offensive line is doing a job. They're looking around, picking up people. Davis is looking, but Thornton downfield was standing there. He should have been coming back toward the line of scrimmage for Bradshaw.
Greg Hawthorne, the #1 draft choice, comes in. Sidney Thornton comes out. Hawthorne, number 27, from Baylor University. 5 men on the pattern. 2nd and 10. It's intercepted. John Bunting. Bunting to the 5. Dives to about the 2-yard line. Bunting has his first interception of the season.
I'll tell you, he read that pass pattern very well. What Bradshaw was trying to do was have Randy Grossman, their tight end, delay and then come back in the middle. But number 95 is Bunting. He was looking at it all the way. Bradshaw does not see him, and he steps right in front of him. Takes it right down inside the 5-yard line. A great opportunity for Philadelphia to score once again.
Bunting missed last week. He was out with the flu. In his 8th year, the left outside linebacker. 2-yard line. 1st down, goal to go. Montgomery diving. Does not go in. Goal to go. Harris and Montgomery, the running back. Montgomery, touchdown. 16-10. Eagles lead it.
The one thing that you want to do to a young football team like Philadelphia, if you're the world champions, is give them any spark. Pittsburgh has given them that spark here in the 2nd half. The interception down inside the 5-yard line provides them with another opportunity. They took it in and got 6 points. You can tell by the fans, you can tell by Philadelphia, they are really fired up now. You can tell that this is an emotional game. So emotional, Montgomery's got that football. He's not going to give it up.
action before the snap as Tom Beasley, number 65, comes across the line of scrimmage. May have been drawn across, and he was. The penalty against the Eagles. Still on the extra point attempt.
Ball start, 7-9, offense, first down.
A false start against Philadelphia. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is WIC-TV, your new spirit station in Pittsburgh.
The score is now Philadelphia 17, Pittsburgh 7. We'll be back in a moment.
What a horse race next week here on CBS. The Jockey Club Gold Cup from Belmont, a firm and spectacular bid. And there's a spectacular-looking lady. First down, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. In motion is the rookie Gordon Jones. They have a wingback on the left, Eckwood, and he has the ball. The rookie from Arkansas, good coverage by the Bears, closing down the corner, a gain of about 1.5 yards on the play. Fensick and Hampton combining to make the tackle. Baseball scores for you. The Phillies continue to lead the Expos 1-0. They're now in the top of the 5th. Pirates are ahead of the Cubs 2-0, also in the top of the 5th.
So far this season, Tampa Bay has outscored their opponents 55-7 in the second quarter. So this has been a big quarter for the Buccaneers this year so far.
Tim Ryan and Johnny Morris at Soldier Field, where the Bucs lead it 7-0. O'Donoghue hit the upright with a field goal try from 34 yards out, or they might have led 10-0. They have the ball again. Screen pass, Ricky Bell. Bell is pulled down as the Bears just cut through the blocking. That was Muckensturm coming way over from the left linebacker position with an outstanding defensive play.
That time, the Buccaneers put Owens in motion across the field. Terry Schmidt had come all the way across to cover him, then had to run all the way back across the field to cover him downfield. They ran the screen the other way. Actually, not a bad play.
3rd and 5 for Tampa Bay. Muckensturm, the man who took the starting spot away from the 14-year veteran Doug Buffone at the left linebacker position. Muckensturm, a 4-year man from Arkansas State. 3rd and 5. 5 defensive backs in the passing situation. Williams drills a completion to the rookie Gordon Jones. First down, Tampa Bay at the 30-yard line of the Bears. Fensick on the tackle. Gordon Jones, a rookie from Pittsburgh, their number 2 pick.
And watch the back, Ricky Bell. He'll swing out to take the linebacker out of the action, which creates a zone. You'll see 51 going out to cover, and then Jones comes in on his hook, and he's got the short zone in front of Terry Schmidt, and that play worked like a charm. They are controlling the Chicago Bear defenders with the backs, and they're doing a good job of it.
John, that is excellent analysis. I'm sure our fans enjoy that kind of an explanation, and our thanks to our cameraman for showing us exactly what John is talking about. All right, it is first down. Tampa threatening again, and this, there's a tight end around. Giles, who will lose one tackler. Look at the big guy run. But he's knocked out of bounds by Livers. A gain of maybe 6, maybe 7 yards on the play.
This is an example of individual effort as Giles comes back, and I believe it was Hartenstein who got across there. He cut back, then he turned on the speed, and you see a little straight arm there. Not bad. He straight arms Alan Page, gets away from him, and gets some yards out of it.
Livers finally pushing him out. Giles, a 3rd-year man from Alcorn State, came over in a trade from Houston, and John McKay happy with him. Another NFC Central battle. Minnesota leading the Lions 10-3. Second, about 1.5 yards to go for the Buccaneers. Play action. Owens incomplete. Smith and Plank on the coverage. And it was Terry Schmidt who got a hand on the ball. I like that play, though.
He threw that before the receiver was anywhere near where he was supposed to be, and the receiver got there in time. Williams will take some punishment from Muckenstern after he throws the ball. But there's the cut, and Schmidt was off balance, but he still turned around in time and put his hand down there with a fine defensive player, and Doug Williams took some punishment on that one. Here's a look at it, too. Muckenstern on the blitz, number 58, as Schmidt releases the ball. There you go. There's my friend. Down he goes.
Well, that's a good play all around. Williams getting the ball away, Muckenstern making the hit, Schmidt making the knockdown. And I like the call from John McKay. Here's Ricky Bell outside. He's got the first down, and Schmidt pulls him down at about the 14-yard line. And the Buccaneers threaten once more.
You really hit on a good point there, Tim. That last play was an excellent football play by both teams, and that's where you like to see the game played. It was excellent.
Even Owens did a good job to make a play on the catch. He just was outplayed on his play by Terry Schmidt. Excellent all-around football, but it's first down Buccaneers on the run by Ricky Bell. Came out in the I formation. Wide left is Gordon Jones. Williams, Ricky Bell, good hole, flag down. Hampton, the rookie defensive end, made the tackle about 5 yards downfield. Holding is the call, and it's against Tampa Bay.
I don't know if they called it on Charlie Hanna, number 73, or not. He made an excellent block there. You'll see him, the right tackle, as he blocks Hampton out, number 73. Now, could they have called holding on him there?
Well, we'll find out from Gordon McCarter momentarily. So the Bucs set back with a penalty. They had a good drive going here.
Holding. Number 61, offense. Repeat, first down.
Greg Roberts. It was not Hanna. I didn't think it would be because it looked like a pretty good block. He had sealed his man outside, but they called Greg Roberts from Oklahoma.
Bears coach Neil Armstrong in the red sweater. Looked like he was talking to Buddy Ryan, his defensive coordinator down there. First down and 20. Straight ahead, Eckwood. Got about 5 of it back. Took a tough hit there from Jerry Muckenstern, number 58. Good tackle.
Yeah, you mentioned Jerry Muckenstern. He's the man that got through, avoided the block, got blocked slightly here, and then just reached back with his left arm and tripped him up.
Osborne, number 68, the man to finish him off after Muckenstern made the initial hit. It is second and about 17. What it says on the screen, so it must be. Williams back. Sideliner incomplete, intended for Gordon Jones, and that Jones shows some speed of foot, the rookie from Pittsburgh. But it's third down, Tampa Bay. There's Gordon Jones, 6 foot, 190, number 2 pick this year. Buffalo leading Baltimore 7-6 in the second period. Look at this. Philadelphia in front of the Steelers, 17-7. Maybe we can get some word on Bradshaw in that game. He was banged up a little last week.
It seems like the Steelers always play just well enough to win.
Yeah, that one's a long way from being over, as is this one. 3:54 to go, first half, 7-0 Tampa Bay. Big third down play here to try and keep this drive alive. Williams is going to run. Williams does not have the first down. Gary Fensick pulling him down at about the 13-yard line.
Jim Osborne is grabbing for air right now. He thought sure he had Doug Williams on this play as Williams went back, and he's surrounded in the pocket, and I believe it was 68 Osborne who had him dead to rights, and Doug says, oh no, I'm going to run. And he takes off down the field. There's Osborne coming through. Page is on the left side, and here he decided to cut back. He might have gotten the first down, and a good tackle by Fensick to prevent the first down.
What a good athlete, 6'4", 215. We'll see it again here, a different angle.
There it is. Now he cuts to his left, and Fensick makes the good tackle.
Field goal try from the 20-yard line. That's a 30-yarder for Neil O'Donoghue. Hit the upright on his previous try. And that one is good. Neil O'Donoghue hitting a 30-yard field goal. And so the Tampa Bay Buccaneers come up with another 3, and a 10-0 margin here in the second quarter at Soldier Field.
Leonard Thompson back.
Thompson back for the Lions.
Dan Mara is teeing it up now. 2 minutes, 3 seconds remaining to be played in the third quarter. Dan Mara puts it up. Thompson is deep. He has it at the 2-yard line. It's returned to the 26-yard line by Kane. Rick Kane returned it.
Roland Hooks has scored from 1 yard out to give Buffalo a 7-6 lead over the Baltimore Colts.
And loose. Ball on the 25-yard line.
First down and 10 yards to go for the Detroit Lions. They have the ball on the 25. Vikings are leading by a score of 10-3. Second down play coming. Jeff Comlow, the rookie from Delaware, quarterbacking. There are his stats for the day.
Well, he had a sensational day last week. 2 touchdowns, 289 yards in there against Atlanta.
Comlow, blitz, screen left, incomplete, forward pass behind the line. Then it's for Gaines, Lawrence Gaines, the man for whom it was intended.
Hands, he should have had that, Lindsey, and Gaines knows it. They had the perfect play called. They caught him in a blitz, little screen, everybody was out in front, could have been a big gainer.
Horace King has replaced Gaines now as he comes off the field. It'll be 3rd and 10 at the 25. One minute, 41 seconds left in the third quarter. Washington and Luther Blue. Double to the left side. Down low. Intended for Washington, and you saw Bobby Bryant come across and get a hand on it. Punting unit comes on now for the Detroit Lions.
Good thing Washington came back for the football, or Bobby Bryant would have had an interception and it's some running room. Here it is. Comlow's under heavy pressure back here. You see he's open there, but he just can't get the football there on time because of the pressure. And if Washington had not come back for the football a little bit, Bryant would have had an easy interception.
Larry Swider, who had a 72-yard punt here earlier this afternoon, is in deep punt formation. Jimmy Edwards is deep to receive it. Edwards lets it hit and lets it bounce, and it's bouncing all the way down to the 20-yard line. So that is a 54-yard punt for Larry Swider.
Edwards should have made the decision, Lindsey, to make a fair catch. He got in one of those positions where he didn't know whether he wanted to catch the football or not.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Vikings at their own 20. That's Kramer coming into the huddle to run the attack. Rashad and White a double to the left side. Ricky Young.
That was Young carrying the ball.
At the 24-yard line, stopped by Allen and Hunter.
Wilbert Montgomery scored from 1 yard out. Also, Leroy Harris in Philadelphia. Pittsburgh's what, won 12 straight in the National Football League, and they trail the Eagles by 10, third quarter.
2nd and 6 at the 24-yard line.
Eagles are surprised, Lindsey, this year. If they win today, that'll be 4-1 on the year.
They are, in fact. Foreman to the 30-yard line. Looks to be just about a foot short of the first down. Charlie Weaver made the tackle. We'll take a long look at this one as they get it spotted.
Here goes Stu Voigt in with the play. Now, Lindsey, what I mentioned on that touchdown run and the way the Vikings use their short yardage plays, they'll have 2 tight ends in. The near back, in other words, the halfback, in this case it'll be Ricky Young, if he lines up in a halfback position with the fullback set, they cheat a little bit. In other words, if they're going to hand to the fullback off to the left halfback will cheat up towards the line of scrimmage.
They're letting the clock run out in the 3rd quarter, and time has expired. And that's the end of the 3rd quarter with the score. Minnesota Vikings 10 and the Detroit Lions 3. We now pause for a word from your local station.
It's the quarterback's job to put the ball in. Coder will be looking already at the hole. And young Sims is a little too far away and hits him right on the elbow with it.
Not Doug Coder's fault. He's got to be looking for places to go and just feel that ball come in under his arm like that. First down, New Orleans. 8:09 left. 3rd quarter. Galbraith spins straight ahead for about 8. Big hole in the middle of that Giant defense. Calvin Miller, another Giant injured. And the defensive line is really depleted at the moment for the Giants. Jeff Weston playing right defensive end. Miller is out. Mendenhall is out. Tabor continues to play.
And he's a rookie. And that was just a misdirection, but inexperienced people will chase.
The situation, Phil Tabor made the tackle. The situation in the Giant defense is such that Dan Lloyd, number 54, who is normally a linebacker, is playing defensive tackle.
Whoa.
Look at this. The Eagles 17, Pittsburgh Steelers 7. Got details?
A 1-yard run by Wilbert Montgomery. That's with 2:49 left in the 3rd quarter. Tony Franklin has also added a field goal.
Pittsburgh, of course, was unbeaten. Here's Chuck Muncy hopping over a couple. And here comes the penalty flag from way back deep in the secondary. Ray Rhodes made the stop on Chuck Muncy.
Archie Manning is mad, too. He is going up to the official because he knows he has the drive. They're beginning to get some tempo against the injured team, and it's going to be holding.
Muncy had the first down, but they're going to bring it all back. Those Eagles, your alumni, with their 3-1 record. Let's listen.
Holding number 85 on the offense. 3rd down.
Tight end Henry Childs. Philadelphia still defeating Montreal 1-0 in the top of the 6th. The Expos lose and Pittsburgh loses. Things are still alive. Manning runs away from Phil Tabor and wisely throws it away, something that he might not have done a few years ago, but the Giants had that diagnosed perfectly.
Van Pelt kicked out to help Terry Jackson on Chandler, and there was really no place to go with it. And a pretty good pass rush as they twist and stunt coming up the middle. Look at Miller, or number 73 in there. Yeah, that's Tabor. That's also number 80 is the one chasing Archie, and he just threw it right over near Gumbo.
73 is Jeff Weston. And it's a makeshift defensive line as Rick Partridge stands back inside of his own 10. He's averaged 39 yards plus today. That's a line drive that Robinson should be able to do something with, and he does. Robinson gets back to about the 44-yard line. 17-0. The New Orleans Saints lead.
Somebody hurt again?
That might be Robinson.
Well, I'll tell you. Look, even Eddie Croak, you know, our good friend, the publicity man, is injured. He came out of the parking lot, didn't he, and got hit? Huh?
Got run over by a car. Glad to see him up and around and helping. Robinson is shaking right there, his knees.
See that twist?
Twisted and painful.
And, you know, people aren't trying to do that. You know, it's a physical, and sometimes that apparently looks like it's violence, but you don't have time to really try to twist somebody's leg.
I am anxious to see Magic Johnson and what he does. I've always been an admirer of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, of course, and Bill Walton with the San Diego Clippers now. And how about Larry Bird? I wonder what he's going to do with the Boston Celtics. All that when the NBA starts on CBS Friday, October the 12th, 11:30 Eastern Time. And Detroit ought to be a lot better this year, too, you know that?
Yeah, that's going to be, of course, I think they're probably the best athletes in the world, and I just am constantly amazed at how big and fast and how high they can jump and run.
And your buddy Billy Cunningham has Doug Collins back, doesn't he?
And Dr. J and a few of those people.
Darryl Dawkins.
He should be out here.
Yeah.
Except we might pull the gondola down.
And Duncan. That's ought to be a great year for the NBA on CBS.
Headed the point after to make it 17-7 will be kicking off, and Larry Anderson is deep. The Steelers have to get something going. 2:46. Time remaining, third quarter. Anderson slips a tackle. Turns upfield, is caught from behind. Near the Pittsburgh 30-yard line. Jerry Robinson is the man who got him.
Look at Franklin. He's running around there without a shoe on.
He can step to look out. Don't get hurt, Tony. Steelers now from their own 30-yard line, trailing by 10. And moving across and making contact was Charlie Johnson, the nose tackle of the Eagles. Let's see if he was drawn off.
I don't believe so. It's going to be an easy 5 yards for Pittsburgh.
Take it out close to the 35-yard line. It'll be first down and 5.
That's probably the best yardage they made on first down here in the second half.
You're right.
65, making contact before the snap. Defense, first down.
Thornton in motion. And he stops, sets up as a wide receiver. Franco Harris. And Harris has the first down. He was originally hit after picking up about 4 yards. He added 3 more on his own. Carl Hairston brought him down at the 42.
Taking a look at this play, what they're doing, Sidney Thornton, they're lining him up in the backfield. He takes off and lines up in a wing formation. They're trying to spread out that defense and give Franco an opportunity to find a hole. This time, with good blocking up front, he does find a hole, picks up the first down.
Over the middle, pass is complete. Tight end, Randy Grossman. 47-yard line, a gain of 5. It'll be second down and 5. Frank Lemaster, the right inside linebacker for the Eagles, makes the tackle.
They're trying to get something going. They're trying to change up their offensive plan, what they've been doing the first half. First down that last time when Franco picked up the first down, they brought the halfback Thornton out in a wing formation all the way out at the flanker. That time they're dumping it off in the middle area, picking up 4, 5, 6 yards at a crack.
Second and 5. Steelers on their own 47, trailing by 10. Eagles lead it 17-7. Thornton, first down. Cuts to the outside and is cut down at the 45-yard line of the Eagles by Herman Edwards. Accepting Terry Bradshaw. Took it to the 2-yard line. Montgomery took it in at 2 plays. The lead is 10. Pass is underthrown to Grossman, incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 at the Eagles 45. It is Thornton again with the call. Leans inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. A gain of 6. It'll be 3rd down and 4, and Terry Totolo, the left inside linebacker, makes the tackle.
Coming up now, this is not...
Greasy to the near side. It is picked off. It is taken by Bobby Jackson. There he goes. He's in the clear. He's on the way. And it's Bobby Jackson who took one right of the hands of Cephalo for a touchdown.
He doesn't have to worry about shoveling snow off the streets yet. You can come to a football game and enjoy the sunshine. Walderscheid from the 15-yard line over the 30 to the 32. Number 23, Lenny Walderscheid, one of the real fine handymen on this Bears squad. Jim Obradovich, reserve tight end, made the tackle. Number 86. And it is 1st down, Chicago, with lots of time to get something on the board if they can get a drive going here. Pretty good field position at their 32.
Tampa Bay has 15 sacks so far this year, and that's pretty good considering they only rushed the 3 men.
Bucs going 40 yards in 9 plays for the 30-yard field goal by Neil O'Donohue. Vince Evans, the quarterback. Payton and Delaplane make it Robin Earl, number 39, and at fullback again now, replacing the starter Delaplane. Evans has time. Out for Earl. Earl runs away from one man and bashes over the midfield stripe into Tampa territory at the 49. Washington and Cecil Johnson made the tackle, and Washington is down and hurt. Big Robin Earl, when he runs into you, you're hit. 6'5", 240.
One of the biggest running backs in the NFL. He's coming off a sore toe, but he really gets away from Dewey Selman, and this is the way you attack this Tampa Bay defense. You throw underneath the coverage, and then here's the way where he gets away and then turns on, and finally a host of Tampa Bay tacklers get him, and Washington got hurt on that tackle. There was quite a bit of contact there. Cecil Johnson says, that's my football, but too late.
Washington, you could see in that replay, was the first man to make full contact with Earl, coming from the right corner, and he put his shoulder right into that juggernaut, and he is feeling the effects right now.
One reason for Tampa's success this year is that they haven't had any injuries. They've started the same lineup every week so far this season, and this would be their first major injury. Let's hope it's not serious.
They lost their punter, Green, to an Achilles tendon, but apart from that, you're right. They've been disgustingly healthy and enjoying it for a change. They've been through their injury problems. Next Saturday, here on CBS at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And barring anything unforeseen, you will see a firmed and spectacular bid in that field, and that should be some horse race that, even if you don't follow racing on a regular basis, everybody likes to watch the great horses and say that they saw them run, and you'll have that opportunity next Saturday on CBS. Washington is up and apparently all right. Curtis Jordan, number 25, has come in on the right corner, number 25. 1st down, Chicago. 2:26 to play first half. They trail 10-0. First down to the 35-yard line of Tampa Bay. Cecil Johnson, 30th man from Pittsburgh, made the tackle.
That's the extra dimension the Bears are looking for, a mobile quarterback, and you're going to see him put a fancy do on Dewey Selman. As he sees that Payton was covered, he was trying to hit Walter Payton. They had him inside-outside, so Vince Evans decides to take off, and he really dekes out number 58, Dewey Selman, coming up right here with a good move, a plant, and then a cutoff. And there was the block as he picked up the block and then put his shoulder down and got the first down for the Chicago Bears. Vince Evans talks to Neil Armstrong as Tampa Bay still leads this game 10-0 in the second quarter.
Third down, we got about size of the football, Lindsey. Be a great spot here for play action. Of course, I love it. This is perfect position. I'd love to see the teams do it. Not too many of them do. Throw that play action on 3rd and short. Now let's see if they cheat a little bit. Ricky Young is cheated up, not too much this time. Diving across Ricky Young to pick up the first down. I think he got it as he has stretched his body out, hopefully getting in advance of the sticks. Needed about a foot to go. See, they're a little bit deeper. When they're cheating up, they come to the left side, and when he's back, he usually runs over the right guard spot.
Spot the ball, take a look, and it's 1st and 10.
That's the first down.
Keep in mind that coming into today's game, the Lions had scored 74 points, 47 of them in the 4th quarter. And keep in mind that the Vikings, meanwhile, have allowed 47 points in the 4th quarter, their worst defensive quarter. The Vikings are leading by a score of 10-3. I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Hornung here at Pontiac Silverdome. 1st down and 10 yards to go at the 31 for the Vikes. Kramer. Going long to White, and White has it. And he is pulled down at the 20-yard line by James Hunter. 1st and 10 Vikings at the Detroit 20-yard line.
Was he open? He's down the left side. Now you see Hunter playing on up close. They're rolling out to the right, a 49-yard pickup. He's open on a post move right over the middle. Nobody's there. You see 21, Walt Williams. James Hunter comes from the other side to save 6.
White has caught 5 for 97 yards today. Big day for Sammy White. McClanahan is coming to that backfield now.
Yeah, 16 points now over Miami.
Beg your pardon, it's Stu Voigt who came in at tight end. Still Foreman and Young. Kramer rolling. Throws back to Ricky Young, incomplete at the 10-yard line. It was linebacker Charlie Weaver covering on the play. Tom Lowe is waiting patiently until the Detroit Lions get the football. Kramer, meanwhile, waits for the next play to be brought in. And Tucker's coming in with it. 2nd down and 10 yards to go for the Vikings. At the 20-yard line of the Detroit Lions. White to the left side. Rashad Wright. Foreman. To the 16-yard line. Ed O'Neill brought him down. 3rd down and 6 at the 16. Kramer, a little stocking trouble.
3rd and 6.
He's 11 for 20, 158 yards.
Houston, Earl Campbell scored 3 times already today, 3rd quarter.
Kramer brings him up. Foreman in the left set, Young in the right set. White left is a wide receiver, Rashad Wright. White in motion across.
Blitz, safety blitz.
Taken by White, stepped out of bounds at the 14, maybe 13-yard line. It's going to be 4th and 3. And that's going to bring on Rick Danmeyer, the field goal man.
4th down.
Kramer read the safety blitz, but Sammy White was too close to the sidelines. They had man-to-man on everybody.
Krause has come in to hold. White has 6 catches for 100 yards today. Danmeyer will attempt a 31-yard field goal with Krause holding from the hash mark right. Danmeyer's 31-yarder is good. And once again, the Vikings put points on the scoreboard. As they come back up the field, it is the Vikings 13 and the Lions 3.
Here's Phil Simms back to throw with good protection, fires. Ball was there. Dwight Scales, the intended receiver. It was thrown pretty hard. The New York Jets 26, Miami 10. Miami was unbeaten beginning today. That's the 3rd quarter score.
Well, that was really a good throw, though. You're getting paid to catch hard throws, too. That quarterback cleaned that off and really threw it right on the money.
Maybe it has something to do with that number, 88. Billy Taylor is now one of the Giant backs along with Emery Moorhead. Taylor has replaced Doug Cody. Simms on the draw play to Moorhead. Emery breaks almost one tackle, gets a couple of yards before Derland Moore takes him down.
That time Emery showed his inexperience, because if he'd have cut inside the block by Van Horn, he had some yardage.
Pirates 3, the Cubs nothing. Top of the 6th. Stargell and Parker and Garner and the rest of the group hanging tough. 3rd and 8 here. Line of scrimmage the 47, 3rd down 8. The Giants need for a first down. 17-0. Saints lead at 5:50 left 3rd quarter. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire in New Orleans as back goes Sims on a quick out, which was thrown quickly from Fright, I think.
Pretty good coverage on the outside. Boy, Houston's jumping on Cleveland now. That's another touchdown run by Earl Campbell. Brother Earl makes it 31-10 now.
You stop and look at that unbeaten list, and the scores we're getting now, there were only 4 teams without a loss going into this weekend. Tampa Bay, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Miami. The only one that might survive is Tampa Bay. They lead Chicago 10-3 as that ball takes a giant bounce, and Dave Jennings back up at midfield jumps with elation.
Robinson for the Giants, dislocated elbow, out for the rest of the game. But I mean, that's got to be painful, huh?
Might not be just the game. That punt by Jennings was 44 yards. 17-0. New Orleans over the New York Giants.
Very careful time for defense, because Archie Manning has a lot of points to work with, and he's got great speed, and it's just as easy to go 88 as it is 18.
Just looking at the front 4 again for the Giants now. It's Miller, Martin, Weston, and Taylor. Not household words. Muncie. Stopped at the line of scrimmage by Brad Van Pelt. Boy, what injuries can do to a football team.
Van Pelt and Kelly had 29 tackles between them against the Eagles a week ago. You know, when anybody but your middle linebacker is making most of the tackles, people up front are really hurting.
I'm just looking at that group that's up there now. Rookie, 3-year man, ex-Canadian football player. Manning picked off. Beasley Reese circling wide to his left. He has Wes Chandler over there to contend with, and Chandler made an excellent defensive play. Wes Chandler took him down. Beasley Reese on the interception.
We told you that Reese has just kept plugging all year and hitting people. Beasley steps in, gets his first interception of the year. Archie had a deep sideline by Ike Harrison. Should have probably taken that one, but this time with a little pressure by Tabor, I believe. He tries to dump it off, and number 28 comes out. Chandler's a good athlete, though.
Watch Wes Chandler play this off.
Yeah, he's going to string out the interference and come back and make the tackle. That is good play.
That is only instinctive, what he just did. The Giants. Billy Taylor tries to cut back inside and does get a few yards. Don Reese made the tackle, got his arm out there. The line of scrimmage should be inside the 15 for the Giants, down about the 14 at the moment. 4:25 make it left 3rd quarter. The Saints lead the Giants 17-0. That play got 5 yards.
And did you see that time, if the back had just hesitated a second and cut off the block, the blocks aren't too bad. A little bit of inexperience running the ball, too.
Minnesota Vikings leading Detroit 13-3, 2nd and 5 in the Superdome. Here's Taylor again. Billy Taylor. Now that was impressive.
Red Raider finally getting some playing time. Look at this. You see him shake that fist? You think the Giants aren't frustrated? They go out to practice every day, and they have to go face the people when games are over with. Good running, and he got that shoulder down to make it. And once more.
Fetterspiel on the tackle, but running with authority was Billy Taylor. It'll be 3rd down now and 1. Giants on the move. The quarterback, Phil Simms, Gary Shirk, and Al Dixon, both in the game, double tight ends. Let's see what Phil Simms does. Straight ahead, got a first down is Billy Taylor. Emery Moorhead. Taylor faked off to the left. Moorhead got the first down, an X-wide receiver playing fullback.
And socked it to him straight ahead. Put the head down, didn't try to score anything else, just get me what I can get. Watch Clack come off. They're working on Derlin. Reese is taken down in there. Good blocking by Coppins on that. That's a darn good first down shot.
So it'll be first and goal, Giants. And Phil Simms decides that something is not quite the way he'd like it to be and calls a timeout. So the Giants will have 2 left in their comeback quest.
2 minutes remaining first half. Evans has consulted with Neil Armstrong on the 2-minute drill. See if the Bears can get on the board. Play action. He wants Scott. He has it. First down at the 20-yard line. He's wrapped up there by Jarrett White. They'll spot it at the 19, and the Bears are threatening.
Excellent play by Chicago. The play action and the quickness with which Big Evans gets back and the threat of his running has prevented the Tampa Bay linebackers from getting downfield very well and stopping those type of passes, getting in front of the receivers.
Mike Cobb is in the tight end replacing Latta. Scott goes wide left, Richards right. I formation, Pearl the lead back. Payton straight ahead. Wally Chambers wraps him up at the line of scrimmage. Payton squirts for a couple. The timeout is called by Chicago. Wally Chambers has been playing awfully well at left defensive end in the Tampa 3-4 last year after the trade, bothered by an arthritic knee. Evidently has just decided he's got to live with that pain to play, and apparently through the first 4 games has been a key figure defensively for Tampa Bay. Neil Armstrong talking with his quarterback Vince Evans, hidden by big Greg Latta, the tight end. Next week on the CBS Sports Spectacular, quite an afternoon starting at 4 o'clock, the Pacific Invitational Gymnastics Championship. This event is being held in 4 different Pacific Coast cities, October 1st through the 11th. United States, Japan, China, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, all participating. And for the U.S., Kurt Thomas, who has a gold medal in floor exercises at last year's World Championships, certainly one of the exciting gymnasts in the world. He'll be competing. The World's Strongest Men competition. Well, if you like watching muscles, you can see guys lifting cars and tossing cabers. You know what a car is. You may not know what a caber is. What's a caber, John?
It's well, I don't know. What is it?
Well, it's like a small telephone pole, it says here. That sport originated in Scotland. That figures, I guess. In any event, we'll see it all on the sports specs. All right, the Bears have 2nd and 8 inside the 20th Tampa Bay. Scott, inbounds, no, out of bounds. Scott could not retain possession with his feet inbound. Fine pass by Evans, but just that much out of bounds for Scott.
Good timing. They just juggled the ball a little bit as they kept Walter Payton in to block the extra linebacker who was rushing, and it was a simple flag to the outside move, and the pass was right there. There is Scott. Now, if he'd been hit and had control, it would have been touchdown. 1 foot down in, but you can see that he's kind of juggling the ball. That's close, boy. As I look at it in slow motion, it looked like he might have had that ball.
Jarvis White on the coverage, but Scott had him beaten. Ruled out of bounds. You must have the ball and your feet both inbounds. It is 3rd down and 8. Big play for the Bears. They keep the backs in. Intended for Latta, incomplete, overthrown. And it is 4th down. Bob Thomas will come in to attempt the field goal.
The Bears tried to surprise him, sending the wide receivers across the field and sneaking the tight end out there. And Mike Washington was there for the occasion and had the coverage, and it was not a good pass. It was a little bit high, so they have to settle for the field goal.
In the 4th period, Minnesota leads Detroit 13-3 in another NFC Central battle. Thomas with the ball spotted at the 24-yard line. 34-yard attempt. He's almost automatic. And he hits that one with relative ease, and Chicago gets some points on the scoreboard with 1:05 to play. Here in the first half, the Bucs with a 10-3 lead.
Let's watch Bob Thomas, who is at practice this week, was kicking them through from 45 yards out with consistency, and this one is good as Brian Bashnagel makes the call instead of the officials, but Bob Thomas out of Notre Dame had a rough start with the Chicago Bears his first couple of years. Now he's become Mr. Automatic.
Baseball fans, particularly those of the Expos. Bad news there. 1-0 for the Phillies. The top of the 6th over Montreal, and the Pirates lead the Cubs 3-0 bottom of the 5th.
We'll give you that Olympic address again in a moment, Lynn.
Hey, look at this. The Jets leading Miami 26-10. Bobby Jackson interception return of 58 yards for the score. The Jets on their way to upsetting Miami. They're 4-0 on the year so far.
Starting the 4th quarter at the Eagles' 39-yard line. Play action. Deep into coverage.
He caught it.
No, John Stallworth, they'll say no. Boy, Bradshaw was throwing into what looked like triple coverage.
And he had Rocky Blyer wide open on the sidelines. Would have been very easy first down, and somebody would have had to make the tackle. Blyer was wide open. Good fake by Bradshaw, and he's coming down trying to thread the needle to Stallworth. You can see there are 3 Philadelphia defenders around there. The official's right on the call there. Of course, Bobby Howard's right there, too, giving his assistance. I've got another score. Earl Camrell scored his 3rd touchdown. Houston leading Cleveland 31-10 in the 3rd period.
Now look at this. It is 4th down and 4. Play action. Right side. Blyer has it. Rocky has the first down.
They must have heard me. He wasn't near as wide open that time as he was the play before. There wasn't anyone near him. That's probably because defensive players are going to look at that quarterback. The last time Bradshaw was looking downfield toward Stallworth, and Blyer was wide open. Same play. It looked like even maybe the Pittsburgh wasn't set for a full count. Blyer doesn't catch too many passes, but this is a real big one today. Just enough to pick up that first down.
That is only his 10th reception on the year.
Tampa Bay is leading Chicago 10-0 in the 2nd period.
First down, 34-yard line. Frank O'Hara. He is swarmed under. John Bunning, who had that key interception that led to the touchdown, leads the way for the defense here. Five on the pattern. Bradshaw over the middle. Incomplete. LeMaster for the defense. Grossman the intended receiver. It'll be 3rd down and 9. Adon is not suited up for the ball game. He's out with a hamstring. 3rd down and 9. 5 on the pattern again. Bradshaw goes deep. High. Tipped out of bounds. Incomplete. Theo Bell, intended receiver. John Shara, the 5th man in the backfield. A flag was dropped back at the 43-yard line. That is about the spot that Bradshaw was dropped.
Way that official's lining up, he's going toward Philadelphia's goal line.
Marking it off against the Eagles. Here's the call from Cal Laporte.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, first down.
That's the one thing Philadelphia did not want to do. Give them new life, because defensively Philadelphia did an excellent job of covering the receivers of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Now at the Eagles' 18-yard line, first down. 13 minutes, 51 seconds remaining in the game. Thornton carries. He's in trouble, losing yardage. Back to the 20. It'll be 2nd down and 12 at the Eagles' 20-yard line, and Bobby Howard moved up from defensive left cornerback to make the stop. Defensive end as a sophomore wide receiver. He has 4.5 speed. He carries inside. He picks up 6 yards to the Eagles' 14-yard line, where John Bunting makes the tackle. It will be 3rd down and 6 at the Philadelphia 14.
Charlie, right now Pittsburgh has to get some points, whether it be 3 points or a touchdown. They've got to get some, and they're in a position right now to do that. They have to come up with 2 scores along the line somewhere, and one of them has to be a touchdown. So rather than Bradshaw, I'm sure, taking a chance of putting the ball up for grabs, he wants to make sure he at least has an opportunity to get 3 points.
And now Rocky Blyer comes in. Harris comes out. 3rd down and 6. 4 men on the pattern. Into the end zone. Jumping contest. intercepted by the Eagles. Cunningham intended receiver. Herman Edwards has the interception, the second for the Philadelphia defense.
Well, the thing he didn't want to do was give up that football. That ball was underthrown. He was going for Cunningham, who was in tight and running toward the corner of the end zone. And the one thing you do not want to do is throw it short. Give credit, though, to Edwards, who comes up with a fine interception.
The Eagles defense now with 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery. And Philadelphia has the ball on their own 20-yard line.
George Ragsdale is the deep man awaiting Bob Thomas's kickoff. Ragsdale, number 23 for the Buccaneers, standing at his 1-yard line. Anything different? No. Ragsdale a yard into the end zone. Good hit. Right at the 15-yard line by Brian Bashnagel, number 84. A very sure tackler doing his thing, and the Buccaneers will start from their own 14.
1 minute to go in the half. John McKay, for the first year, is calling the plays all himself. Let's see what he decides to do. Deep in his own territory, will he run out the clock, or will John try and go for a score?
I don't think he's going to throw on first down. How's that for a conservative guess? Wide left comes Hagan. In motion, Owens. Wrong again, Ryan. Up the middle. Owens complete. Falls down. Loses the ball. Higgins has it. Well, I want to tell you, they added a little bit of excitement here with less than a minute to go in the half and a 7-0 lead.
Well, as I said, John McKay is calling the plays. He goes back off the play action. The Bears figured he would also run the ball, and he throws the ball. Mike Spivey got confused here and got twisted around, and the pass was right there. And there goes Owens with the ball. He stumbled. Actually, he had a chance there. It was almost a clip there against Higgins. But he fumbled the ball, and Higgins was getting up and alertly made the recovery for Tampa Bay. That's what makes football fun.
Owens may tell you later he was trying to lateral that, and they practiced it all week.
Yeah, he's going to say something about the artificial surface. I'll bet you that. He probably got turf toe.
Well, it was an exciting play, and more excitement coming up at halftime. You'll find out what's going on around the NFL and the other games today. Brent, Jane, and Irv will be going directly to them at halftime. Last week, a big scoring week in the National Football League, and so far today, it doesn't look like they're matching those scores, but we've got halves to go yet. Cubs are on the board against Pittsburgh on a Dave Kingman homer at the top of the 6th inning, with the Pirates lead at 3-1. Montreal losing 1-0 to the Phillies. First down, Tampa Bay out at their own 40-yard line. They've got offense to go with their defense. Trying to go 5-0. Williams up the middle, complete to the tight end, Giles. Bensick on the tackle, close to the first down. Looks like it's going to be about a foot short. It doesn't really matter. 30 seconds on the clock. Bucs are going for some more points. Sideliner. Incomplete, intended for Owens, but it does stop the clock. 25 seconds remaining.
They have 2 timeouts left or 1? I believe they still have 2 timeouts, don't they?
We'll try and find out. Two timeouts, we're told. 2 timeouts remaining for the Buccaneers. Third and about half a yard. Drop back, and the backs are in the pattern. Complete to Giles at the 35, wrapped up by Bruce Herron, the extra linebacker. Has the first down.
So they have 18 seconds to go with 1 timeout left. They complete 1 good pass down the field, 10 or 15 yards will be within field goal range. So the strategy becomes very important, whether they try and go for the field goal or try and get on the board. If they try and go for the big one on the board, they probably wouldn't get their field goal. John McKay, it's not going to rain, but he's got his raincoat on. I guess it's so those afternoon showers you get down in Florida sometimes. It's not raining in Chicago. The beautiful weather here. For about the last month they've had sunshine, but come another few more weeks it'll be a little snowy as Neil Armstrong trying to figure out which defense, how they're going to handle it defensively. In this kind of a situation, the Bears have blitzed sometimes, not dropped their linebackers off, and they'll come up with a surprise blitz. Let's see what they do.
First down, Tampa Bay, 18 seconds to go. You can see in the upper right-hand corner. Williams has got time. The Bears in pass coverage deep for Hagan, then out of bounds. Ike Hagan at the 20-yard line, but he was out of bounds when he caught the ball. Livers on the coverage. Williams is now 9 for 18, passing at 50%. He came into the game at 35. John McKay has defended that number, saying, hey, we want the big play from him. We go long a lot, and it's a lot harder for him to have a higher passing percentage. I tell him, don't worry about that.
Jimmy Giles was wide open over the middle at about the 25-yard line. However, I didn't see him go up to Williams since the plays are coming in from the sideline. Let's see if John McKay saw it. They could complete one, call a quick timeout, and have a field goal.
Bears have pass rusher Tommy Hart in and the rookie Dan Hampton out at left defensive end. Williams got lots of time, and now running out of time, he's pulled down. Hampton stayed in. They brought Hart in as an extra. Pass defender took Hartenstein out on the other side. So it was Hampton, the rookie, who got him.
Notice they were going to try and go to Giles as he came across the middle, and they had him double covered, and Williams couldn't find him. So then he tried to ad-lib, and here comes Hampton, who got to the outside and made the sack. Dan Hampton from Arkansas.
Time for one more play on a 3rd and long for Tampa Bay as Hampton's sack, the first of the season against the quarterback Doug Williams of Tampa Bay, has pushed the ball back to the 46-yard line of the Bucs. New Orleans leading the Giants 17-7 in the 3rd period. And Miami getting back into the game somewhat against the Jets, Johnny. It's now 26-17 on an 18-yard touchdown pass from Greasy to Bruce Hardy in the 4th period. They've got 11:23 to go, so I guess you can't count the Dolphins out.
And you have to figure the half isn't over because Tampa Bay's going to go for it with 2 seconds to go, probably throw up one of those prayer shots and hope for a deflection downfield or something like that.
Hart is still in at the right defensive end for Hartenstein. Got to get some more pressure on this last play. Williams got some time, now going deep for Gordon Jones. Lots of traffic there. He's got 3 receivers in the same area. Who's got the ball? Looks like the Bears. Fensick intercepted in the end zone. And John McKay elected to flood that corner and hope something good happened down there. And it didn't. But at the halftime, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 10, the Chicago Bears 3.
The Giant timeout has it 17-0 New Orleans with 2:54 left to play in the 3rd quarter as Phil Simms has
Look at that stat.
completed his talk. How about that?
Federspiel, 117 solo tackles last year. Kentucky.
That, of course, would let you know almost just that statistic alone what kind of defense they're playing. The middle linebacker in the Nolan Landry defense is the guy who does it most. Days of Leroy Jordan and Sam Huff. And now here. Cubs got to run. Dave Kingman just hit his 48th home run of the year. And now it's 3-1 Pittsburgh. Here's Moorhead, smothered at the 5. Simms looked over at Billy Taylor like perhaps he didn't carry out the kind of fake that he thought he might have designed. Let's watch it.
Van Horn is in there, left guard. He'll come firing across. He is doing a pretty good job, and the runner actually runs into the defensive tackle that he's working on. Derlin Moore was being taken out of there.
There goes Emory Moorhead. And in comes Ken Johnson, who started Moorhead in pain. 2nd and goal at the 5 for the Giants. They trailed 17-0. Phil Simms, the quarterback. Taylor gets the carry. Billy Taylor. And Billy Taylor wants in the end zone and does get there. Billy Taylor who's been begging for a chance to play, showed you he deserved it.
And Kenny Johnson gets one of the darndest blocks you've ever seen for a fullback. Watch number 48 come right out here and cut back inside and hit that linebacker and knock him right out of the hole. And you're right. That's the best way to end frustration, disappointment, to score. Good effort.
Joe Danilo, it's been a long time between extra points for him, with Randy Dean holding. Is that Billy Taylor's first touchdown?
That's his first touchdown and only the third the Giants have scored rushing all year.
Well, it's certainly worth another look.
Watch this linebacker try to fill the hole, and number 48 take Federspiel and run right over the top of him. Just by the flag.
And Lois Grooms and Ray Brown also involved on the Saint attempt to tackle. The Superdome in New Orleans. Opening day against Atlanta must have really been something here. Remember the Falcons beat the Saints last year in the last seconds twice, and they came down here this year, the Saints with revenge in mind, and Atlanta won it 40-34.
Sellout crowd, overtime game.
How about the Tampa Bay Chicago game? What's going on in that?
Tampa Bay 10-3. A 34-yard field goal by Bob Thomas has the Bears on the board.
Joe Danilo set to kick off. Monty back at the Saint goal line.
Wonder what he'll do this time with it.
Twice he has broken it toward the sideline. This one he may not do anything with. At the goal line, Rich Monty. Hit hard outside the 20. Really banged by John Scorpion.
That 4 or 5 yards is really important, though, getting it out over the 20.
World Series of Golf still has Larry Nelson leading Bill Rogers by 1. Tom Watson and Lon Hinkle by 2. Lee Trevino making a move, along with Howard Twitty at -5. That'll be on CBS right after football. Wes Chandler split up wide to the right. Ike Harris to the right, beg your pardon. Chandler to the left. Archie Manning gives to Galbraith. And he might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage, not much more. 17-7. The Saints lead the Giants with 1:45 left to play third quarter. Washington 16, Atlanta 7. Redskins surprising a lot of people.
37-yard field goal by Mark Mosley. You're absolutely right. They're really surprising Atlanta today. Archie's got to get some points. There's a lot of time left the whole fourth period.
Yes, sir. And things are changing around in a really rapid fashion. Archie goes back. George Martin had the rush on him. Henry Childs, the intended receiver, might have had a step or two. Childs can move. Beasley Reese back with him.
Archie gets up. He got a pretty good rush. How many tight ends do you know in this league that can get 53 yards downfield in a hurry? Let's watch the blocking. Looks like George Martin, number 75, making the big play, coming in from behind. As we said, downfield, it looked like Childs was covered for most of that throw.
Phil Tabor helped out George Martin on the rush.
Pretty active, isn't he, the big Okie?
It really is. Philadelphia Phillies now 2-0 over Montreal, top of the 6th. Muncy jogs over in motion. Tabor puts some rush on Manning again to Childs. And loose Beasley Reese on the coverage.
Oh, that's one of the great things to watch in football. When a tight end, a great receiver, goes up and gets the ball, and the secondary man can cut him out from under it.
Childs had the one hand on it and almost in his grasp.
Boy, watch Reese. You're 6'1", and you're battling fellows that are 6'4" or 5. This is the only reason you come to practice in the morning. Oh, that's a great play. Great television shot, too.
Took him right out from under it. Thank you, Sandy. Beasley Reese back for the Giants this time. Partridge kick hangs high, and Reese goes up with a fair catch signal. Robinson would normally be back there, but he has a dislocated elbow and will not be back.
Right now, the Giants look like they've been turpentine. They're hot, and they want to play football, and they're a little bit nasty. Looks like they have a good chance to make this an interesting game in this fourth period coming up.
59 seconds left to play in the third quarter. 17-7, New Orleans leads. Phil Simms, the Giant quarterback. His debut hasn't been spectacular by any means, but it hasn't been bad either.
5 for 10 for 59 yards.
From the 39, this is Billy Taylor. And the Red Raider gets 5 or 6 before he's stopped by Louis Grooms.
This is called setting your jaw now. Nothing fancy about the scoring play or that run by Taylor. Look at the score. Imagine Walt Michaels a little happy. Jets 26-17. But Bob Greasy just hit Bruce Hardy with an 18-yard TD pass. And that's 11:23 left in the fourth period. Still a lot of time.
Time left here in the third quarter is now 25 seconds. 2nd and 5. The 5-yard pickup by Taylor created this situation. And Taylor again. A flag goes down, and it looks like we might have a holding call against the Giants. That play perhaps got enough for the first down, but it'll be disallowed.
That hole really opened up, didn't it? As a big hole opens up right in the middle, you can see Clack going over to the right of your screen. Van Horn was working on Federspiel. Looked like it might be JT.
Holding by the offense.
Yes.
Number 68.
Yes.
Still second down.
Buffalo 14-6. You saw that score. 2nd down. Sims is hit just as he tries to release it. It is still complete to Ken Johnson. And I don't believe I just saw that.
I don't believe that the young quarterback got back up. Talk about being undressed before a lot of people. And look at him. He's moving his left arm and his chest a little bit. Watch the right part of your screen. Let's see where it comes from. This is a complete pass. You're right, Pat. We're not going to believe it. Here comes Reese.
That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The New Orleans Saints 17, the Giants 7. We now pause for a word from our local station.
Dan Myers kicking out. Kane is waiting, and Kane has it at the 10. He's at the 15. Kane to the 20, and Kane has stopped at the 25-yard line.
Right up to the 25-yard line. Down by Turner and Stumwell.
Well, they had one end around, didn't they? Got some artists in the crowd. Oh, yeah.
First down and 10 yards to go now for the Detroit Lions. They have the ball at their own 25-yard line. Jeff Comlo has been at quarterback all day long for the Lions. Dexter Bussey found running room to the 35.
A little short of the first down. Lindsay picked up 9. Good blocking that time and a good cut by Dexter Bussey. Good end zone shot here. You see them come back to the inside to get a standoff block against Jeff Seaman. Then Bussey cuts back to the right. 1 yard short of first down.
Second down play coming. It is Horace King. Scott Sedwell made the tackle.
Fourth quarter, 16-point lead over the undefeated Dolphins. 17-7, fourth quarter.
3rd and 11.
Pittsburgh's won 12 in a row in the NFL.
3rd and 1.
On the line. Big play coming up here for Detroit. They've got to start moving the football. They've been burdened with bad field position in the first half.
They've got David Hill and Ulysses Norris both in there at double tight end. It's a 1st and 10 now. As next to Bussey carried. At Blair. Stopped him along with John Turner, and it is at the 39-yard line. Seventh 1st down for Detroit. Gene Washington came in with the next play.
I don't understand why teams stay so long in the huddle, Lindsey, especially they're trailing by 10 points. There's 10 minutes and a half on that clock. They'll just come up, you see them walk up to the line of scrimmage. You know, they got to get in and out of the huddle faster. They're behind. They don't start worrying about until 3 minutes in the game.
Kamlo throwing and incomplete. Intended for Luther Blue, and covering was Tommy Hannon, the safety. 2nd and 10 at the 39. Leonard Thompson has come into the ball game. King comes in now, and Lawrence Gaines comes out for the Lions. Washington's leading Atlanta 16-7 in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down and 10 yards to go here. Down low. Well, it's incomplete, and John Turner made a move for the interception. That's Turner.
Looked like it was intended for John Turner and went right through his hands. How can you miss it?
Gene Washington's bringing the next play into Kamlo. Here it comes. 6 straight incompletion for Kamlo.
Now they're getting mixed up on the sidelines a little bit. Washington coming back out.
Kamlo. White. James White. That brings the punting unit on, and the natives are getting a little restless.
Terrible pass blocking here. Had to be the left guard, James White. There he is. He just got rid of the left guard. Is that Homer Elias? Number 61. Couldn't hold off James White. Poor pass protection. Kamlo has no chance.
These teams have had 3 sacks each here this afternoon. Larry Swider is back in deep punt formation. Jimmy Edwards is deep to receive it for the Minnesota Vikings. That's the 27, the 30. Fumble. Minnesota retains possession. Detroit could not get to it before it went out of bounds. 43-yard punt.
Here it is, Jimmy Edwards, who was a Canadian Football Player of the Year a couple years ago, tossed off the football. Now the defense, this case, Detroit must have control.
Terry Bradshaw, the quarterback of the Steelers. He has suffered 2 interceptions. The first one cost him a touchdown. That was the John Bunting interception. The second one to Herman Edwards cost him a chance at least a field goal try. Montgomery. 27-yard line. A gain of 4. It'll be 3rd down and 3. Jack Lambert makes the tackle.
Chicago, the Bears get on the board. Bob Thomas, a 34-yard field goal. Tampa Bay still leads Chicago by the score of 10-3 in the 2nd period of play.
Wilbur Montgomery, 20 carries. He has 70 yards for the Philadelphia Eagles. He has a total of 8 100-yard games in his career.
That's a defensive unit that you just saw. They're taking their rest because they know their work is not done yet. Pittsburgh will be back.
3rd down, 3. 11 minutes left to go in the game. Number 53, Dennis Winston, the first man there for the defense, as Montgomery will come up short of the 1st down.
Well, they came out fighting. Number 53, Dennis Winston, hits about as hard as anybody on that Pittsburgh team.
And now Jaworski is in a pushing contest with some of the Steelers. He does not like where the officials spot the football.
Well, he'll lose that battle if he gets involved with the big defensive lineman of Pittsburgh.
He was shouting at Dennis Winston, the linebacker of the Steelers. The man for the University of Arkansas, taken in the 5th round of the draft at 77. And so Max Runniger will come into punt, and Theo Bell will set up shop for the return.
New York Giants are on the board. They scored a touchdown, Billy Taylor, 5-yard run, but New Orleans still leads the Giants 17-7 in the 3rd period. Uh-oh, there's the break.
Runniger does not have any protection. He still gets off a great kick. Bell takes it sliding at around the 42 or the 43-yard line. But Max Runniger, you lose as a kicker all of your protection when you drop the football. And he still got it away.
Right through his hands, and that's a matter, maybe the ball was a little wet, but fortunately for Philadelphia, Pittsburgh was not rushing, because you recall what happened the last time they really put on a rush. They roughed the kicker when it was 40 yards to go for a first down, so they probably took off the rush on the Philadelphia kicker this time. It was a bad timing. They guessed wrong at the wrong time. Had they had a rush on, he would have never gotten that ball off.
And so Pittsburgh will be moving on offense with 10 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the ballgame. The Steelers are down by 10 points. Scoreless first quarter, tied 7-7 at the half. And then in the 3rd quarter, Tony Franklin, a 48-yard field goal. John Bunting, an interception of a Terry Bradshaw pass, took it to the 2-yard line. Montgomery went in from the 1. Extra point was good. Eagles lead it 17-7. Bradshaw goes to the air. It is there to John Stallworth. And Stallworth is finally bumped out of bounds at the Philadelphia 39-yard line by Frank LeMaster.
To is number 82, John Stallworth, because he's an outstanding receiver for one reason. This is just a timing pass. It's an out pattern or a sideline pattern. Now Stallworth, once he gets the football, he's trying to get some extra yards, but you'll see him throw the ball right here out of bounds. You see with his right hand, making sure that it went out of bounds and not back in the field of play. New York Jets still leading Miami 26-17, although Bob Greasy threw a touchdown pass to Bruce Hardy for 18 yards.
Bradshaw throws, has his man. It is there. Theo Bell. He is out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Bobby Howard had the coverage. So now in 2 plays, the Steelers have moved from their own 42 to the Eagle 21, but hold it, there was a flag.
Terry Bradshaw has such a strong arm, and the reason this pass was completed is because he just flicks that thing out there, and the ball gets there in a hurry. Theo Bell is there. Pretty good coverage by Bobby Howard, but a half a step was all that was necessary. I think they must have roughed Bradshaw because they're continuing to walk toward Philadelphia's goal line.
Adding the yardage to the end of the play. Here's the referee, Cal Laporte.
Personal foul. Head slap, 87, defense, it's first down.
Well, that's Claude Humphrey. He's still using that old technique, Charlie, of slapping him on the head.
Which is now illegal, right?
Joe Ferguson, Frank Lewis, 23 yards, Buffalo. Leads Baltimore 14-6.
They move it to the 11-yard line. Bell is out. 2 tight ends on the set. Thornton carries. Humphrey, the first man to hit him. His momentum will take him from the 11 to about the 6-yard line. Frank LeMaster was there along with Terry Totolo.
Number 57, Sam Davis, the offensive left guard of Pittsburgh, holding through and getting through the hole. When an offensive guard down in that area is able to lead the back through the hole, you're going to pick up some good yardage. Take a look at ground level, what's going on down there in the pits. Gordon coming through. Tried to grab a hold of him, almost grabbed his face mask. Good thing he did.
Second down. 5 to go for the first down. And 6 to go for a score. Thornton, the ball carrier, to the 2-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 1 at the Philadelphia 2. Ken Clark and Frank LeMaster finally stopping Sidney Thornton.
Goal line defense coming in for Philadelphia. They're bringing in a couple of additional defensive linemen, hoping to put a stop to this Pittsburgh attack right now. They would love to settle for just 3 points instead of 6.
Thornton now with 88 yards in 16 carries, and he has a touchdown in the game, his 5th on the season. 3 men in the backfield as Blyer comes in. 2 tight ends, Blyer, Thornton, and Harris are the running back. Diving for the end zone. Ball is loose. The ball is loose. The Eagles say they have it. Let's wait on the official's call. Philadelphia recovers the fumble.
Here it's coming in there. Looked like Franco is going to get into the end zone. The ball is stripped from him right there. Looks like
Frank LeMaster stripped the ball. And a scramble for it. The Eagles have the football, and we have a timeout. The Eagles lead 17-7.
Vikings have the ball 1st and 10. They have it at the 25-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. We have 9 minutes, 27 seconds left to play in the game. Minnesota is leading by a score of 13-3. Chuck Foreman.
Foreman to the line, stopped by English.
Archie Manning a touchdown pass. Chuck Muncie a 10-yard run. The leading Giants 17-7. And Tampa Bay, undefeated Tampa Bay with a 7-point lead over the Bears. And they might run away and hide in this division if they keep it up.
They're in the Central Division and, of course, on top. Right here, it's 2nd and 6 for the Minnesota Vikings at the 29.
Boy, Lindsey, he caught those 2 interceptions. And the star of the game defensively. A little bit too anxious.
National League East Division baseball race. That situation has Pittsburgh winning 3-1. And Philadelphia at last word was beating Montreal, so it could be all over and the Pirates could be in today. For the Giants, 3rd down. Phil Simms fires and caught and almost touchdown by Johnny Perkins.
I think he tripped after he got by the New Orleans Saints players. He might have been able to get back up and run with it.
Just thinking that.
Watch this throw. The young man from Morehead State is 6 out of 11 before this one. Make it 7 of 12. A real rifle, splitting the zone, the up and the deep man. Oh, it would have been probably, and he's out of bounds anyway, just a little bit.
Once they say as you go down as a result of contact, as he did, you can't run anymore.
Good blocking now. Van Horn and company are working up front. It was a good throw by Sims. Here's live action.
Perfect. Ken Johnson, the ball carrier, does not get back to the line of scrimmage. Don Reese and Pat Hughes made the tackle as Ray Perkins looks on.
He has to feel impressed. The team got 146 yards against the Eagles, the #1 rushing defensive team last week.
Saw the play signals from the offensive coordinator, or the man who's responsible to get those signals out there, Pat Hodgson. Philadelphia 2, Montreal nothing. Top of the 7th now. Pirates win, the Expos lose, it's over. Sims back. Intended for Johnny Perkins, again knocked loose by Ray Brown.
Boy, different attitude. Sims is squeezing those passes off, and they're coming back trying to catch him. Even the linemen then were trying to go forward and catch him. It's an upbeat-looking Giant offense right now. And this young man just got drilled and knocked down before he threw that completion.
Step right up in the pocket. Joe Danello, in the meantime, loosening up in front of the Giant bench with still 13.5 minutes left to play. Down by 10, 17-7. 3rd and 14.
Sims is 7 of 13 for 104 yards now and knocking.
Another attempt coming up right here as he sends Billy Taylor in motion to the right. Sims straight back. The rush is off from Reese. Sims hangs in there and throws and gets rid of it. And they do not get out of field goal range. It could be. But still, Danello will have a chance. The 2 defensive ends, Don Reese and Elois Grooms, put the rush on. And now we'll see Danello.
Boy, that's as good a play as a rookie quarterback can make, other than throwing the TD on this. The company will show up very, very quickly. Here's Reese. There's Grooms. How does he get out of that? Everybody. Johnson's looking up saying, is he still alive?
And still possessed of enough presence of mind to get rid of the ball and not get called for a penalty. Danello with a shot. That's not good. Far enough, but wide. And the Saints will take over back at the original line of scrimmage. 17-7, New Orleans.
Leonard Thompson scored 3 touchdowns against Minnesota in Detroit's 45-14 win here at Pontiac last year. Total yards, Minnesota has 267. Detroit has 147. Third down play coming, 3rd and 4 at the 46.
They continue to take a lot of time in that huddle. Seconds are clicking away.
Well, he got close, but was thrown back at the 44-yard line. Bryant and Hannah.
He actually had the first down, Lindsey, when he caught the pass.
Thompson had it in his hand.
He had to get to the 42-yard line. Comlo, quick turnout over here. You can see the sticks over there. Now that is a first down. Right there, he's got the first down. Now he comes back. One step. Now he does not have the first down. And a good placement by the referee.
Leonard Thompson, the receiver. So it's going to be 4th down and 2 yards to go in the Lions field. They must go for it with 5 minutes left to play in the game. And they're trailing by 10 points. Double tight on alignment. Comlo rolling and looking. And it is complete for a first down. Inside the 35-yard line. Comlo found Luther Blue.
Great poise by the youngster Jeff Comlo again under a heavy rush by Mark McClaney. He just waited for his receivers to work free. Watch Comlo rolling out of the right. Here comes Mark McClaney, number 77. He'll get through right there. And it's a complete first down, and a big first down for Detroit, tackled by Krause.
Outside the 34-yard line, 1st and 10. Luther Blue on the last reception. That's Blue in motion across. Comlo throws a screen right. Taking back King. King to the 20. King to the 15. King goes to the 10-yard line. Picks up 24 yards on the play. Tommy Hannon and Randy Holloway finally brought him down. They got the screen going.
They knew they'd be coming. Detroit's got to put the ball on the air, and they've called their screens well. Lindsey, they really executed the screen, or even goes to the right a little bit, dips it over the middle. As far as King is going to get to the 11-yard line. First down, Detroit, and they're coming alive here at Pontiac Stadium.
3.5 minutes left to play in the game. This is Rick Kane. He gets only a yard. James White made the stop. 2nd and 9 at the 10-yard line.
Now, why don't they get back in the huddle? That was a running play. Look at them just walk back to the huddle. This is where you've got to get them back in the huddle, Lindsey, quickly. They're just coming in with another play. The clock continues to run. It's under 3 minutes. Well, instead of a 2-minute drill, they should have a 3-minute drill when you're behind by 10 points.
2nd down and 9 at the 10-yard line. Comlo. Screen right. And Kane has it at touchdown. Kane got help from Minnesota. He was bounced into the end zone. Randy Holloway bounced him into the end zone.
Rick Kane, a little slow deciding. He went back to the inside. And Lindsey, you're right on the numbers, baby. 75 scored, help score for Kane. Watch this. Here comes Kane. Here's another screen. Paul Krause doesn't want any part of that. He's going on to the left side, and Holloway knocks him in.
Well, it's a 2-cushion billiard shot, and we have the conversion attempt coming up. And it's good. Vinny Ricardo converted. And so the score now is the Vikings 13 and the Lions 10.
Down 8. Greasy going for the long one. There's Hardy, but a flag is down. Bruce Hardy.
Now, the Eagles have to watch out for a safety. Harris carried, but let's go back to that fumble.
There's a reason why coaches tell players to carry the ball in both hands. You can see right there that Franco's carrying it in one hand. It's being stripped by LeMaster. The ball pops loose. It's a scramble, and at the 1-yard line, Philadelphia comes up with a football.
Randy Logan has the fumble recovered.
That's why they say
get that football, both arms around it when you're near the goal line.
Second down and 6. Eagles on their own 5. 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the game. Leroy Harris carries. Dennis Winston with the tackle.
You talk about a big play, backed up at the 1-yard line. What you're trying to do is get a little breathing room straight ahead, and you can see Leroy Harris, a big hole, fine blocking by that offensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles, enable him to come up with a first down. And that is a big first down because not only to give a little breathing room away from that goal line, but you got to take a look at the clock now. 7 minutes, 43 seconds remaining in this football game.
And don't forget the second half of our doubleheader this afternoon, the Denver Broncos and the Oakland Raiders. First down, Eagles on their own 12-yard line. Montgomery. He has 2 yards to the 14. It will be second down and 8. Philadelphia, their own 14-yard line. Joe Green and Dennis Winston make the tackle. 7th inning baseball score, Pirates 3, Cubs 1. 6 minutes and 51 seconds left to go in the game. Eagles leading the Steelers 17-7. First back through is Montgomery to the 18-yard line. He picks up 4. It will be third down and 4. Philadelphia on their own 18 as Tom Beasley and Donnie Shell are there for the Steelers.
He did a better job that time because Jaworski waited till there were just 2 seconds remaining on the 30-second clock before he snapped the ball.
Third down and 4. He has to throw.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Because that clock will continue to run. Pittsburgh has to score twice in 6 minutes to beat them. They have to score 2 touchdowns to beat them.
Montgomery 79 yards in 23 plays. Montgomery carries again. Has the first down. As I said, Liam, he does not have to throw.
Well, you got Wilbert Montgomery in the backfield, and with the great acceleration that he has, his ability to run through trouble, give him the football. What they're doing, they're fighting the clock right now. Good offensive line surge by Philadelphia. Woody People, 69 out in front. Good blocking. There is a hole there, and he just lowers his head. Says, I got 4 yards to pick up. I'm going to do that first. First things first. Now it's less than 5.5 minutes remaining in this football game.
Mike Wagner finally stopped him. Montgomery now has 86 yards rushing. Eagles on their own 28-yard line. 5 minutes, 17 seconds remaining. Leroy Harris. Maybe a yard. Joe Green makes the tackle. At the Philadelphia 29-yard line. Second down and 9. 5 minutes remaining.
They've got that clock in their favor right now. They can take their good old time in getting the play off, utilizing as much of that 30-second clock as they possibly can. Jaworski has done a very good job of that so far. Doesn't want to do anything fancy. He's telling his backs, hold on to the football. He's telling his line and his backs, let's not have any holding penalties. We don't want to stop that clock.
Carmichael and Fitzke go wide to the left. Running backs are Harris and Montgomery. Now they shift again. 3 seconds in the 30-second clock. It is Harris. He has 2 yards to the Eagles' 31-yard line. It'll be third down and 7 as Robin Cole makes the tackle.
You know, they're doing a lot of moving around that backfield. In my opinion, this is not the time to do it because they almost had to mix up a man in motion the last time. Because you're not fooling Pittsburgh. They know what you're trying to do. You're trying to run out the clock when you got a 10-point lead. Might as well line up in the formation that you're going to go in offensively and just take a look at that clock and make it down to about 2 seconds and snap the ball.
Robin Cole takes himself out of the game, and the rookie from East Carolina, Zach Valentine, replaces him at linebacker. 7 seconds in the 30-second clock. 3 seconds. He calls a timeout with 1 second remaining on the 30-second clock.
The reason he did that, he's moving around. Otherwise, it had a 5-yard penalty.
And we'll take a timeout. Philadelphia with 2 timeouts remaining. Pittsburgh has 3 timeouts remaining. And the Eagles lead by 10, 17-7. Montgomery He will not pick up the first down. He will go to the 35-yard line where Joe Green stops him. It will be 4th down and around 2.5 to 3 yards to go. So Max Runiger will come in to kick. Great support crew here in Philadelphia. Bill Friel, Paul Giordano, Jack Pyra. Thank you, gentlemen. Theo Bell is set for the return. We've had drizzle on and off this afternoon. The temperature in the mid-60s. First half was even. Third quarter belonged to the Eagles. He sails a beauty. Bell chases it. It goes out of bounds. There will be no return. The Steelers will have the ball on their own 20-yard line. We'll take a timeout. It is Philadelphia 17, Pittsburgh 7.
This will tell you, this is the place to watch to know whether a field goal is good or not.
And the side saddle guys hook it just a little bit when they do have problems usually, huh?
They do. The NBA on CBS, don't forget, starts October the 12th. San Diego, Los Angeles. Chuck Muncie broke out of somebody's arms.
Good rushing team like New Orleans, Pat. Objective, of course, eat the clock alive. Just make it so that the Giants don't get the ball again. Giants came in running only about 56 plays a game average, and people like Dallas run it like 73 times total offense.
You can tell even by the way that Phil Simms conducts himself on the sideline that he's been introduced. And he looks more confident already. 2nd and 5. Harris goes in motion. Manning misses the handoff to Muncie. The flag is down. Manning throws to Chandler. Wes Chandler at the Giant 40, but the whole thing will come back because of holding against the New Orleans Saints.
Looked like holding either Carson or perhaps Van Pelt, the linebackers, as they were going by.
Tony Galbraith walked by that official's flag and just put a big foot on it. Stomped it.
I've seen players try to eat it so that it just disappears, but they look for it and find it, those fellas, those zebras.
It's a very prized possession. Red Cashin back to the 19.
Holding number 65 on the offense, still 2nd down.
6'5" on the offense is Robert Woods, the offensive right tackle. Minnesota 13, Detroit 10. Maybe they don't miss Tarkenton as much as everybody thought they would.
Kramer seems to be doing the job for a lot less money.
We'll be there next week when they play Dallas. Manning has it picked off by Harry Carson, the middle linebacker, who struggles down to about the Saint 14-yard line. Tough day for Archie.
And is 53 scary when he comes up with an interception? He looks like one of the great fullbacks of all time. Watch the middle linebacker. You can see him getting out of your screen, lower left now. The pass rush. Miller's after him. Pretty good pressure. Carson just had it read all the way. A good call on defense. Now, that is a runaway locomotive.
Pass intended for Wes Chandler, who made the tackle, or the drag down. First down at the 18 for the Giants under the directorship of Phil Simms, and Billy Taylor gets the call, and he is very impressive. Billy Taylor running hard.
And all he has to do is just hit that trap hole a fraction to the back side of it. Watch Van Horn and company now really open it up. There's the cross blocking. He's so eager to get in there, he runs into the person that's being blocked, which is Fetterspiel in this case, still makes yardage, and as you said, he's hitting it a ton.
Taylor is 6 feet tall, weighs 215. 2nd and 6.
And he's healthy.
And wants to play. Taylor again hurdles down near the 10. Tripped up by Tom Myers, the safety man.
Giants are a little tired of being taken lightly, aren't they? Looks like there's some very crisp, young play. Aggressive, over the top. Don't care what happens type.
led by number 38 and by number 11, who just called the play with his call from the sideline, Phil Simms. Simms has Taylor and Johnson behind him. Drops. Touchdown, Johnson. Out of the backfield comes Ken Johnson. The Saints were in a blitz, and they got burned.
What a read by Simms. He sees that safety blitz coming to his left. He knew exactly who to go for. And all week at practice, Perkins could not believe how quickly he was picking up things. Look at the left. He sees it coming. Where's my man? You gamble. Either keep the backs in the block or put them out there and hit them early. This time, touchdown, Giants. Good play.
Ken Johnson. Now Joe Danello will try to make it 17-14. And the crowd at the Superdome in New Orleans has suddenly gone to the state of mind that our team might need some more encouragement. Giants are down 17-14. Here's the touchdown.
Minnesota must protect against the possibility of the onside kick. 2 minutes 40 seconds left to play in the game as we approach the 2-minute warning. Ricardo comes forward. Sends it deep. Only Edwards is back there. Edwards at his own 7, gets back to the 10, to the 15, and he's pulled out penalty marker. There is a marker on the play.
Detroit's fired up.
Edwards was stopped by Fantetti at the 15, but there's a marker to be checked out. It's being reported there to referee Bob Frederick.
I tell you, the guy saying his prayers right now is Luther Bradley. He's the one that committed. Going to go against Minnesota. Put him back deeper.
You cannot block below the knees on the return, and that's the new rule, and that's a violation of it. It's against the Minnesota Vikings.
I was going to say, the guy that's saying his prayers out there is Luther Bradley. He's the one that committed that foul after time was out in the first half, enabling that 3-point difference.
First down and 10 yards to go. Vikings have the ball at their 7.5-yard line. Clock says 2 minutes 31 seconds remaining to be played in the game. The Lions fans who are alive here at the Pontiac Silverdome, they want that defense to get that football.
They'll throw everybody at him with the kitchen sink, too. Watch the linebackers and the safety.
Chuck Foreman, he got nothing. And now a timeout is being called. The Detroit Lions have called a timeout. They have one more after this. And they called it now to keep that clock from running at 2:24 because we're winding down to the 2-minute warning.
So they'll have 2 opportunities to stop the clock, and I think that was a good timeout. That's William Gay, 79. Well, it's the Detroit defense here, Lindsey. They know they're going to try to run the football. Here's a little jab step counter. Counter sweep to the right. Charles Goodrum out in front. Didn't block Charlie Weaver. Nowhere to go. Foreman cut back. Gained about a half a yard.
Detroit has been guilty of only one penalty in this entire ball game, and that came at the end of the first half by Luther Bradley and set up the Minnesota field goal, which is the difference in the ball game right now. The Vikings 13, the Lions 10. That is Ed O'Neill, the middle linebacker, getting instruction there.
Floyd Peters. Floyd Peters, one of the great defensive linemen in the league, on the Detroit coaching staff.
Going to be 2nd and 10 at the 8-yard line. There are the timeouts remaining. Detroit calls another timeout. They've spent their last timeout. The Detroit Lions spend their last timeout. O'Neal made the tackle. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining to be played.
I don't know about that timeout, Lindsey. Of course, you're gambling everything here on 3rd down. They need about 4. If they pick up the 1st down, it is all over if they control the football, because the only thing that can stop the clock then is that 2-minute timeout, and they'll run the football out.
Tonight on 60 Minutes, as usual, it'll be one of the most interesting shows in television, because earlier today, Fidel Castro talked for the first time in detail about the Russian troops in Cuba. Who did he talk to? Dan Rather. Where can you see it? On 60 Minutes on CBS this evening. When play is resumed, the Minnesota Vikings have the ball. They have it 3rd down and 4 yards to go at their own 14-yard line. The Detroit Lions are out of timeouts. Clock says 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining to be played in the game. So the Detroit Lions now have taken consecutive timeouts, gambling that they can hold here, force Minnesota to punt, and then have time to launch some kind of an offensive themselves. They are trailing by 3 points in the game.
Now, let's don't forget, Bud Grant took the gamble on 2nd down there. It was actually a rollout pass option. I'm sure Kramer was under instructions. If everybody's covered, let's run the football and don't hold on to it.
Here is the 3rd and 4. And the crowd is rising to the occasion of this big, big play. Kramer. Rashad has got the 1st down at the 20-yard line. Right at the sideline. Kramer hit Rashad.
Bud Grant. 1st down. Not too many teams are going to see backed up against your goal line with the 3-point lead. I must say it. Bud Grant gambled, and he made it.
Now Chuck Foreman's coming back onto the field. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Both quarterbacks are 13 for 23 here this afternoon. You see the time remaining in set. Clock will start on the snap once again. 1st and 10 Vikings at their 20-yard line. Detroit cannot stop the clock. The 2-minute warning will stop the clock. Ricky Young just jitterbugs it up there. Doug English makes the stop. Loss of about a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 11, and there's the 2-minute warning. So the automatic timeout coming here. With the score, the Vikings 13 and the Lions 10. 2 minutes to play.
It is caught by Nat Moore. Touchdown at the flag, and no time left. Bobby Jackson
just sailed the football 55 yards. He has punted 5 times in the game, and his average is 48 yards. The Steelers now from their own 20-yard line, 1st down with 2:48 remaining in the game. Bradshaw to throw, sits 5 on the pattern. He's in trouble. He'll be sacked. First sack of the ball game for the Eagles. They're 16th on the year. Carl Hairston got him.
He leads the Philadelphia team in quarterback sacks. He had 8 going into this football game. That makes 9. I think all of last year, Philadelphia, they had a problem putting pressure on the quarterback and bringing him down. They had 29 sacks the entire year. This man has 9 of them himself.
At the 14-yard line, 2nd down and 16. Bradshaw being chased. He throws into coverage. It is caught. Stallworth, a tremendous reception. John Shara made the tackle. It'll be a 1st down. That was 2nd and 16. The line of scrimmage is the 32-yard line.
Well, I'll tell you, Stallworth is really something. He has as good of ability to concentrate on that football as anybody in the National Football League.
2:07 remaining in the ball game. Bradshaw waits and then throws. It is incomplete through the hands of Theo Bell and then through the hands of Bobby Howard. 2-minute warning. We'll take a timeout. Eagles leading the Steelers 17-7.
Yeah, but I think Bears fans would rather be soaking up some winning points for the Bears here at Soldier Field. There's how things went in the 1st half. The Bucs with 10 first downs to 7 for the Bears. And, John, that's a fair amount of offense for for a first half or anybody.
Yes, they got 230 yards in the first half to 129 for the Bears, and it was pretty evenly spaced, 126 rushing, 104 passing. Doug Williams below the 50% mark, 9 for 19, but as John McKay has pointed out, that doesn't make that much difference to him. He wants to keep everybody loose. The Bears, Vince Evans is 6 for 12 in the passing department. So Tampa Bay does have the best of it as far as the stats are concerned. They controlled the ball, ate up more of the clock with 38 offensive plays to 27 for the Bears. So if you go by the stats, Tampa Bay should be ahead, and that's just the way it is in the scores.
Well, we'll be watching to see if the Bears stay with the offense we saw in the first half. You pointed out Walter Payton hasn't had the ball a whole lot, and when he doesn't get the ball a whole lot, the Bears don't win too often. We'll see what happens come half number 2, and we'll be back with the score, 10-3 Tampa Bay.
He's kicking from the 28, making it a 38-yard effort. It is good. A 38-yard field goal by
2 minutes. Officially, 1 minute and 58 seconds. The 2-minute warning given at the end of the play. Time remaining in the game. Eagles 17, Steelers 7. Couple of quick baseball scores. Phillies leading the Expos 2-0, and the Pirates are leading the Cubs 3-2. Both of those games in the 7th inning. Here it is, the Eagles by 10. Steelers with the ball on their own 32-yard line. 2nd and 10. Bradshaw sends 4 out, and then Blyer slips out. The pass is to Rocky, and Rocky goes after the first down. There was a fumble at the end of the play. It may have been blown dead. Let's wait and see. Carl Hairston made the tackle. The ball remains with the Steelers, and it will be a first down for Pittsburgh. The clock continues to move.
Good 2-minute drill by the Pittsburgh Steelers. They've got 2 plays called. Bradshaw, no, he's playing the clock. He doesn't need just 1 score, he needs 2. Stallworth.
Pass is there. Stallworth. Eagles say they bounced it to him. The officials say no. My eyes may deceive me. Timeout, the Steelers. The score, Philadelphia 17, Pittsburgh 7, now 1:20 remaining.
Pittsburgh lead has been cut to 1. The Pirates over the Cubs 3-2. Bottom of the 7th. Joe Danello set to kick off. Maudie to return for the New Orleans Saints. He'll have a chance with this one. From the 4. A few blockers, but not many, as the wedge just sort of disappeared. Bob Torrey made the tackle. The leaderboard at the World Series of Golf, which will follow football, still has Larry Nelson on the top. Joe Rogers 1 back, followed by Watson and Hinkle, and then Trevino and Twitty from the Firestone Country Club in Akron, Ohio.
Archie Manning is 11 of 20 for 112 yards, much below the 300 and something he had a week ago.
And 2 interceptions. Muncy and Galbraith, and here's Muncy trying to swing around to the right side, and down he goes as the play just didn't develop. Had his 2 guards out in front.
Van Horn did a great job of stretching that out. Van Pelt, pardon me. Brad Van Pelt, the linebacker, really stretched it out. You can see Nolan's got that worried look that all coaches get when you can't keep the ball. Now you don't want to fumble. Good effort here. Watch number 10 to the left of your screen.
Beasley Reese up.
Beasley Reese coming up. Linebacker and safety make good defensive play on the line of scrimmage.
About a yard gain, perhaps not even that much. So we'll make it 2nd and 10, and Manning loads and throws. Wes Chandler can't hold. Would have had a first down, but the ball bounced out of his arms. Wes holding the back of his legs. Terry Jackson on the coverage. Looks like Wes might be all right, though.
Looked like Eddie Hughes said something to him, didn't he? Like, don't just spike the ball up in the air. If you can't catch it, stuff it. He almost put it up in the interception category.
Substitution coming in for the Giants as well, as Wes Chandler went back to the huddle. Archie Manning now facing a 3rd down situation. Still 10 minutes, 15 seconds left to play.
And he's missed on his last 6 passes.
Another throwing situation, or perhaps a draw situation coming up right here. George Martin moves inside. The Giants fake a blitz. Now back out. Manning goes straight back. The protection is good, and Tony Galbraith will have it. Saint first down, just barely. Brian Kelly on the coverage.
Good play. Good play by the fullback. Watch number 34. And Kelly is hot in pursuit. Pretty good rush here. You can see Tabor to the right of your screen with the battle. Ball is a little bit sidearm, but they're enough for the first down. Saints really needed that.
Brian Kelly on the Giant coverage. Protection again.
Some young people that are just strapping on their helmets and going after the QB.
It'll be a Saint first down at their own 32. They lead 17-14 now. Fake is to Tony Galbraith. Manning down the middle, overthrown. Intended for the tight end Henry Childs. Coverage was good. Otis McKinney.
Calvin Miller puts on pretty good rush, 76. On the line of scrimmage, the Giants are giving that offensive line all it can handle. Muncie tries to hit him, and Miller goes right on by it. Martin was there, too.
Calvin Miller, who hasn't been a Giant that long, looks like he might be a Giant a lot longer. Archie Manning's record, you saw. It'll be 2nd and 10, 9:26 left to play. 17-14 Saints over the Giants. They led it one time 17-0. Manning sidearms out of bounds, intended for Galbraith. Manning goes down into the rush. Brad Van Pelt on the coverage. Again, it was Miller that put the heat on Archie Manning.
Archie had to really drop down and throw it sidearm, and Nolan wants to know what was going on. Van Pelt had perfect coverage, and Miller just came a-helling right up the middle. A lot of time left, 9:20. And you know the Giants have finished strongly. Both Philadelphia games, they almost won them in the last few seconds, and they don't give up many points in the fourth quarter.
Miller and Tabor led the defensive charge that time, so it'll be 3rd and 10. And the most important first down for both teams at the moment. 17-14 at the Superdome in Los Angeles, in New Orleans. Los Angeles will be here next week. Manning for Harris.
Great pass and catch. Archie Manning to Harris, and you said it, Pat, a very, very big first down. Mainly it put the Giant defense back on its heels a little bit. A great throw. Look at this catch by Harris. And Jackson's got him under control. Just can't keep him from catching it.
So it'll be a first down. Saints at the Giant 26. Clock running at 8.5 minutes left to play. 17-14 New Orleans. Harris now comes in motion. Manning to Muncie. And Muncie breaks out of the grasp of Phil Tabor and manages to pick up a couple of yards before Harry Carson can take him down. But Tabor hit him just on the exchange.
Good pass blocking by New Orleans allowed Archie to get off that long one to Harris. Now on this one, Tabor runs in out of control. You can see how big Muncie is and how strong. And now Harry Carson gets a hold of you. And that's rough action there.
26-20. Jets over Miami now. Von Schumann, a field goal, 37 yards.
Good kicker, huh?
That's why Premian is here. Manning trying to screen and does to Tony Galbraith. Miller, fumbled by Galbraith, and the Giants have it. Brian Kelly picked it up. Calvin Miller caused it. Kelly got it.
Killer Miller. That's what everybody's been kidding him about. But you can't do it without effort. The screen to the left side. The Saints playing a little bit loose, I think, on offense to be trying these kind of plays. Look at that Miller, 265 pounds, and he's out in the flat tackling from behind.
And so the Giants will have it as Manning's screen pass works and then turns into disaster. 7:29 left to play.
New Orleans is leading the Giants by a score of 17-14 in the fourth quarter. And right here, the Minnesota Vikings are leading the Detroit Lions 13-10. 2 minutes left to play on the ball game. Minnesota has it. 2nd and 11. They have it at their own 19-yard line.
Now, it's possible Detroit could get the ball back. They'd have less than a minute to play. It's a 2nd down. They must hold them without a first down in the next 2 plays.
Ricky Young. He is at the 20-yard line.
And Kramer's hot. There was a little movement on the defense. And I thought one of the Detroit Lions was offsides. Ken Sanders looked like he moved. Ed O'Neill is down hurt. Let's see if we can pick it up. Now watch, right off the middle. Here comes Ken Sanders. He stands up. There's your snap, and that's a judgment call on the part of that head linesman down there, Lindsey. Very, very close there if he wasn't over into contact with that offensive center. No flag.
No flags. Ed O'Neill is injured, and that is why the clock is stopped at 1:44. Training staff of the Detroit Lions is out to see about O'Neill. So the Vikings continue to lead in the game by a score of 13-10 with 1:44 left in this game.
Set for second half action. George Ragsdale is on the goal line for Tampa Bay, awaiting the kickoff from Bob Thomas. The Bears trail by a converted touchdown, and Tampa Bay will have the ball first here. They defend to our right in white, the Bears to our left in the dark jerseys, and it's Ragsdale from his 4. Running the wedge right up the middle. Good tackle on him by Bashnagel at the 25-yard line. He rolled forward to the 29, where the Buccaneers will start. Muckensturm finishing him off at that point, and it'll be Tampa Bay ball with Doug Williams bringing them out. Eckwood and Bell, the running backs. Eckwood with a 61-yard touchdown run to his credit, the only major score of the game so far. Across that front, Wilson at center, Robertson, Horton the guards, Revison, Hanna the tackle, Jimmy Giles the tight end. Higgins is wide left. Eckwood hit behind the line by Hampton, his former teammate at Arkansas, and he helps him up. But he enjoyed that whack.
Dan Hampton is towards the top of your screen there at the defensive left tack end, and he just comes right into the play. Nobody even hit him, and there he was. Big Dan, the old bear hug on his old teammate.
Loss of 2, 2nd and 12. Ball at the 26-yard line. Wide right is the rookie Gordon Jones. Larry Mucker, one of the Tampa receivers, was hurt on a punting play. Suffered an injured thumb. Pass complete to Eckwood. Wide open. First down. Out near midfield. Flag down after the catch was made. Hicks and Livers put the tackle on him.
Boy, did Alan Page get through there and lay the wood to Doug Williams after he threw that ball. And I may have noticed the turf toe on Eckwood, too. Did you notice how he slipped when he was trying to make his move? He might have had little problems there not being used to this type of a turf.
Flipping against the Buccaneers after the catch was made.
Let's take a look at Doug Williams as number 82, Alan Page, gets through there and takes him down, but the pass was complete, then the penalty, so they're going to be back.
Page has 4 sacks, nearly had another one. There's been only 1 sack of the Buccaneers today, and the first of the season against Doug Williams. Here's referee Gordon McCarter.
Personal foul, clipping, number 81, offense, still second down.
Mike Higgins guilty of clipping. It is 2nd and about 7 with the ball at the 30-yard line.
The Bears are not red dogging or blitzing very much today either. They usually do a lot more. I guess they're afraid to put the blitz on. Williams has been so good at picking up the receiver when they put a blitz on.
Larry Mucker, Morris Owens, 85, comes left for the Bucs. Williams, Hampton in pursuit. It's incomplete, intended for Bell, nearly intercepted on the deflection by Campbell. Gary Campbell, number 59, off the hands of Ricky Bell. Incomplete.
Let's take a look at the rush as 4 rushmen come. The front 4, Williams can't find his receiver right away. He moves out. He could have run here. And then he throws. He goes for the hand catch. And look at that. Almost an interception, then almost a reception. Good pressure put on by the Chicago Bears on Williams with the 4-man rush. And then he goes out here. And right here is we had to face the choice, either run or pass. He decided to pass.
3rd and 7, Tampa Bay. Opening minutes of the second half. For Hagen's interception. Livers knocked out of bounds by Horton at the 25-yard line of Tampa Bay. Williams simply overthrew that one, and Livers was waiting for it.
You hit it right on the head, Tim. They simply overthrew the ball. There wasn't all that much pressure, and they had Hagen short and deep, and it was way over his head, and there was Virgil Livers, number 24, to say, look, Mom, look what I got. So he took off up the field. He can run a 9.500. Got as much as he could before he was finally knocked out of bounds as the Bears have it on the 25-yard line.
The home crowd alive as Evans brings him out. Richards in motion back toward the ball. Straight ahead is Walter Payton. Robin Earl and the linebacker David Lewis having a little personal shoving battle going on. Payton got about 3, maybe 4. Let's see where they spotted on forward progress. We'll call it a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. The ball at the 22-yard line of Tampa Bay. Robin Earl, number 39, in the fullback position with Payton. Earl coming off a foot injury. Miami has scored on a field goal by Olga von Schaman to close the margin to 6 in that game. 2:35 to play in the fourth quarter. Here comes the blitz, and he's sacked by Cotney, the safety coming from outside right.
The Buccaneers saved it for when they needed it. He got in up at the top of your screen there. You could see Golden Richards spotted him, but there was nothing you could do about it. And here comes Cotney, and there was nobody to pick him up and block. It was almost impossible for an interior lineman, as you saw Noah Jackson in desperation trying to come back and help out. The blitz, safety blitz, worked for Tampa, and it has put the Bears in a 3rd and about 17, 18 situation.
That's the first Buccaneer sack of the day. Each team has had one. Out, Cobb in motion Richards for the Bears. Behind the ball, picked up by Cotney, and some kind of a miscount. Flags everywhere. Evans pulled back. The Buccaneers followed him back, and so we must assume the infraction will be against Chicago. He came back without the ball.
Full start. Quarterback came out without the ball.
That is the second miscue between Neal and Evans. Teams cannot afford that. Latta comes in, and the fullback, Earl, comes out. 3rd down and long.
Look at this. Philadelphia 17, Pittsburgh 14. You mentioned Greg Latta. We have a final here. Minnesota 13, Detroit 3.
10.
No, 10. I'm sorry. 13 to 10.
Vikings keeping their hopes alive at the Central Division. 3rd down and very long. Scott comes wide right. Lone setback is Payton. Evans for Payton, complete. Flag down in the backfield. Payton still going. Picked up about 13 yards, depending. No, they're going to spot it back outside the 30-yard line.
Leroy Selman put the pass rush from behind Vince Evans. He was trying to get there, did not get there in time. There's going to be a penalty against Chicago. Watch Selman. He's the defensive right end. There's Ted Albrecht, number 64, blocking on him. Selman gets around and comes just too late as Evans hits Payton, and he bobbled the ball, but it looked like he kept control, got up.
Interesting call there, because he looked like he should have been able to continue to run. He was knocked down by a Buccaneer, but they spotted the ball at that point. However, it really doesn't matter because of the penalty upcoming against the Bears anyway.
Boy, this drive is going the other way for the Chicago Bears.
Holding, number 64, offense, repeat 3rd down.
They called it on Ted Albrecht on the blocking on Selman. When Selman got by him, apparently he figured he reached and grabbed. This watch at the top of your screen. As I said, the left tackle 64, blocking on 63. Their arms are a little bit tangled right there, and that's where he's calling him for pulling him back. And there was the penalty.
All right, it is third down. Bears way back out now near midfield. Evans. Intercepted. Mark Washington. It was tipped by the linebacker Lewis and then picked off by Mark Washington at the 25-yard line of Tampa Bay. And it looks like another flag is down back at the line of scrimmage.
Here's the play again as the ball was deflected up and over James Scott, and then came the interception. And they call a penalty against Tampa Bay on this play. He stepped off 5 yards.
Scott made the tackle.
Offside. Number 60, defense. Repeat, third down.
Now a break for the Bears there. Wally Chambers, the former Bear, offside. The ball advanced now to the 42-yard line of Tampa Bay. 5 defensive backs in for the Bucs. Obvious passing situation. Wide right comes James Scott. Slot formation left. Everybody into the pattern. Evans too high for James Scott, who took quite a hit from Gareth White. Downfield at the 25. And it'll bring up fourth down. Chicago will have to punt. Richard Todd would appear to have cemented a Jets victory over the unbeaten Dolphins. A 71-yard touchdown pass to Speedy Wesley Walker, 33-20, 2:10 remaining in the fourth quarter. Baseball scores. Pittsburgh leading the Cubs 3-2 bottom of the 7th. Phillies lead Montreal 2-0 top of the 7th. Parsons angles punt. Good bounce down by Schubert at the 1-yard line. Steve Schubert fielding that high bounce at the 1-yard line, and Tampa Bay will start from there with 12-12 remaining. Here in the third period, the Buccaneers lead 10-3.
1 minute and 20 seconds remaining at the Eagles' 38-yard line. First down. Bradshaw goes deep. Stallworth is there. Got it! He has a touchdown. 80 yards in 5 plays.
You wonder why Terry Bradshaw loves to go to number 82, John Stallworth. He has shown you so very much of that in this 80-yard drive. He's come up with 3 spectacular catches. That one for the touchdown. Bradshaw looking deep all the way. This is a nickel defense, meaning they got 5 defensive backs in the ball game. Fairly well covered, but the concentration of Stallworth is something to behold, because he's looking at that ball. He has the ability to concentrate on that football as well as anybody in the National Football League.
Matt Barr, point after. It is tipped, but it is still good. So it is now Philadelphia 17, Pittsburgh 14, with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. The Eagles have 2 timeouts remaining, and the Steelers have 2 timeouts remaining.
Now, what's going to happen, Charlie? Do you think that there's going to be a little bit of an onside kick here by the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'm sure that there will be, with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in this football game. Pittsburgh, 2 timeouts remaining. They're going to have to try an onside kick and hope that they can recover it. That being the case, they still got a shot at going in and scoring, because it's a very explosive Pittsburgh team, as you just saw a minute ago with Bradshaw to Stallworth. Stallworth is something to behold. I mean, he caught that ball off the turf here just a minute ago that was questionable by, at least by Philadelphia people, as to whether he caught it or not. He did a great job there. He caught one in a crowd prior to that, and now he just catches the big bomb.
And he has 5 receptions for 102 yards. Matt Barr.
Take a look at Philadelphia's defense. They know that, look at, they have 10 men up 10 yards away.
It has to go 10 yards, and Barr may have fallen on it. He was chasing it. The Steelers have it. Barr just dribbling the ball, and Matt Barr comes up with it.
Philadelphia's waiting around looking at it to go 10 yards. They can go get it any time that they want.
Anytime.
Pittsburgh couldn't touch it before it went 10 yards.
And now they say no. They say it does not go 10 yards, and the Eagles have the ball.
The ball must go 10 yards before Pittsburgh can touch it.
And Chuck Noll has come out of the field from the far side.
Ball was touched before it went to 10 yards by the kicking team. The re-kick 5 yards back.
Barr recovered it. It is what you call a short free kick, and therefore it's a 5-yard penalty. We'll do it again.
The thing that Philadelphia shouldn't wait is for the ball to go 10 yards.
They can get on it any time.
They can get on it just as soon as he kicks the ball. If it goes 5 yards, they can go fall on it.
But they must recover it. Once they touch it, then the kicking team can do it.
Once that the Philadelphia team touches the ball, it is free, whether it went 10 yards or not.
1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in the game. The Eagles leading by 3, 17-14.
Philadelphia must recover this ball. If they do, with 2 timeouts remaining for Pittsburgh, it'll be tough for them to get the ball back.
Now, the way the Eagles are set up, it is just as effective to try and loop the ball about 20 yards over the front 2 lines and then recover it further downfield.
There's about 3 ways you can do it. You can dribble it like he did before. You can drop it over that wave of people, or you can try to knock it right into somebody and have it ricochet back.
The ball does not go 10 yards. The Eagles do recover it. Philadelphia has the ball.
Scott Fitzke, I think he was in the bottom of that pack.
The rookie from Penn State.
That's what they call their hands team. All the people who handle the ball, like Scott Fitzke, 81, who recovered it, that's who they want up near that 10 yards from the football, because they know it's going to be an onside kick. They want people accustomed to handling it. They don't want big defensive linemen up there, or offensive linemen.
At the Pittsburgh 39-yard line, the Eagles have the ball. 1:10 left to go in the game. The Eagles lead by 3. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia both with 2 timeouts. Montgomery. He leans in for a yard, maybe 2.
Pittsburgh called timeout. Minute and 5 seconds remaining in this football game. They now have 1 timeout remaining.
Zach Valentine with the tackle. Mark the ball at the 37-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8. We've got a great afternoon of football in store for you here. First with this game, and then the second half of the doubleheader, Denver at Oakland. But don't forget baseball. We'll start it all hopefully on Tuesday night with the League Championship Series. Montreal or Pittsburgh at Cincinnati. That is assuming the National League East has been decided by Tuesday night. And then on Wednesday, of course, the action will continue as the American League gets in the battle, and NBC's outstanding coverage will continue until the 2 teams are decided to move into the World Series.
Charlie, I think last week you said perhaps that was on any given day.
I thought it was given Sunday last Sunday.
This could be the given Sunday, because the Jets, Richard Todd to Wesley Walker, 71 yards for a touchdown. The New York Jets now leading Miami 33-20 in the 4th period.
Ed O'Neill has come off the field. Eddie Cole has replaced him at middle linebacker. It's 3rd down, 11 yards to go, and the ball is at the 19-yard line.
Let me bring up a point, Lindsey. Now, of course, we hope Ed O'Neill is not hurt. But if you're on the Minnesota Vikings side, Detroit's out of timeouts. The only way they stop the clock is for an injury timeout. There's still a question. I know that's going through their minds. Was he hurt or wasn't he hurt? At least he got the clock stopped. There's Ed O'Neill on the sidelines. Now, if somebody else goes down in the Detroit team after this play, you'll have to question that.
Bud Grant, the Minnesota Vikings, in conversation with the official nearest them, doubtless on that subject.
Sir.
Now, the Vikings convene their huddle. Tommy Kramer takes a look around. The clock is started. Third down, 11 yards to go. The ball's on the 19. Vikings have a 3-point lead. Foreman gets out to the 24. Cleveland Elam there on the stop along with Luther Bradley, and that will be 4th down. The clock is running. You see the time in set. Ken Ellis has dropped back.
I tell you, it's very important if Ken Ellis returns this punt, Lindsey, he's got to head for the sidelines. He's got to stop the clock.
Minnesota Vikings, of course, in no particular hurry. The clock is running. Their punting unit is in. They'll take a delay, I would think, here, and then let it run as long as they'll let it run, and then kick it as Greg Coleman is stopping back. 5 seconds on the 30-second clock. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. They're going to take it. It's run out. 30-second clock ran out before the snap, so the whistle stopped play.
I don't know. That might be a costly 5 yards. Actually, he got off a great punt. I don't know, Lindsey, I think you had it right on the money, but I don't know if that's too wise. I don't know really whether it was intentional, because now they're going to mark all 5. The line of scrimmage is going to be the 19. He's going to be kicking from about the 10-yard line.
Now the clock does not start again until the snap, and we have 26 seconds left to play in this game. Following this game, we'll be joining Washington versus Atlanta on most of these stations. Coleman is back again. Ellis has dropped back deep, and with him is Kane. Or is it Calicut? Calicut it is.
Look at this.
Gets it off. Ellis is going deep. Got it at his 28-yard line. And he's heading for the sidelines, and he can't get there. He is pulled down back at the 21-yard line, trying to get to the sideline and could not. Scott Studwell pulled him down. That was a 54-yard punt for Coleman, and what a day he has had booting the football.
He has been sensational.
The Detroit Lions have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 21-yard line. They trail by 3 points. 14 seconds to play. Jeff Comlo brings them up. Comlo. Incomplete. Stops the clock as Luther Blue was the intended receiver. 8 seconds left. 2nd and 10 at the 21. Our producer, Mr. David Fox. Director, Chris Erskine. Jay Frommert, Joe Tier. Eight seconds left to play in this game. 2nd and 10. They have tripled to the far side. Stevens trying to get a late start. Only one man down there deep, and so it is a diving interception for Tommy Hannon. Tommy Hannon made the interception as they didn't get the 3 men off together. Only one man out in front, 2 lingered on the snap. And so with 1 second on the clock, the Minnesota Vikings have an interception and the football. A dejected group of Detroit Lions are coming off. They were trying to run what Atlanta calls Big Ben left.
Big Ben left. Everybody down the right side as you're looking at it here. Comlo just throws a home run ball. All he's hoping for here is a miracle catch or interference. And it's intercepted by Hannon.
His first interception of the year. 1 second on the clock. Detroit can't stop it. All Minnesota's got to do is snap the ball, hit the deck, and the ball game ends. And they're ready to do just that.
Minnesota goes to 3 and 2, and Detroit 1 and 4.
Game is over. The game has ended. As there was a fumble actually on the last snap, but all they need was for the clock to run. And the Minnesota Vikings have defeated the Detroit Lions by a score of 13-10 as Bud Grant comes off the field. Well, there haven't been too many times that Detroit has been able to handle the Minnesota Vikings, but we had a battle here this afternoon. No scoring until the last play of the first half, a field goal that followed a penalty, and Minnesota's won it 13-10. The NFL on CBS will be back after this word from your local station.
From Stillwater, Oklahoma, a couple of years ago, then Saskatchewan. That Miller makes a heck of a play, doesn't he?
And Brian Kelly is right on the scene to pick it up. The Giants break the huddle. The line of scrimmage, their own 30. 7:29 left to play. Johnson and Doug Cota. Now the running backs. Billy Taylor did well when he played. That's Cota. And Doug slashes for about 5. Monday night on CBS, The White Shadow. Our friend Ken Howard, MASH, The Last Resort, and Lou Grant, and another friend, Ed Asner.
By the way, Ed Asner said to stop telling people that he is from Bowling Green and played football there. He never did. He went to the University of Chicago where they had dropped football like 10 or 15 years before that. He says they're even putting him on the foundation at Bowling Green. They think he went there too.
Maybe he did. Doesn't remember. There's Johnson banging straight ahead near a first down and perhaps, well, not quite enough.
Sims is now 8 of 15 for 115 yards and the 1 interception. Now he's trying to get the ground game going again without putting it up until he really wants to put it up off a play pass. And Van Horn seems to have sort of ignited the offensive line. They're coming off strongly.
Van Horn and Sims both. They'll measure to see if this is a first down. 17-14 with 6 minutes and 37 seconds left to play at the New Orleans Superdome. The Saints at one time led 17-0. It looked like it might be all over for another day. First down, Giants.
You know, Bill Austin said that Simmons got into a fist fight the other day at practice. Some people ran over to break it up, and he said, don't. It's the first time he's seen anything like that emotional in quite a while around the New York Giants camp. Sometimes that's good during the week. You know, if they pull them off of you after they get you down, I mean.
2 minutes to go in New York, Shea Stadium, with the Jets leading 33-20 over Miami. And another undefeated team looks like they might be gone. 6:15 left to play in this contest. The Giants trailing 17-14, and Sims under pressure fires and throws it away. Just barely gets it by Doug Cota. Luckily escaped an interception with that one.
Sims has sometimes got to learn to eat it. I know that's probably the hardest thing and perhaps the most injurious to your health way of doing it, but he's got to stop throwing the ball. Philadelphia in the 4th, still leading Pittsburgh.
17-14 score.
With 1:12 left in the 4th period. Bradshaw hit John Stallworth. It's a pretty good contest, huh?
1:12 left in the total contest. Straight ahead goes Johnson, breaks a couple of tacklers, gets to the 45, about a 4-yard pickup. Tom Myers, the safety man, again on the tackle.
Johnson has really enjoyed his time. Looks like he appreciates it.
That is the final score, by the way, 13-10. The Vikings beat Detroit. Detroit's record now stands at 1-4, and the Vikings are 3-2. 3rd and 6 here. Cobb comes to its feet, and Sims is hit down. Doug Cota was the intended receiver. The pass was right there, but Cota was really popped, and he's hurt.
Tom Myers came over the safety man and caught Doug when he didn't even see it coming. Number 44 isolated. Sandy Grossman, you caught it. Here's the back. Now watch him look over his shoulder. He's going to beat the linebacker, and now the safety man will show up and full speed ahead. Ooh, that is contact.
You know, you hate to see anybody hurt. That goes without saying, and Doug Cota is suffering at the moment. But as we look at it again, watch a perfect pass. This ball is well thrown.
It's laid just over the linebacker. And Doug, of course, is going for the catch. He's got 62 yards rushing. Tough, and Myers hits him hard and legally.
.05 remaining. Montgomery has 93 yards rushing, and he gets the call again. He He'll add 3 more to that total. It will be 3rd down and 5. And a shoving contest downfield is separated. Clock continues on its inexorable march. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the Steelers with 1 timeout remaining. It is 3rd down and 5. The 30-second clock has not started, and now the Steelers take that timeout with 43 seconds left on the game clock. In case you happen to join us late, we had a scoreless first quarter. It was 7-7 at the half. Sidney Thornton for Pittsburgh and Leroy Harris for Philadelphia. And then the Eagles exploded in the 3rd quarter. Tony Franklin, a 48-yard field goal. Wilbur Montgomery from a yard out. And then just moments ago, Bradshaw to Stallworth, as Terry Bradshaw took the Steelers on an 80-yard touchdown drive to pull Pittsburgh within 3 of Philadelphia.
Charlie, right now, it's 3rd down and 4 to go, but what Philadelphia should be thinking right now, they don't want to kick the football, run 2 plays, but don't fall on the football, don't have the quarterback fall on. 1 timeout, or no timeouts remaining for Pittsburgh.
The attendance, 70,352. The question was asked. The Eagles coming into this ball game, their record is 3-1. But let's face it, their opposition has not been that tough early in the season. They would find out this afternoon if they were a contender or a pretender.
Or a pretender. Well, they are a contender. They have 2 downs to pick up a 1st down. That's what they should be thinking right now. Give that ball to Wilbert Montgomery. Let him go straight ahead. Hold on to the football. Maybe pick up the 1st down.
He goes straight ahead. He does not pick up the 1st down. In fact, he only picks up a yard. Gary Dunn stops him. 34 seconds and counting. 27 seconds. There's a 2-second discrepancy between the 30-second clock and the game clock. They can sit in the huddle. They can then take the penalty. They can fall on the football. The Eagles have it all wrapped up.
There's no way that they possibly, I don't think any way they could possibly lose this football game now.
And listen to this crowd of more than 70,000 in a drizzling rain here this afternoon. And now, delay of game, violation of the 30-second clock, but 2 seconds left on the game clock.
All that quarterback has to do is get a hold of the football, move back a yard or 2, and fall down on it. The only way possible that Pittsburgh could win would be much like the Philadelphia Giant game of a year ago. On the last play of the game, the Giants fumbled. Philadelphia picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown.
And this should wrap it up for the Eagles. Jaworski will just follow the football.
You see Big Harold Carmichael back down there.
He takes a couple of steps and then he falls on the football. And time runs out. The Eagles with their greatest victory in a decade. The final score is Philadelphia 17 and Pittsburgh 14. What a tremendous game we have had here today. Executive producer of NBC's football is Don Omeyer. The coordinating producer is Ted Nathanson. The telecast of today's game has been produced by Kenneth Edmondson, directed by Jim Cross. Our technical director, Arnold Rand. Associate producer, Ed Connell. Associate director, John Filippelli. The League Championship Series begins Tuesday, October the 2nd at 8 p.m. Eastern in the stadium of the National League West winner.
Good to see Doug Coder walking off under his own power.
Sure is.
The Los Angeles Lakers against the San Diego Clippers.
It's the first shot by the NBA on CBS this year. It's going to be a good game.
Featuring Magic Johnson and Bill Walton and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. and assorted other stars. High snap to Jennings. Gets it away and gets a lot of foot in it. Not a spiral, not a clean one. But nevertheless, a good kick that's fair caught at the 15.
Ball's in the court now of the New Orleans Saints. There's still 5:18 left. They got to get a few first downs and finish this game.
Pirates can breathe a little bit easier now as they lead 5-2. Myers is limping. He was involved in that collision a minute ago with Doug Coder. That punt by Jennings, 37 yards, and Myers they cannot afford to be without.
Big defensive series for the Giants. They're trying to force a turnover. You got Carson, Van Pelt, and Kelly, and that secondary is hanging pretty tough. It's going to be a good series.
5:15, 5:18 make it left to play in this contest. Archie Manning still the Saint quarterback. The Giants fake a blitz. They give to Galbraith. And he covers up the football and covers very few yards with it. Maybe he got one, but not much more.
Lloyd's in there, number 54. And it looks to me like the Giant defense is even more aggressive, at least in the second half, than they have been all season. That's a pretty good offensive team, and they've really sort of shut them down.
We got Lloyd and Miller. Again, we got Tabor, George Martin. Lloyd is the middle linebacker, placing Carson. They take a blitz, and Manning looking in the direction of Harris, throws to Harris and got it. And what a hit by Ray Rhodes, but Harris hung on.
What a catch. I have never seen such contact made on these pass plays. And Harris has made 3 catches, and each one was more spectacular than the one before it.
21-yard pickup, and Harris is now down.
You think these people don't go all out, and don't tell me big salaries and big motor cars make guys reluctant to give it all. That is some effort. A great catch and a sticking tackle.
There were 2 vicious hits. Once when the initial contact was made, and once when he takes him down to the turf. Watch this.
Archie Manning with a lot of time to throw. Obviously, you can't let a classy quarterback with that much time.
Bang, the other one.
Final score, Pittsburgh losing to the Eagles, 17-14.
So the Eagles' record is now 4-1. Pittsburgh is also 4-1. Here's the catch again by Ike Harris. He's up now.
He's 3 feet off the ground making this catch. He and Dobler came here from St. Louis for Pollard and I believe Stipe.
Dave Stipe, right. Here's Ike Harris coming off. That is the final score that Tom Brookshire just gave you. The Eagles 17, Pittsburgh 14, and Philadelphia will be humming tonight. The direction of Henry Childs. Manning throws high. Beasley Reese on the coverage.
I just noticed who was clapping over on the sidelines. Joe Pisarcik. Of course, he's such a team-type person anyway.
Joe started the game. Phil Simms replaced him. Out goes Carson. There's Phil Simms looking at Joe Pisarcik. Simms out of your picture at the moment. Gary Jeter pulled a muscle in his leg. He won't be back. Manning's book today is 15 out of 29. 2nd and 10. Deep. Monty, the intended receiver. Back there with him was Terry Jackson. 4:10 left to play now.
Archie Manning threw that 50 yards right on the money. Great defensive play by Jackson, and looked like he was in better position to catch it than Monty. By the way, Doug Coder is okay. He bit his tongue and took a heck of a shot.
Ike Harris back into the game for the New Orleans Saints. And Rich Monty comes out.
A lot of contact in this contest.
That's what the Saints have done on 3rd down today. 4 out of 12. That's far below their seasonal average. They were among the best. Here comes the Giant blitz. And Tony Galbraith has it. And he will have the first down with that cutback. Beasley Reese took him down, but Tony Galbraith got the first down when he stopped and cut back.
Well, it's a good-looking play. The blitz comes from the right-hand side. You can see Lloyd starting up the middle. Miller fighting. Van Pelt putting pressure on, but that's exactly what Archie Manning and company anticipated. Galbraith is really a good football player. Martin really hustling.
That'll be a first down, Saints, with 3:37 now left to play. Top of the 9th inning, Philadelphia leads Montreal 2-0. Saint crowd comes to its feet again as Wes Chandler takes the pass from Manning, does a couple of jukes, but Terry Jackson is not to be juked.
Eye to eye. Jackson never moved. Usually the defensive back begins to start moving because the offensive player is juking him, but Jackson acted like he was just going to wait until it was all over and then tackle. He did.
4-yard pickup make it. 2nd and 6. Clock still running with 2:55 left to play. The Saints lead the Giants 17-14. 2nd and 6. Archie Manning with Chuck Muncie and Tony Galbraith behind him. To Galbraith. Another New Orleans Saint first down. Otis McKinney finally made the tackle. Number 23. But the Saints now with 2.5 minutes left to play, after an 11-yard pickup, seem to have things in control.
Your most valuable Saint might be number 34. What a great move he made following his blockers. He never seems to be in a hurry. Some crowd applause on the replay up here on the gondola. Good draw action by that Saints offense. Pretty good looking unit.
It'll be first down New Orleans at the Giant 34. And that will be the 2-minute indication to both benches. To Ray Perkins for the Giants, to Dick Nolan for the New Orleans Saints. As Archie Manning comes over to talk to his head coach, 17-14, he leads. With 2 minutes to go at the Superdome in New Orleans. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. The Saints lead the Giants 17-14. A sparkling comeback by the Giants, led by their young number 1 draft choice, Phil Simms.
Anderson and Young Johnson ran hard in there.
Billy Taylor as well.
What was it somebody said about Archie Manning, though, that his town was, the school was so small in Drew, Mississippi, there were only 18 players on his team, and they, well, they win 5 games is all.
When he was a senior. That's the most they've ever won.
He's quite a quarterback, isn't he?
Indeed he is. Right now he has Tony Galbraith closest to him. Ike Harris goes in motion behind him. Chuck Muncie is deep. And Muncie will run the sweep. And Muncie is wrapped down. The ball is loose. Hit by Harry Carson is Chuck Muncie. And what a pop. That's one he'll remember.
Muncie pulled up the landing gear trying to get over, and one of the best tackling linebackers I think I've ever seen, number 53, catches him in the middle of the hurdle. Oh. Ball hit the ground, so it's dead. It's not a fumble, but that is a good tackle.
Muncie got it back. That is good, solid balance. 18 carries, 78 yards for Chuck Muncie, including the 3 that he got on that carry. Same offensive setup. Harris to the right, Chandler to the left. This is Tony Galbraith. Carson, again, with help from George Martin, made the tackle.
George Martin took it inside. He'll be right in front of the camera. You can see Dober pulling outside. And they really sealed it off. The Giant defense has picked up almost as much as the offense under Simms.
Timeout is called by the Giants as Harry Carson goes over to talk. They have 1 timeout left. The Saints lead.
Would you adopt a child who is handicapped? It takes a lot of patience, a lot of guts. I'm Steve Wilson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I'd like for you to meet some people who are doing something pretty remarkable, finding permanent homes for handicapped children. It's a United Way agency, and they place kids that other adoption agencies just can't find homes for. A lot of parents who have already adopted a child with special needs also volunteer to come in and talk with the parents who are considering adoption. It made me think, what would I do in their place? These kids and their parents, they're really amazing. This is a unique service here in the Tampa Bay area, but it's typical of the way the United Way works. Thanks to them, and thanks to you. It works for all of us. The United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Tim Ryan and Johnny Morris at Soldier Field. We've got a close football game going here. The Buccaneers starting from their 1-yard line, following a good punt by Parsons and an alert play by Steve Schubert, downing it on one bounce at the 1-yard line. Jerry Myers coming in defensively for the Chicago Bears, number 74. And see if they're going to bring Hartenstein, number 73, out. The Bucs have Johnny Davis, number 38, in at running back with Ricky Bell. First time he's been in today, and there seems to be some kind of confusion here. Now they're coming back upfield. What is happening here?
Who downed the punt, had been out of bounds, returned, and was the first man to touch the ball. That is a 5-yard penalty, re-kick.
Well, how about that? Steve Schubert apparently stepped out of bounds on his way downfield, came in and touched the ball, and that's a no-no. You have to stay in the field of play.
That's the first time I've seen that called on passes. Now, a pass receiver, if he goes down out of bounds and comes back in, but I can see that the rule applies, but why so late on the call?
Well, it took them a long time. We got in a couple of commercials while they were making up their minds out there. Everybody was ready to play from the 1-yard line. Now, Art McNally, the league supervisor of officials, is in attendance here today, and no doubt that is who's on the other end of that line with Gordon McCarter. He's not talking to Mayor Jane Byrne, I can guarantee you that.
No, that was a very much of a delayed call, so obviously if we go against the Bears, we'll have to punt once again from 5 yards further back, but the change in yardage is dramatic. I mean, they would be 1st and 10 on their own 1.
Well, in a 7-point ball game, my goodness, that's a very big play.
1 minute, 13 seconds left to play at the Superdome, where the New Orleans Saints, who at one time led 17-0, now lead 17-14, and not to single out any individuals, but that one field goal by Joe Danello could have tied this thing, as the way things have happened.
What do you look for here on 3rd down? A little roll action and dump it back to a back or something?
Those of you that watched Washington defeat Atlanta 16-7, we're at the Superdome in New Orleans, where the Saints are leading the Giants 17-14. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. 3rd down and 6, and Archie Manning fires and has West Chandler. They got both. No, he didn't have it. Terry Jackson, the closest Giant defender. It certainly appeared, to me at least, that he had both feet down in bounds.
The official must have felt that Chandler did not have control of the ball, but the feet were definitely in bounds. Here it is, deep sideline in front of Jackson. Looks good to me.
Saints are really upset.
I don't blame them.
You look back at the replay, which they just did, and Chandler clearly has both feet in bounds. Listen to the crowd.
That's, of course, when people that are exponents of the replay system are certainly right. There's no doubt about that.
Again, Wes Chandler.
He's in.
Inbounds. Here is Tony Galbraith breaking tackles, and Tony Galbraith, as we come back to live action, a 1st down inside the 5. Otis McKinney saved it, but Galbraith inside the 5 to about the 3.
Ray Rhodes is down on the field, I believe. Here's the handoff inside. Yeah, he's the most valuable Saint today. Oh, what's some running. That's where Rhodes got knocked out by one of his own men, and Otis McKinney has to pull the fellow down from behind. Galbraith is really having a day.
26-yard gain for Tony Galbraith. Ray Rhodes, the injured Giant. John Johnson standing astride, looking on. Terry Jackson back looking at his secondary colleague. Clock is stopped with 46 seconds left to play. The Saints leading the Giants 17-14.
This crowd is going crazy.
Robert D. Stenner has done his usual good job in producing this game, and so has Sandy Grossman, who is the director. Steve Wegman, the associate producer. And all the rest of the people who have made our trip to New Orleans so delightful.
It's always a pleasure to come here, don't you think?
It really is.
I'll tell you, when that ball was ruled out of bounds that Chandler caught, I was afraid they were going to take the leash off Gumbo because this place exploded. Here's the throw, a perfect Archie Manning pass, deep sideline, and Chandler makes sure that you see it. The official is right there. Boy.
And we come back to the Saint first and goal. And Chuck Muncy will get the carry and the touchdown.
Chuck Muncy at 230 pounds goes in standing. Nelson Jackson comes up, runs right through Jackson's sort of a cross-body block. 84 yards in 12 plays.
And the Saints kept the ball a long time, almost 5 minutes, to do what they had to do. Chuck Muncy's second touchdown of the day, and both times he has sort of run through Terry Jackson. Timian makes it 24-14. Superdome crowd is alive with excitement at the moment. 24-14. The Saints over the Giants.
Senior, the man who downed the punt, had first gone out of bounds, came back in, and was the first man to touch the kick. That is illegal. It's 5 yards, still fourth down.
5-yard penalty against the Bears. Parsons will punt again. He's standing at his own 38-yard line. Gordon McCarter explaining it. And as you can see, not to the satisfaction of Bears fans here at Soldier Field. Parsons will try again for the perfect punt. Danny Reese cancels that idea at the 10-yard line. Reese over the 20 to the 23. Well, that is quite a difference in that play, for sure. Lenny Waldershot put the tackle on Reese. It is now final. Pittsburgh falls from the rank of the unbeaten, 17-14. Buffalo whipping Baltimore now 21-6 in the third period. Next week, the Bears are at Buffalo. Johnny and I will be there to bring parts of the country that game.
The Eagles are now 4-1 in their division. That's not bad.
That's a good football team, and Dick Vermeil has done an outstanding job taking over as head coach there. Doug Williams, 10 for 22, 123 yards. First down, Buccaneers. Eckwood in motion. Bell met by the linebacker, Hicks, number 54. Got a couple. 4-year man from Illinois. Tom Hicks bothered with injuries the past couple of years, but he can play in the middle. Pittsburgh Pirates have gone in front of the Cubs 5-2, top of the 8th, trying to clinch their division championship. The Phillies lead the Expos 2-0 in the top of the 9th. So the Expos batting with one more time at bat at home before their season will apparently be over. Hampton comes out for the Bears. Hart is in at left defensive end, number 53. Spivey is in on the left corner, number 47. 2nd and 8. Williams to throw. Sideliner complete to Higgins. And he has a first down at the 35-yard line.
Well, that ball went like a shot, didn't it?
Boy, he can throw. He is impressive.
The Bears using the normal 4-man rush. Williams just goes back, the down and the out. Boom, right in the breadbasket, out of bounds, first down. That's the way football's supposed to be played. Here's the ground level action as Williams gets back in the pocket pretty quickly, just like Vince Evans does. And he watches, and he saw that he did a good job.
Out of the eye, first down, Tampa. Eckwood, number 43, good defensive play, splitting through the blocking on the right side. Gary Fenwick, who is so good against the run, coming up from the safety position.
He did a great job. He just came on and challenged Roberts, the pulling guard, and still made the tackle. Good play by Gary Fenwick.
No gain, 2nd and 10. Gordon Jones comes in, number 84, with the play from John McKay. Jones and Higgins, the wide receivers.
They still haven't thrown to Giles that much, and he's been open a few times.
Good opportunity here. 2nd and 10, some motion, and it was by Giles. He throws to Jones, but that play will go for naught. Flags everywhere. It appeared to be Giles moving before the ball.
I shouldn't have mentioned his name. He has been blocking very well for Tampa Bay, and he's a tight end who can get down the field. This time he got down the field a little too quickly, and it cost his team.
Procedure penalty signaled against the Buccaneers. 10:29 to go in the 3rd period.
There is Giles, number 88. The two of them actually
Ball
moved.
starts. Number 61, offense, 2nd down.
So there were a lot of that moved at the same time, and there was obviously some confusion on the snap.
2nd down, 15 to go. Ball at the 30-yard line of Tampa Bay. They lead 10-3. Tim Ryan and Johnny Morris bringing you the action on a beautiful day in Chicago. Williams wants to throw. He's got lots of time. The flag is down. Incomplete pass intended for Giles. Had one hand on the ball, couldn't haul it in. Ball was sailing a little.
They really had Giles covered this time, and Williams had to wait and wait and wait, and then eventually your linemen are going to hold. As he came down, curved around the linebacker, Tom Hicks, who was just looking at the man, and there he is right there, and the pass is a little bit high. But what caused the holding penalty was having to hold your block so long. Eventually somebody's going to get called.
So they'll mark off some more yardage, another 10. Second down at 25.
Holding.
Now.
Number 75, offense. Repeat, 2nd down.
Dave Revis, the left tackle, guilty of the holding.
I'd say we have about 58,000 fans here in Soldier Field with a new artificial surface and some new stands. Certainly not a new stadium, but not bad either.
High formation for the Bucs. Eckwood nearly collided with his quarterback Williams on the exchange, and that made it a somewhat slow start. He got only 3 or 4 yards at the most. Hampton, number 99, and the linebacker Muckensturm, number 58, put the stop on him.
Now we have a 3rd down and very long situation, so John McKay's brain, I'm sure, is churning. He sends in the play. What do? To get the first down, you got a long ways to go.
Morris Owens brought the play in, and he comes wide left. Higgins wide right. Giles moves over to make the strong side left. Flag down again, and play call before Williams throws it anyway, but it's all over, and so Plank gives Higgins a little extra shot. Well, you know, there's a situation where Williams shouldn't have thrown the ball. He wound up getting his own man popped there, and you could say Plank shouldn't have hit him because the play was over.
Illegal formation. A tackle was uncovered on the first step.
Actually, that was a love tap for Doug Plank.
Yes, it was. A very gentle hello for a hard-hitting safety man, Doug Plank. Illegal formation to call, and that must have occurred when they moved the tight end Giles over to make the strong side on the left. Williams questioning what happened on the play.
Illegal formation. The tackle was not covered by an eligible receiver on the first set.
Well, all right.
What did he say?
The tackle wasn't covered by an eligible receiver. That means that there was not a wide receiver over there on that right side after they had taken Giles out of there. Third down and 30. Eckwood. Not much. I think Coach McKay was prepared to punt.
I think he said, listen, we've tried to get a playoff for 5 minutes, so we might as well just run the ball and punt and get it over with.
I'd like to see him punt on third down there just to make that point stronger.
He had a great quote. He said, Peyton's so fast he can cut on a dime and leave you 2 quarters change. He had some great quotes. Do you think he was happy last week when they beat the Rams on television and back in L.A. they were watching?
Tom Blanchard into punt standing at his own 10-yard line. The deep man is Steve Schubert, number 85, awaiting the punt at the 34. Blanchard's punt coming down at right at the 34. Schubert met by a sea of white jerseys. The flag is down. He made a good return through traffic over the 40 to the 43. Let's see what the call is. Rick Burns, rookie running back, made the tackle on him. But the flag down could well be a clip against Chicago. 40-yard punt for Blanchard. Well, the Dolphins didn't quit down there. Greasy passed and Nat Moore for a touchdown from 6 yards out, but the Jets hung on to win it 33-27. Big win for the Jets, and Miami no longer unbeaten.
The Bears had good field position, but now they have not so hot field position.
Personal foul, clipping number 37 receivers during the return. First down.
Willie McClendon, rookie running back for the Bears, caught for clipping.
Number 37, you got to look at it right there as he was falling down there after the clip, but right now we have it still Tampa 10, Chicago 3.
The crowd has started to depart now as the Saints, with that touchdown by Chuck Muncie, set up by the run from Tony Galbraith, making the score 24-14. And the Saint record would thus be 2-3. The Giants 0-5. But quite honestly, you could see some encouraging signs from the Giant quarterback situation.
And the emotion of the entire Giant squad is, I thought, very high. And this could be the beginning of something.
Phil Simms has shown us why he was the #1 draft choice, as Yepremian kicks it into and out of the Saint end zone. Larry Nelson, who is right up on the top of the money-winning list going into the World Series of golf, in first place at 10 under par, followed by Watson, Hinkle, Rogers, and Kite, all at 7 under. Watson, with a good check today, would go over $500,000. Here's the touchdown by Muncie again.
Muncie has 80 yards on 19 carries, but since that first half, things have been tough. Number 42 really has to earn it. You just can't arm tackle him or throw something in his way. You really have to get help and hit him hard.
It is all over in the National League Baseball. Philadelphia has defeated Montreal 2-0. The bomb doesn't go off. Ray Brown, Jack Holmes, all of them back there.
Scales, number 88. This ball is thrown 55 yards as cleanly as you'll ever see it, and hits him on the hands. Good play by Brown. That could have been a big catch.
No, we're saying it's all over for Montreal. That is, if Pittsburgh wins. And I don't believe that game is over yet. If Pittsburgh loses, then they'd still have to play that doubleheader against Atlanta tomorrow. Maybe we can get that information.
That Sims can throw it. Strong arm. And quick setup that time. Didn't take long.
Sims being chased and Sims being sacked by Derland Moore. 28 seconds left on the clock. Derland Moore with a smile. That's the first Saints sack of the day. The World Series of Golf right after football. Larry Nelson, a quiet young man from Kennesaw, Georgia, leading the World Series of Golf.
The home of
Larry Nelson.
Judge Landis.
Saints have the football on the interception by Eric Felton. With the clock stopped now with 14 seconds left to play. It will stop on the change of possession.
Look at Reese and a few of the Saints, Derland Moore, shaking hands with young Sims, and all they're saying is, hey, you're going to be all right. You take a pop. I like the way he bounced back up after he'd been drilled and threw the best pass of the day when hit Perkins on that sideline down there.
The dismay. You can tell, look at Ray Perkins and Pat Hodgson in the red shirt with the hands on the hips. Perkins to his right. What do you say? Archie Manning just has it snapped. The Giants start to depart. And Chuck Muncie puts up the sign that we are #1. New Orleans 24. The New York Giants 14. I beg your pardon. So, for Tom Brookshire, this is Pat Summerall saying so long from the Superdome in New Orleans. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
I'm taking nothing away from the New York Jets. I guess you have to feel that this is one that you let get away from you.
Well, we started early. We made a mistake on the opening kickoff. We had a fine kickoff return. We got called for clipping. That put us back into the hole, and then we had to punt, and they blocked the punt. So we started off poorly.
A very large amount of uncharacteristic mistakes on this team, too, today.
Well, in the area of special teams, we're offside on a field goal block. We're offside on a punt block, and just gave them new life, and we played poorly.
Bob Greasy seemed to be struggling a little bit throwing the ball today. Was it his leg or was just the wet weather or whatever?
Well, Bob threw a lot of balls on the money. I guess he had 20 or 22 completions, and there were a couple of balls. The interception was poorly thrown. It seemed to hang a little bit. And there were a couple of other balls that he underthrew, and he just seemed to have trouble with his footing. And I think that the pulled hamstring muscle probably handicapped him some, too.
Go to the end, still get a chance to win it, but that big touchdown pass to Wesley Walker, what happened on that play?
Well, we're playing against the run because they had the ball controlled on us, and we had man coverage out there, and they play action and caught us in the man-for-man coverage, and Walker just beat our deep guy.
They did a lot of cutbacks. They usually headed for the hole, and instead of continuing toward the hole, we had it closed up pretty well, and they cut back, and at times we over-pursued and got us in trouble.
Was this something new for them to come out with, something you didn't expect to see today?
Well, from what we saw in the films, they usually would pretty much hit the hole that they intended to hit, and we've seen this before against other teams, but it was a little surprise, I think, with the Jets, but it's something we should be able to adjust to, and I think we did in the second half.
Through it all, though, you get down to the last 2 minutes, and you still get a chance to win it just 6 points behind, and then that big pass play. Was that just something that they just crushed you up on a little bit?
Well, up until that point, we figured we were going to win that ball game, and we had been playing them tough throughout that quarter, and we figured if we got the ball back to the offense, they were going to score, and all of a sudden, second and long, and they throw the bomb on us. It's disheartening, but we've got to take our 2 days off, take a look at the films on Wednesday, and learn our lessons and forget about it and get ready for next week.